And hello, YouTube. Be ready to go there. I tagged the player names in the title of the video. We'll see how that works. If it works. Maybe I'll try that on my end. Should be able to click them in Mario, go to their channels. Oh, yes, I can. Look at that. I can actually tag the people. I wonder how that impacts search results. Maybe I can put that in my video description too. So only gonna have time to cast the first set today. I have a last bit of maintenance happening today for my air conditioning. That's going to be in about 3 hours, but I hope to have that out of the way quickly. All right. So I might be co-hosting Sudden Disaster currently, because John Slow might need help with someone doing the payments so his bank doesn't kill him. Oh boy. Still looking for drafts. Maybe I gotta go to do the good old find the drafts myself strategy. Okay, that didn't work. Guess we're still waiting for the drafts. Check the YouTube chat. No one in the YouTube chat. Someone type in the YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube. Hello. And also, I've gotten my email. The Lego Cobra car apparently is going to take a long time to ship, but next Wednesday, the 9th, it said it should arrive by then. So maybe end of next week, we do a Lego Cobra car stream. That could be a fun thing, like after the Regicide Rumble finals, maybe. We'll do a Lego Cobra car. I mean, waiting almost my whole life. I am older than AoE 2, so not my whole life, but almost my whole life for official Age of Empires 2 Legos. And we technically are getting them now. Yeah, maybe I'll combine it with finishing my Rock Raider stream. Oh, we have a tag. Alright, Hera MBL will be live. Confirmation for that. I'm not going to be able to cast Liritata, but I will cast the first set. And alright, we have some drafts going. Lovely, lovely. We have maps. And we have civs. And we have an overlay transition. Whoosh. So I was going to work on darkening the draft slots, changing the opacity a bit. I'll need to explore some CSS and figure out how to do that. So far, everything I've wanted to do by editing custom CSS and OBS has worked for the drafts. I wonder if I could change the font of the drafts. Ooh, so it matches the rest of the overlay. That could be nice. Hello, Bobonamillion. How are you doing? Hello on YouTube, Ravi and Noobnetrum. Hope MBL remembers that even if he can't win, at least he can steal Hera's boars. That's true. I always gotta steal Hera's boars. You lame Hera, and maybe that's a win in itself. OSRS login theme? Now, these are all AoE 2, AoE 1DE, or AOM tracks. But that's a good idea. I've been thinking about putting more background music tracks so that it's not the same tracks repeating all the time. Some OSRS might be some good ideas. What the heck? Something just... I had a random window just popped up on my desktop and disappeared. I don't know what that was. That was weird. Sea Shanty 2, yes. Lons. Hello, friends. So maps will have Four Lakes, Arena, and Crater for MBL. MBL picking Arena. That's Socotra, Arabia, and Land Madness, the most aggressive possible maps for Hera. And Kawasan is game number 1. Oh, only missing Atacama. I guess Atacama, this version, is very not aggressive. You're super far apart. It's kind of an FC map. Can't wait for me to move to Ubuntu. I can't wait either. Maybe I should just move to Arch. Ubuntu is probably a bit easier to get running out of the box, though. And if I'm going to move to it as my daily driver, I probably want something that I'm a bit more confident works without me messing around, but I guess that's the, yeah, it takes a lot of tweaking. And like I've been saying, I feel like my approach to software recently has been the less tweaking, the better. Just give me something that works out of the box. I've been trying to be very minimal with all type, like I used to be all tweaking my Emacs and my Vim files years ago, but these days I think I'm still waiting for Zed, but I'm mostly just VS Code as vanilla as I possibly can get it. I still have my programming and math YouTube video I need to finish editing about map scripting and trigonometry and Zeno's signum function. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I'll have to do more like math focused videos. I kind of want to like at some point branch out and do just like a math channel. I don't know who would watch it, but maybe if I can just clickbait the right type of math content. I think that could be fun. For 8 months because your dad uses Arch and he was sick of all the setup I kept asking for help with, he just told me to try Ubuntu instead. Sounds accurate. You heard Hera will leave GL next year? That's not something I've heard. But then I'm not up to date on all the rumors. Sometimes I hear rumors ahead of time, sometimes I don't. Oh, was that Onamaru thing ever announced? There was some German player going to Onamaru. Was that a thing that was announced? Was there news that I missed? GL is the biggest name in town? Well, I mean, he is Hera. He could start his own thing, and then maybe he could still be a name, and maybe we'd have another team. Team with both Hera and Doubt is too strong. I know. That's what, 2 of the top 3 or 4 players of all time. Doubt, and then Hera. Can Ambiel do what he did in Red Bull 5? What did he do in Red Bull 5? Was that the time he walked over to someone else's PC and like kicked someone else from a lobby? Did they restart this Civ draft? Is this still the same? Yeah, it's still the same code. I don't see them drafting the Civs though. Guess they gotta take their time. Where did I find the unit icons in such of AOM? I don't know. Oh, he beat Hera in the quarterfinals. Okay, that would be something. But it is A tier, so people won't care. That's the rule. If Hera loses, it just has to be in an A tier event. It's probably in his GL contract. Maybe that's why he's gonna leave GL next year. Then he can start winning A tiers too. And don't quote me on the leaving GL thing. That is just a rumor. Ravi started in my YouTube chat. He won the last A tier though. That's because Doubt carried him though. I mean, can he win an A tier without Doubt? Still waiting for the Civ draft to get going. Oh, there we go. Wonderful. Yeah, I think what I probably want is instead of like, I want like a completely opaque background Civ draft, and then like stuff can flash on top of it. I think that's what I want. Doubt has won big 2v2 tournaments with all of Chris, Slam, and Hera. Ooh, all of the Canadians. He needs to win with Mentalist now. And also with Viper. Don't forget about Viper. He's won 2v2s with Viper before. Synergizes really well with Canadians. I'll need to play a custom scenario tournament with Dave. I need to play a scenario editor tournament with Spirit of the Law one day. Hope this will be a fun, even game. 0 world builder. Well, you never know what you're gonna get from Hera versus MBL. I think back on Voobly, MBL won like 75% of the games they played together. They play Arabia Huns into the late hours of the night. But nowadays, Hera definitely has his number. It's the final frontier for Doubt. Doubt knows no bounds. There's no frontier that can contain Doubt. Yeah, don't you wish you could go back to those like right after high school days? Just like hardcore grind something. And just like be the best in the world when you're young. Hera said next year will be big for the scene, and Nilly said next year will be better for team tournaments, and you implied that means he's gonna leave GL? I mean, there aren't any team tournaments on the calendars. I would like to do another Cartographers. I think I have a good setup for the next Cartographers. I'm just gonna need I'd like to have 5 or 6 weeks for it instead of 3 weeks. And then I think I can run a good, proper event. And hello, King Surf LGD on Twitch. How are you doing? Message retracted. Ooh, YouTube, you can delete your own chat messages. Can you do that on Twitch? Cartographers 3, The Return of Doubt? I mean, Doubt hasn't gone anywhere. He won the last one. I'm thinking of next Cartographers, though, doing some type of, like, pick your opponent, where the higher seed picks from among the lower seeds who they want to face each round. And use that to kind of get around the lack of proper team game seeding. Where we have some type of qualifier where you play, maybe the top teams play to get their seed, the next set of teams play to be gold versus silver. And then we kind of just, seeding maybe puts you in a bracket for the qualifier, but then you can win or lose the qualifier to determine your seed afterwards. And get rid of some of the direct placement from the seeding system that we had this time. And then we have some type of teams ranking each other or picking each other. Catan's still universally banned? No, the Catans have been picked by Hera. They have been picked by him. I'll see if MBL maybe has a plan. And that'll be unsettling for the Catans to deal with. Let's see, do we have a lobby up? We do. We have MBL in a lobby on Crater. I should start AoE 2. Also, no Fortress, so hopefully I can use Capture Age for every game today. Hello, Major Blazer. How are you doing? And 83 viewers on YouTube. I've really been liking the YouTube streams and all the viewers we've been getting there. Like I've been saying, it feels like the YouTube streams are much less affected by whether or not T90 is also streaming. Stop the rumors now. I think you're reading a lot into just some rumors. They're both nice. That's also the nice thing. We can double dip, and it just feels like we have bigger viewer numbers. Open the Twitch and open the YouTube. It's perfectly balanced with 0 exploits. I see Tato's playing tower defense. I'll have to check that out sometime. I haven't played a tower defense in a long time. Those can definitely be some fun scenarios. Which is crazy with the ads, I know. That's why I like to keep the ads off on YouTube. An antitrust lawsuit against T90? An antitrust lawsuit? I thought you said antitrust for a second. Let's see, I also want to look into I'm doing the Regicided Rumble maps this week, but want to look into the pure spectate only in AoE 2 without Capture Age setup. So I think we can actually do really nicely with some of just the default DE spectating if we modify the UI, but I need to figure out what's possible. And that would just be so lovely for me not to have another window open while streaming. And not to have to deal with all the blurred out UI elements. We'll see what's possible there. I'll need to find people who've done UI modding in the past, because I know in the past there used to be things like you could display the achievements graph during the game if you modified the UI that they disabled. So I don't know what all of everything is possible, but I think it's worth some experimentation. And hello, Bryce Hood. Man, YouTube is popping off with the viewers. We haven't even started. We're at over 100 viewers there. Looking forward to this series. I am too. I'm also looking forward to the next pacifist set of videos I make. That'll be coming out at some point. I have some ideas. And look, the players have launched. So MBL has picked cyan, Hera has picked blue, or he's been defaulted blue, so I will put Hera in the red. His Kawasan and MBL has gotten creative with his civ pick. It'll be Celts versus Portuguese. His very last picked Celts against Hera's very first picked Portuguese. Thanks for streaming on YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Talento. Thanks for casting cartographers. Ooh, well, I hope you enjoyed. We still have the community leagues going on, and I need to cast them too. We still have a couple more community leagues I want to cast. We're not quite done with cartographers yet. Like I was saying, I think I have a master plan for next time. Alright, 15 seconds left on the spec delay. I was gonna play another ad to reset the counter on Twitch, but I think I forgot to click the button. I did forget to click the button. Apologies. I'll just roll with it and play them after the game. And here we go. I'll put Hera in the red, and Hera shall be playing as the red Portuguese to the west, with MBL playing as the cyan Celts to the east. Game number 1 of this best of 7 in the quarterfinals, and it will be Kawasan. This is again the DE ladder version of Kawasan. This puts 5 relics directly in the middle of the map. And MBL will be pushing in the Ibex here. Immediately gets a quick Ibex push. Great start to a water map, because then you can leave only 5 vills on the Ibex and go to the wood right away instead of needing 6 on sheep. So it really does behoove you to get that quick deer push, quick Ibex push on the water maps. We'll see if Hera's going for the same thing. Yeah, it looks like he is. We'll see if he takes the sheep and then puts a vill on wood, or if he stays with more under the TC. This is the type of thing I always see on Migration, or we saw it on Shoals a lot, those water maps, where you go quick for the TC. Ooh, actually, never mind. What is this build? He's putting 7 on food. Hera might just be looking to go up really fast as the Portuguese. Ooh, what is this? What is this? Taking the deer, 7 on food. Where does the next vill go? He's putting 8 on food. Okay, this is not do a lumber camp and dock. That's what MBL's doing. Hera's going up really fast. See, 6 on the deer for MBL, and he's lowering the boar already. So, Celts have a nice wood bonus, but still, this is... Okay, yeah, there you go. 4 on the deer. Okay, he's lowering the boar, going to wood. So this feels more like a dock build from MBL. Maybe even a drush afterwards. With the Celts and all the wood they're going to get. We'll see what MBL's able to do. And thank you, Sarah's30, for the sub with Prime. Thank you very much. We're actually really close to getting 400 subs, which would be amazing if we hit that. We're at 388 out of 400 sub points. That'll probably drop off during the month as we get distance from the cartographers, but we had a really nice bump in the channel growth last month. Oh, I need to have my YouTube chat open. There we are. Behoove you? How about behoover you? Yeah, that scout behoovering. So MBL going to dock, and Hera looks like he will just skip the dock. Just walling up in the back of the house. Scouting with his pigs. Nice scouting around his base. And he actually has a fairly wallable map to keep himself safe using his wood lines, but not wallable in terms of his gold placements. And okay, looks like he will go for the dock, but this might be a no fishing ship build from Hera, where he just goes up to fight on the water without fishing. He's not even taking one of his boar. And Hera's just relying on those deer to go up. Or on wood. Hasn't even taken the Portuguese wood berries yet. And hello, Risen Not Risen. And boar taken under the TC. So Hera continuing to get his build going. We'll see what he clicks up on. Maybe 18 pop and loom. That second boar and 10 on boar, he should be able to click up rather quickly. And there's loom. Dave told us I could rap my AoE commentary. What? What does Dave know about my rap career? I have to change my name to Kanye Twist again for that. I'll rap when Dave finally gives out that blender. So Feudal on the way for Hera, and he will be up really quickly. But again, no fishing ships. So his build is fast Feudal, no fishing ship. MBL's build is more standard. A bit slower though, 20 Vils. No, not that 20 Vils is slow. Well, you can definitely go faster than that. I'll go send him a blender to give away. Yay 90. No, that was my old Twitch name. T West was taken, so I went with Kanye Twist as a joke. He was less crazy back then. And hello, Alonzo. And so Hera will have double docks on one pond, looking to fight MBL, and MBL just gonna dock the other pond. So MBL could play by just giving up this pond and docking the other one, or he could try to fight here too. He's gonna fight though, he's probably not gonna be able to get a barracks up for any type of drush or men-at-arms pressure. And Hera will be looping around and scouting that. There's no barracks coming forward for MBL, and as long as he doesn't find a barracks, he knows he's safe just to focus on the water. So there we have Hera up to Feudal, 50 seconds away from MBL. And, oh, look at that fishing ship. Nearly needs to go have a word with the navigator. So double fires from Hera, and he should win this pond, no problem. But MBL down here on the other pond, adding in more fish, and he might just fish peacefully down here while giving up this pond, fishing as much fish as he can to try to give less fish total for Hera. There's MBL up, and he's going to do a demo raft, and he might just try to demo the fishing ships here. Should be able to get at least one. And on the other pond, looks like Hera is scouting this, and it'll be up to MBL to make sure he scouts any Vils. Slight HP advantage on the scout for MBL, and he will... Oh, he's not paying attention. Hera gets the hill, and there goes the HP advantage, and MBL has to run. MBL will have to run. And then up here, fishing ships running away. Demo gonna get... Oh, how does that survive on 1 HP? MBL tried to get both of them, but that's 1 HP left on the fishing ship. Oh, no. That's as good as a full HP fishing ship there. Oh, that's why. It's the Portuguese. He has extra HP on the ships. Never actually thought about that for the fishing ships, but yes, it's 66 instead of 60. And he just survives. Another demo for MBL. You can go after that 1 HP fishing ship. Yeah, both of them are probably streaming if you want to check out their point of views. I did tag their names all over the place in their titles, too. I don't think do either of them stream on YouTube, too? I think they're just Twitch. And, Damon89, thank you for the follow. And Joden, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Do pros ever play Bulgarians? Usually not that often. Hello, Goldstones, and hello, Everlane. So MBL trying to do more demos to go for the fishing ships, but he's not going to make it, sending them one at a time with that many fires. And just kind of a waste of demos there from MBL. On the other side, he has a spear trying to stop the dock, but it's up in time. A galley for MBL, so this feels like dock denial? And trying to hit the Vil more than actually fighting over the water, because now Hera's going to get a lead with fires. He said I'm top 7 caster in the world? Based on the viewer numbers for the past month or so with cartographers, I was in the top 7 on Twitch. So there are stats to back that up. So, whatever happened on the water, Hera managed to get a quick wall on a spear. So you can see the in-sync attack animation, at least, as he tries to poke himself free from that houses. From those houses. Hello, Trupta. So Barrack's going up for Hera at home. Just a few spears raiding so far. MBL will throw up an archery range. Hera right there to scout it. 4 HP left on his scout. Top 1 and being a nice caster to the chat. Aw, thank you. And hello, Emma. Hope you're having a wonderful day, Emma, with extra hit points on all of your stone walls. And Hera trying to hide behind the dock, but MBL investing into the fires enough on this pawn that he should be able to hold it. He did go for double docks, so he's kind of countering the fast up from Hera by giving up one pawn and coming to the other. He just ended up wasting a lot of resources on those demos, and now he's going to be stuck behind the corner of the dock. And if he doesn't notice this, Hera will destroy that fire for free. The dock will block enemy fire, but not your own fire. MBO realizes and runs away. Brings the galley over. That's the nicest thing anyone said to you. Aw, like I say, I love Arena, and give me stone walls on a map, and I approve. Miss when Dave used to ban people for subbing to him? Yes, I remember those days. Dave banned all his subs. Dave's gone big time now. He can't do that. Maybe one day, if Dave's stream grows to the point where he's super big, he'll still be able to ban all of his subs and still have enough sub money to sustain himself. Do I like gold or stone more? I like the gold mines from AOC with the graphics where it's not pure yellow and it's like the gold and stone color mixed together. So both players up to the next stage. MBL up just a bit faster. And Res collected, he's actually ahead. And I guess he has the Celt's wood bonus to thank for that. Hera also spent a lot of time walling himself up, probably a bit more than MBL has. I hate them mixed, I like them mixed. Although to be fair, I wouldn't mix them together. Like I wouldn't put the two of them in a group together all that often. And that gets a bit weird. That's like one of those campaigns with the rock, and then some golden stone next to it, where the rock blocks you from mining both of them. Oh, I've had way too many custom scenarios like that. Save advantages in this matchup? Save advantages for the Celts are their wood bonus. That's really why you'd pick them on a hybrid map. Wood bonus and ability to just go for a good mangonel push in the middle. Portuguese, better ships, more HP, and discounted with the gold discount. And Smooth Eco being able to take the berries and get wood along with them. So if they can take the middle, get their mills and TCs up there, they'll have a really smooth economy. And then late game gunpowder usually does well against the Celts. Hand cannon plus bombard cannon kind of counters the infantry plus heavy siege that the Celts like to go for. On this map in particular, though, sometimes you can get away just by going for that very immobile Halb siege combo playing in the middle. Redemption monks could also be good for the Portuguese against that, though. So lots of different transitions you can make with these. Very Polish thing. Oh, that's true. The Poles, they do get gold as they mine their stone. And MBL just trying to take the hill. Always tricky to micro against Hera and his crossbows. Especially now that Ballistics is on the way. Now, a good thing for MBL is that he's forcing Hera to invest into the early siege. He's also doing the siege himself, but with that Celt's wood bonus, he's able to get a TC up in the middle and a TC up at home. Only worry for MBL now is that he's saturating this one wood line with the TC. Hasn't been taking the wood in the back. Isn't even fully walled. But if he does get a couple more houses over here, would have a nice secondary wood line to run to. Even could run to the corner. Oh, looks like he missed a couple of his sheep, too. Might see him with his vills now. Didn't scout the wood in the corner. And that might have been something he'd like. Just kind of wall to the side and he'd have a really safe wood. But anyway, on the front, with a mangonel, he's pushing forward, trying to force Hera's crossbows back, and get a bit of an eco lead as he's booming. And now Monastery in the middle, MBL going to start collecting the relics. And he's still about 500 res collected overall ahead. And Hera with the score lead still, but I really do like MBL's map positioning here. Hera going crossbow skirm plus mangonel. MBL does have really good mangonel micro. Let's see if he can end up holding the hill split from Hera. One of those situations where you kind of think you gotta just go Scorpion. Just ballistic Scorpions with how good Hera's micro is. Ooh, one mangonel on the hill though, keeping the mangonel away. And it is much harder to micro when you're on top of the hill among all the berry bushes. You can't split as easily as you can when you're on the open ground. So 2 mangonels now, MBL can get some repairs. How did the crossbow over in the back die? Also have to be careful about the mangonel shooting the monastery, then getting the crossbows hit. So Monk will be picking up relics. Should be able to get another 2. This one on the front might be a bit too far forward. Pair is on the way. Having the hill such a nice advantage in the mangonel fights. You can tank 1 shot, not 2, but you can tank 1. Hera losing track of a skirm there. And Hera now just trying to climb in army numbers. MBL with an eco lead, but Hera 31 to 19 military. Lots of skirms, lots of crossbows, and Celts don't have redemption. So Hera is not worried about any Celt monks. Getting the Repairville too. That monastery could go down with 3 mangonels attacking it. These players never quite landing a square mangonel shot. MBL now with a bit of a hill bonus can come forward. Try to make micro mangonels on both sides. Hera will dodge. Repairville is getting hit. Crossbow is still not really tanking a hit. 1 hit mangonel going down for Hera. More mangonels go down, the better, but ooh, nice hit from MBL, but he loses the mangonel. Relics have to pop out, but he can maybe do a monastery in the back. Run the relics back to the back monastery. How much does it make it? If you're uphill, you tank a mangonel shot, whereas if you're on level ground, you die to a direct hit. It also gives you a bit more wiggle room with the splash damage. You see, now that Hera can get to level ground, it'll be easier for him. Mangonels are kind of blocked by the relic wall. Alright, Relic's not in the best position there for MBL. So MBL with an eco lead. Hera's still on 1 TC. MBL going to 4 TCs. He's going to have a lot of idle TC time for that, and he's lost a lot of vills. 12-3 eco KD. He's losing vills on the front. Okay, now faster firing mangonels for the Celts. Maybe you could help him reclaim some of this land if Hera now a bit trickier to micro, as I said, among the berries, even though it is level ground. Mangonel goes down. And ooh, there I think we saw the something weird with the Mangonel micro there. MBL didn't get a shot off there twice, must have not been paying attention. For one instance there, I think we saw the downhill not getting the hit. And now Knights for MBL, but no armor on them. The crossbows and skirms will make short work of the Knights. He does get a Mangonel hit from the workshop, and an, ooh, almost a nice hit on the skirms that just missed. TC getting some fire there. Mangonel is still keeping the skirms away. Lots of repair vills have died for MBL, but he still does have a nice eco lead. He's about to lose his workshop even. Monk grabbing a relic, and how far away is he going to run it? Maybe even back to his home base. Other workshop goes up for MBL. And Hera, he's even down in KD, but I guess that's just because he lost crossbows. MBL has just been losing Mangonels. Keeping his crossbows in his TC. But it's the Celts now who have their own TC being eaten, and Hera going for a castle with the map control forward will get the castle, and nothing MBL really can do to stop that at the moment. But MBL has the stone for his own castle. And he get a nice hit on some crossbows and repair the Mangonel. At this point, crossbows will go forward, and MBL has a Mangonel hoovering around. He'll do his own castle. A bit risky with all the Mangonels there. A bit risky with the crossbows there, too. Castle hitting the TC. Ooh, nice shot. There we see the berry bushes trapping the crossbows a bit. MBL just needs to make sure he's kind of spreading the shots out so that one split doesn't dodge everything. Mangonel's losing some HP. Nice micro from MBL. Gets the Mangonel. Has to worry about his Vills now. Monk there to heal the Vills. It's nice with the Mangonel shooting at them. Castle 80%. MBL running out of Vills in the middle. His TC goes down, but he's also killing some of Hera's army. That one Mangonel from Hera being so annoying in the... Oh, that's a nice shot on the crossbows, on the skirms. Mangonel is just with the berries there. Can't get an angle to get a shot off. But now they'll finally clear it, and that'll be a castle going up for MBL, and he's just pulling far ahead in res collected. Hera not able to grab the relics yet. Do the castles cover the relics? Yeah. The relics will be in the middle of the Venn diagram between the castles, so no monks picking them up. One relic for each player then. And a middle for MBL, still 3 TCs at home. Skirm's coming forward, but maybe the Mangonels can come and clean that up. And look in Hera's base. In Hera's base, we have 2 Mangonels and crossbows coming forward. They went right through that palisade wall. And no ballistics for MBL. Ballistics would make this much deadlier. Needs to keep the Mangonels in the front. Deal with the skirms. And Imperial Age on the way for MBL. I know Hera has the score lead, but I still feel like MBL is in better position here. I mean, if Hera's thinking of gunpowder to do with the Celts, MBL could always go for those wonderful Celt paladins. Score flip. How much of a difference does it make to your chance to kill if you're uphill? I mean, an uphill shot will always kill on a direct hit. It just kind of changes the area, the splash damage where you kill. So it's a slightly more splash damage where you kill the Mangonel. And ooh, skirm's dodging. I don't think being uphill gives you nearly as much of an advantage attacking as it does defending. And 2 Mangonels, Hera out micros them with skirmishers. But MBL just gonna get back as, oh wait, there's a castle drop on MBL's base forward. A double castle drop on his base. Well, MBL can do a defensive castle, and by being up to Imp, he can treb those down. Okay, Hera going forward. And so now MBL can try to go for a double treb war, one in the middle, and then one at home. And wait, could he delete the blacksmith and deny that castle? It's 11 Vills on the castle. He has 3 Mangonels. I mean, do you want to delete the blacksmith? Probably not. Castle's probably too far up already. Yeah, once he gets to Imp, it'll just be treb time, and since Hera's going skirm crossbow, he doesn't have a mobile unit for picking off the trebuchets. Doesn't have that melee unit. MBL still no ballistics, but he's adding in farms. He's up to Imp, and he's still hoovering around in the back of Hera's base, trying to find some damage with his crossbows. Wonder if MBL will buy Imp. MBL is already Imp. You're making the mistake I always do. You look at the resources instead of the researches. Yeah, I don't know, maybe that's something Capture Age could display more prominently when someone has clicked up. Skirms pick off crossbows, and Hera for the moment is safe. Hera's up to Imp, but the Trebs are now popping for MBL. One at home, one forward, and he has a Mangonel. Rams added to the push could even be interesting. Now, the question is, would he even consider sending 2 Trebs home, or Trebs from the middle home, just to make sure he can clear that castle faster? He's already finished getting up. He is up. Yeah, ballistics would definitely help for MBL, but now it's more about the siege. And getting the castles down before Hera can get up. Castles go down, and then MBL can grab the relics, too. And 89 vills to 67, significantly more res collected for MBL. And it feels like he's still in a good spot. Gunpowder will make things awkward if Hera gets to there, but he still would need to do chemistry. And he'll be losing his castles. See if MBL can get out maybe 3 Trebs from each castle, and then keep them alive. A bit of a raid on the vills with the skirmishers, but it's just skirmishers. And we have scale mail armor on the way for MBL. Part of me wants MBL to go for Kelp Paladins, but that is expensive, and he doesn't quite have the eco for it. We can dream, though. And in the middle, while the skirm raids are coming in, the castle will collapse. Down it goes. Forward monastery then for MBL under his castle. The Mangonels pick some vills. They can even start destroying that monastery. And at home, 1 castle destroyed, another already trebbed down. Hera's aggression backfiring. He will lose his castles. He'll try to go chemistry Arb. That's where the Celt Siege can come into play. And the castles go down. Hera, ooh, on the way, running. He's even going to run into a tiger and lose a villager. The tiger gets the villager. Get the woo-woo-woos in the chat. Red Monastery again. Well, that's where the relics are. That's where the relics are. A 2 versus 1. Gaia on MBL's side. He can tame the boars. He can tame the tigers. Arb's going down to Mangonels. Ooh, usually Arbs win that. Mangonels hitting the fishing ships. All that extra HP on the fishing ships. Fish traps go down. That's actually a really nice use of the Mangonels, killing the fishing eco. Huge Ville lead now, 104 to 59, 58. And the Woad Raiders. The Castle Age Woad Raiders that still look cool. For MBL has managed to use his Woad Raiders to pick off the rest of Hera's villagers. Tiger gets 1, Woads get the rest. More armor on the way for them. And right now, Hera with some Arbs. Arbs kind of tricky for the Celts to deal with without siege. But if the Woads get all their armor upgrades, then maybe they can take the fight. They do have the full 10 attack. Can we get blue Hera? Well, MBL picked Cyan, so I'm going to leave MBL in the color he picked. Players pick a color, I do what I can to leave them there. Is everyone else casting blue versus red? That's so boring. I get what you mean, though. Hera usually is blue. Wait, we need Hera versus Viper, so Viper can pick yellow and we can still see the matchup. MBL 108 to 59 vills, gonna start raiding with the Woad Raiders. Final armor on the way. That'll give them a total of 5 armor. So still not great against the Arbs, but should let them get some good raids in. See, 9 attack for the TCs even. We'll see what damage the Woads can do under a TC if it gets garrisoned. And yeah, Hera gonna go to garrison right away. Woads will fall back. Tiger. Ooh, Tiger, hello, not attacking MBL. Gaia is on MBL's side. 2v1 indeed. Will it attack the Arbs? Will it attack the Arbs? Tiger, you gotta be hungry. Oh no, Hera. He's betrayed by that Tiger earlier. Not gonna take the chance. Woads will run down the Arbs, and what type of fight will this be? I think the Arbs will win that no problem. Yeah, there they go. MBL's lead. Never doubt MBL. And there's the GG from Hera. MBL wins game number 1. And Celts versus Portuguese. 129 to 96 KD. Very well played from MBL. So many more res collected. And just that, like, that tiny difference in uptiming gave MBL the option to add in those TCs in the middle. It was just uptiming and map control lead getting to the middle. Maybe Hera investing a bit too much on water? MBL had a couple of demos that didn't do much for him. But he managed that so well with the Celts. Celts not a top pick on this map either. Usually it's the Portuguese, and we can see that in the Civ draft priorities. Let's see what we got. That is a win for MBL. A win on Kawasan. And looking at the Civs, that is the very last picked Celts against the first picked Portuguese, so could not have gotten a better start to the set for MBL than what we just had here. Alright, so to keep the pre-rolls off, I'm just going to play an ad on Twitch. And again, you can watch on YouTube. We're dual streaming there on 4K on YouTube if you want to watch without the ads. So apologies, but I just want to keep the pre-rolls off during the games. Why did Hera not add TCs during that fight for the middle hill? Because he felt like he was behind to the point in map control where he wanted to stay 1 TC to fight for the middle hill. And being a bit later up to castle made it a bit trickier for him. I mean, maybe it would have been an option, right? He could just play without the middle and add TCs at home, but then he's basically giving 5 relics to MBL. Maybe on a different version of the map where the relics are more spread out and not all in the middle, the extra TCs would be a better option for him. But needing all 5 relics in the middle and wanting to pressure them led to his staying 1 TC. And even though he had more military, wasn't quite able to, and felt like he was even winning the fights in the middle for a good part, wasn't quite able to use that to force MBL off the middle fast enough. And they have Pacific Islands selected in the lobby, but they didn't draft it. So I don't know what they're doing. It should be Hera's turn to pick the map. But yeah, that is a good question. I think the specific version, though, of Kawasan has a lot to do with that, by keeping the 5 relics in the middle instead of 1 in the middle and 4 spaced out. It puts much more emphasis on the middle. And yes, indeed, Major Blazer. MBL did win with the last pick. No crown today? Well, you never know. Synchrotron. Chat enough on YouTube. Maybe you get the crown. I still don't know what determines the crowns. Yep, it's all in-game version syntactic salt, indeed. That's why I fear for Fortress, because Fortress is huge. And also crashes Capture Age. Right, still in the lobby, and looks like Hera's gonna pick Arena, one of MBL's home maps. Okay, going for Arena. Also, again, shout out to Mario for hosting it. I've linked his channel in the description if you want to go check him out. Primarily, he casts in Spanish, I believe, but he is a rather large content creator, has a rather large YouTube channel. And glad Fortress is not drafted this time, yes. We don't have enough clown maps for DE standard maps. It's really only Arena and then Regicide Fortress, but Regicide is broken on Fortress right now. So they have to play normal Fortress. Oh, looks like we didn't have a spec delay. They just got right into it. So here we are once more. In the red, I shall put Hera. MBL will keep his Cyan pick. And it will be the Cyan Bohemians for MBL to the southwest. And the red Bengalis for Hera to the northeast. Look at that mini-map. The sharp square texture on the mini-map. Ooh. Don't know if I'm a fan of that. So, some very, very clear differences in the terrain masking. Oh, 5 people are on 75 XP. Nice. I still don't know how that works. Oh no, Hera. The downside of having the deer near the edge of the map. It is a deer version of Arena, so no need for a funnel this game. I have enjoyed seeing the chicken funnels, though. Oh man, I'm so glad we have Arena, though. I don't think we're going to get a tower rush in this with these players. So I hope we're just going to get a standard normal game of Arena. And Bohemians Bengalis could be a monk rush because, let's see, we don't have Heresy for the Bengalis. And we do have Heresy for the Bohemians. Ooh, okay, so then Hera probably doesn't want to go into a straight monk fight then. Because he would lose in the long run without Heresy. Hate when they misbehave. Tough to push them when they're all the way against the edge of the map like that. So looking at the maps, we'll have 2 forward golds in the base for Hera, forward berries, but a back stone. Nice to have the stone in the back. I think that's probably the most crucial thing to have in the back on Arena. As long as you have 1 gold, as long as you have 2 golds, it's hard for both of them to be pressured, but losing the stone hurts. On the other side for MBL, back gold, back berries, kind of mid stone, and then forward second gold. But I think he has a really nice base, so I probably would prefer MBL's base. And also does look like the relics maybe slightly favor MBL. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so I'd say maybe 1, 2 definitely favor MBL. 1 in the middle, slightly closer to MBL. This one kind of dead in the middle, and then 1 closer to Hera. So it's a slight relic advantage for MBL. Nothing over down here in the area that would have been next to Hera's base. What's a chicken funnel? check out my YouTube channel. I have the most recent upload I have shows what the chicken funnel is. It's where you get the chickens to walk towards your TC by using some walls. Hera has a derped gate. MBL only has 2 gates. It doesn't have a gate over here. The wall tile will spawn a gate everywhere as long as you have 4 segments, but here it's only 3. So Hera has a gate that doesn't work. At least he has a gate, I guess. So both players have 2 working gates, so it's even. How long until they patch out the chicken funnel? Who knows if they even can patch it out? I've been enjoying the chicken funnels. Is there a mod to make the outside of the map a blue sky with clouds? I don't think so. I've never seen one. Capture Age, I think, is just its own thing for the outside. The game does have, like, the fog of war clouds thing, but I turned that off. I think it's really ugly and distracting. So it's one of those graphic settings, like the bloom, that's an instant turn off the check mark in the options menu for me. What did you miss? You missed MBL winning with Celts over Portuguese for game 1. They can patch out chickens, they could. So gate diff. Wait, I host next lobby. What? Is MBL complaining about lag? What is going on? What is this 6-minute into the game chat that we're having? I want mental advantage too. What is this chat? MBL, you got a game to play. Argue about the lobby in the lobby. So, maybe about the Civ matchup. Both have great monks, but the main difference is no heresy for the Bengalis. I guess trash monks could come into play eventually for the Bohemians, but usually you don't see that. Higher seed hosts. Did these players read the handbook? Do you think they read the handbook like we did on stream? You regret missing Celts winning? If you go to the YouTube stream, you can go back in the VOD and replay it. It's the rules. Check the handbook. Oh, look at that, Hera. Throwing down the handbook smackdown. Nilly needs his unified handbook. MBL's gonna be checking after this. He's gonna open up that handbook and check. Where's Nilly's unified handbook to codify this? Now they're not even talking about the map gen. You're just talking about anything they can talk about. Low Elo Joe. So, Feudal Age on the way for both. Hera will be up faster, 21 pop. Doesn't look like he's going to go for a tower rush, though. Just a quick up timing. No farms for him, and he'll get the extra 2 vills from the Bengalis. Shout out to the handbook. Now, no bombard cannons for the Bengalis in the late game. Just going to be Market and then probably a Blacksmith. Doesn't have quite the wood for the Blacksmith. There he goes. Market Blacksmith for Hera. As he's going to go 4 on gold. Okay, Hera's going to Monk Rush. Hera's gonna Monk Rush. Okay, I think this is just MBL goes defensive monks and heresy, and then wins the monk battle. Like MBL being bored during Dark Age, Hera has the APM to read the handbook during the game. Are you allowed to do that? Alt-tab and read the handbook during the game? I know, like, you're not allowed to alt-tab and, like, read your chat or get outside information. But are you allowed to check the handbook? Maybe that could give you an edge. Checking the handbook. So Castle Age right up for Hera. MBL not even feudal yet. Let's see if MBL, no blacksmith, so he's not going to go scouts. Maybe MBL anticipates the monk rush. I have seen Hera monk rushing a lot more often on Arena these days. Maybe MBL's aware of that. Just something I've noticed in his gameplay. He's going for the monk rushes. Can't see why he wouldn't be allowed to do that. I don't know. Like, what do you, should we be more specific? What are you allowed to have running in the background on your PC? Can you listen to non-in-game music? What if you have, like, your own special heavy metal album that you record, and you put like build orders into the lyrics? For what it's worth, I can't find anything regarding who hosts the lobby in the handbook. Ooh, is Hera lying about the handbook in the middle of the match? Is that like admin win MBL? Can you reveal your build order? I mean, Hera's like done the tech tree pauses in the past, right? Oh, and this is DE's version of Arena. A gray wolf preying upon Hera's forward villagers. He'll jump it with 2 vills in the scout, though. So not too much harm done, but that's 9 HP off the vill. And now MBL with the scout. Monastery's going up for Hera. He'll wall the vills in, so no harm can come to them from the scout. And Hera buying some wood. We'll see if he goes for a workshop to follow this up, or if he goes for another monastery. So he's fine to take the fight, just a tiny bit, then he's going to run back and heal when he gets a monk. Loom? Nah, you don't do loom on Arena. Oh, he did loom. He did loom. Okay, I see what you're questioning there. You don't need loom, you need gold for monks. So 2 monks on the way for Hera. And getting the monasteries forward like this gives you a great position to start picking up the relics. Also, he did a barracks from behind, so he has a spear coming forward. Worried about the light cap from MBL, but MBL not going for a stable. And what's going to be the follow-up? Another monastery or workshop? It'll be a workshop for Hera. And again, you don't have rams as the Bengalis. You have the elephant rams, which are maybe a bit more expensive in the monk rush situation since you need to spend food on them. And you're really not investing into any farms, so your food supply is kind of limited. There's the first farm. So MBL is up. He's going to go double monastery defense with a second TC. And like I said, in the long run, Heresy available for the Bohemians, not available for the Bengalis. I've seen this matchup before, and I've seen it come down to Heresy. The downside, though, is just the early map control and faster build is going to give the relics to Hera. Nice numbers on Twitch, considering everyone is casting this. Even better numbers on YouTube. We have 307 viewers on YouTube. We had Jordan rated earlier. But it is nice that we're maybe getting a bit better numbers on Twitch these days, and on YouTube seems to be much less affected by whether other people are live on Twitch. I think pros know their build orders better than they know their families. I think pros have gone insane with their civ drafting notes at lands I've seen. Those can be intense. Is MBL so passive? Because Hera was faster up. MBL didn't go for any scouts. It's just he's waiting for Hera to make his move. He doesn't have any scouts to snipe off monks or stop the relics. He's just going for his own monks at home with a boon. So he's going to try to have a better eco, and he's also going to hope that at some point, if he can push out, he'll be able to destroy the monasteries and take the relics. But now, aggressive move from Hera to grab 5 relics in this build, and he's going to have all 5 of them. That's the advantage of the monk rush. So you open with 1 elephant, you have the monks there, so you can convert vills that would try to rewall, and then you go for the workshop. We'll have Fervor and Sanctity on the way for Hera. Did he cancel Fervor? Did he research Fervor? Did he finish that? I wasn't paying close enough attention. Now, he canceled Fervor. Alright, he canceled it. So Fervor, useful monk versus monk, because then you can outrun the monks or run away from them. You at least kind of force your opponent to do Fervor to match. But Redemption for Siege. Okay. Is Redemption the right play instead of Atonement? So Mangonel out for MBL. He will need a way to deal with the Siege Elephant. Monk Rush continuing for Hera as MBL walls up. Redemption will let Hera convert buildings. And having the market as part of your wall against the monk rush is very rough. MBL will start charging on the spears, and the question is, of course, who gets atonement? MBL has atonement. So right now, with atonement, MBL's safe. Hera has to wait until he gets atonement himself. And then you're thinking maybe devotion and fervor. Fervor already in for MBL for the villagers, and you don't need sanctity right away, because it's just monk versus monk. Sanctity already in for Hera. That'll defend him against the mangonel shot. And double mangonels for MBL. Hello, Nightlife. You think MBL is full dead? The 5 relics will be hard to deal with. That's the thing. It's just going to come down to the monk war. Fervor on the way for Hera. And he can start charging on the scout. Ooh, that's actually really nice. He charged on the mangonel. Oh, he gets the scout, though. I think Hera wins this. Ooh, or, okay, kind of even. Mangonels can pick off the monks, though, or Hera just deletes them. Whatever. And MBL came out on top there, by far. That was great for MBL. That was absolutely great for him. And is anyone devoted? No devotion yet. MBL going to delete some of his walls, and he's just going to castle drop the monasteries, getting a couple conversions, and I don't think Hera has enough to stop that. He's getting his own mangonel. Could he one-shot the castle with a properly timed mangonel? I think he's going to be late. Ooh, MBL moves the castle foundation. Okay, he gets enough HP on it. He'll be safe. Mangonel comes out, gets a nice hit on the Vills. The Vills do not have loom. Disaster for MBL, no loom. You got 400 gold. Click loom, MBL. Now, Hera going to try to convert the mangonels. MBL needs to delete. MBL needs to delete. He doesn't delete, and oh, that is horrible. He needs to get a mangonel shot off now. He doesn't have redemption himself. He kills his own villagers. MBL kills 5 of his own Vills with a mangonel shot. This is an absolute disaster for MBL. If he had loom, the castle would go up no problem. Well, if he had loom, the castle goes up, and I think he just wins the game right there. Hera defends with mangonels, and now MBL, he needs redemption himself. He needs sanctity on the monks. And Hera, I think, has just won the game easy. What an absolute Titanic. Needed loom, maybe some wheelbarrow. He's also deleted a nice hole in his wall too now. And Hera's gonna have 5 relics plus devotion now. And now MBL's lost the Vill lead he had with the second TC. At some point, Hera still has to deal with the heresy versus non-heresy situation, but... Well, here comes another village forward for MBL. He has to get the castle up. Hera can just delete those mangonels. MBL just gonna try to sneak like 20 Vills to the castle, but that foundation's not gonna have much HP left on it. The ram should probably be ramming it. The elephant should probably be ramming it down. MBL's gonna have to delete that soon. Now he does loom. That hurt to witness. That might have been the most tragic MBL castle I've ever seen. So the monks going for the mangonels. They want the conversion. Monks are gonna try to get their defensive conversions on the way. Castle foundation, was that destroyed? No, he deleted it. An imp on the way for Hera. Mangonel, still 2 mangonels under control of Hera. There's the GG from MBL, and Hera ties it 1-1. And if MBL had loom, I think he wins that game. If he had loom and deleted his own mangonels, I think he'd just win the game, but that was painful. Hera killed 5 Vills, he killed 5 of his own Vills. I've never seen such disaster on a castle before. I love the idea, castle drop the monasteries. Maybe we even need to go past the monasteries just to get farther from the workshop. But man, that was amazing. Yeah, siege elephants, you can convert them without redemption, but you need to be adjacent to them. It's like a ram, but you don't need redemption. So let's look at the KD. 15 kills, 5 deaths for Hera. 8 kills, 18 deaths for MBL. And Hera with more conversions by the end, too. More eco by the end when MBL sent all his Vills YOLO'd forward, and also he had the relics. 1,241 relic gold. 2 minutes faster uptime and gave him the map presence. And that's the thing about the build, too. If you're doing it against scouts, then you have the monasteries forward in time that the scouts don't stop them. If you're doing it against the castle drop, then maybe the castle drop can get in time and get on top of the monastery. That's kind of the counter to the monk rush, the castle drop in the middle. But nicely done from Hera. Monk rush, OP. Veil needed some loom. That ties it 1-1. And Veil loses Arena. And he can pick the home map next. It's a win or a loss for the Bohemians and a win for the Bengalis. So both players have now lost with their first picked civ against the other player's last picked civ. That's just how Age of Empires works sometimes. And again, just want to get the pre-rolls out of the way on Twitch between the games. So apologies for the ad. You need loom to survive the mangonel. And what was that? What was that game? That was amazing. That's why we love the arena. The arena is the best map. Could the Malevilles get a shirt if they have loom? That would be really funny. No one would research loom then. Who would want to put a shirt on? It looks like it will be 4 lakes for the next map. Who's hosting the lobby? MBL, it looks like. He is the top player on the dashboard. I don't know if that corresponds to the host. Is there a way we can tell? I see. We're launching. We're launching. Yeah, it looks like MBL. He's in the top slot. It'll be Huns versus Italians now. On 4 lakes. Hill's wearing shirts. Maybe they can go from like shorts to long pants. Yeah, exactly. Base vills have shirt removed when researching loom. Exactly. We still need regional villagers. That's the one thing the game's missing, regional vills. Give their hands leather work gloves as well with loom. Well, that's true. They don't really have anything on the hands, do they? No, I can see that the messages are retracted. I don't know if you can too. I don't have the power to... I don't think I have the power to unretract messages. I can see that they have been retracted. And just about loaded in. wish some civ had a castle unit villager that was more expensive but worked more efficiently. And like slowly over time you transition them because they're more pop efficient. I can see that, yes. I can't see it anymore, but I can see that you posted it and I can see message retracted. So if I didn't see it, I would still see that you had posted something. Alright, so here we are once more. We shall put Hera in the red, and it will be 4 lakes with MBL in the cyan playing as the Huns to the north, and Hera playing as the Red Italians to the south. This version of 4 lakes has an elephant and a rhino, so lots of hunt, also a patch of 4 zebras to push in. And if you look at the maps, Hera does not have a forward wood line, so hard for him to wall. All of his wood is to the back. Maybe pretty easy to wall back here, though. Keep his pond safe. You could even kind of wall up here, wall to the TC. An awkward wall that leaves the berries exposed, but he could even, like, wall up there. This is, of course, the version of 4 lakes from DE, the default map that has a ton of fish, an overabundance of fish, I would say. A superfluous number of fish, I would say. We have 8 plus 7, that is 15 deep fish in this pond. In the tournament versions, we usually put 8. And if we look at MBL's map, and well, his woodline situation isn't much better, and honestly, his map is much worse because both of his golds and his berries and one of his stones are all forward. And even this stone, like, you can kind of maybe wall there, and that's it. This version across also lets the woodlines go right up to the edge of the ponds. Usually something that I prevent on my map versions. I try to keep a little gap there. It does make some of the other woodline positions awkward. But I don't believe this map gives per player woodlines. I think you just get what the map gives you, and you gotta be lucky, old school AoE 2 style. MBL pushing in more zebras. Now, Huns will really struggle against Italians if they get to Genoese crossbowmen. Huns really don't have an answer to those, especially since even their skirms don't have the final armor upgrade. Kind of just hoping that a siege ram push saves you there. So late game and Imp, I think the Italians have the much better army composition. But you have to get to that stage, and maybe the Huns have a smooth eco and smooth feudal to castle age push before then. Huns are Huns, lest we forget. And the zebra will be pushed in by that scout. One player has back gold, the other has front gold. I don't think it's not the exact thing that I know I've said on other maps with Trezini's resource positioning on maps like Arabia, where I feel like there's a connection between the gold locations. I think this is just unfortunate map generation for MBL. Oh, you retracted for a typo. That's some dedication there. Hello, Sacred Iran. You'll see a 50% reduction in house building. Yeah, that's true too for the Huns. Extra hard to wall without any houses. The zebra being pushed in. And now I'm wondering, how if you're in the chat, do you say zebra or do you say zebra? I've always been a zebra. I don't know if that's an American thing or just like a New Jersey thing. Maybe people with a UK English background might be more apt to say zebra. But I've always pronounced it with a good Z. Z, it's American. That's what I thought. You say a striped horse? What do you call a Dalmatian then? Just a spotted dog? Zebra is the Australian pronunciation. We'll need to get a Turkmen co-cast again one day. And see how the Aussies pronounce all their animal names. So how are we going to find his goats? And just add fishing ships in this pond. Cheaper fishing ships for the Italians, cheaper feudal age, so they get off to a smooth start on this map. And the question then becomes, does anyone go for a sneaky forward dock? I think it would be kind of hard to go, since they're so far apart. It's sometimes you might see the player like over here, and over here where they're really close, and the dock distance is short. Here the sneak dock distance is very large. Found the greatest of all time, and no 2 doubts right there by the pond. And feudal first for MBL is the Huns. Hera, ooh, 21 Vills. Still not going up. Could Hera try to fast castle here? I mean, both of his stones are forward. I would love to see like a FC Phosphoro Genbo play against the Huns, actually. That sounds kind of cool. Oh, no, there he goes, up to feudal. 22 Vills, though, that's a lot. And remember, the castle age is cheaper. With the fish, maybe he still could FC off of this, honestly. Sea of Loom, no Loom. You probably need another Vill on Loom were he to FC. The John Slow tournament maps are always great. Arena promotes aggression. Like, look at that monk rush we had last game. This game, we're probably just going to have wall FC. Give players the walls, and they have to be aggressive. So MBL also, he's spreading out his fish. A bit less efficient early on, but this means he'll be able to spot any sneak docks with his fishing ships. Maybe a tiny bit of a blind spot right there. He'll probably scout it as this ship sails back and forth, though. So Loom there for MBL. Hera's still not up. And looking at those resources, this has to be a fast castle from Hera. So he's doing a barracks, and then what does he do? An archery range to defend with skirms? And then FC? Yeah, Genbo is definitely good luck using your discount cav archers. Remember, they're the Huns only mangonels, and no heavy scorpions, no siege engineers. So good luck having siege to fight Genbos later on. So MBL coming forward with his feudal scout will find the Loomless Vill and pick her off no problem. And more Loomless Vills on the wood line. Loom coming in now for Hera, and as soon as MBL sees the Loom, he will run away. Hera now has his scout more HP, but he did already lose a Vill. Archery range up for Hera, and he is ready to FC. He is ready to FC. Blacksmith all the way already up. Range just being finished, and as soon as that Vill is done, he will be clicking up. So FC from Hera into a range. Is this just FC crossbow play? Does he do skirms? What does he do? Scouts forward for MBL. So MBL will probably do a small number of scouts and then try to click up himself. Okay, so Hera getting creative with the Civ matchup, and, well, I said his map was hard to wall on the front. I thought he would have had room to wall all the way over here to the TC, but Hera said, I don't even need that much space, I'll just wall like this. And he's not worried about MBL coming to put a forward dock there. Hera also fishing the Farfish, so he could spot where MBL to come forward with a Vill and dock. But 4 scouts for MBL, and that's probably all he'll do. Archer and a spear coming forward now, but Hera's so well walled, I don't think this army will get in. Hera maybe needs to be careful about that palisade. He didn't fully construct it. And MBL's not going to go in. Okay, he could have gotten in there. No, I mean, I guess he could just run the scouts in by the TC anyway. Castle Age there for Hera. And he's FCing this. And build only 1 Vill in feudal? Because he did Loom in feudal. He did Loom. So 2 seconds idle time, he did Loom in feudal. Remember, he went up without Loom, he lost a Vill to the scout, and then he did Loom. But I think Hera's lack of Loom much less disastrous this game than it was MBL's the previous game. And he's going to have to just get some HP on the wall. And MBL going to come forward with a tower. He can tower hop across that wall if Hera doesn't wall behind there, so he has to wall. And no berries being taken from Hera, so no mill so far. Gonna do a second range, and he's gonna research crossbow, so it's gonna be pure crossbow play. MBL investing into the feudal military. Hasn't gone to any of the other ponds. Hera actually sending a Vill out to the western pond. Oh, hello, Relic right in the corner there. Yeah, not on stone to go FC Genbos, but we'll just FC crossbow, kind of old school. Oh, and MBL sending a Vill forward. Hera's gonna find that immediately. MBL, that's not gonna work. Oh, there goes the chance of the forward dock. Crossbows pick off that Vill. MBL didn't have the timing there to get it in before crossbows came up. He is in, though, with the tower, but not sure what damage he can do now against Castle Age crossbows with the Bodkin. Is there a reason to go multiple pawns early if there's that much in your starting pond? I think just being on the pawns, you get better scouting, can help prevent your enemies from going pawns. So MBL going to the second pond, too. And I mean, these fish, I mean, already they're getting to the point where they're kind of inefficient for Hera. So being able to keep your food flowing smoothly is nice with some closer fishing ships. Kind of means you don't need the farms as early. Not sure what Huns can really do against Italians. Yeah, I think it's a hard civ matchup. Crossbows coming out of the TC. Workshop will go up for Hera as he continues walling. Scout goes down. Other TC keeps getting shots on the crossbows there. And defensive workshop up. So the great thing for MBL is he's forcing Hera to stay 1 TC. But the bad thing is that Hera also has fishing ships behind this. So it's now 11 fishing ships to 11. And some of that Vil lead is just a tiny bit of idle time. But it's just MBL staying feudal longer. And that'll disappear as soon as he has to click up. Hera has to be careful of the overchop. We'll have a forward market. Scary, scary building for MBL. MBL can deny the woodline if he wants. Right. I also got to keep my eye on the timer. I have another 90 minutes until the air conditioning technician is supposed to be here to do work around the house. And I'm not going to be able to stream during that because it would be right in my stream room where we have the work being done. So hopefully I get to cast this whole set, but I might need to raid someone at the end if it lasts too long. So tower going down. Hera gonna start picking off Vils and Skirms. And I think the fast castle from Hera has worked out beautifully this game. He'll pick off the forward Vils, that'll help even up the Vil count. Loses the scout, but the tower goes down. And now he can push out with crossbows, he can do gill nets, he could even do another TC if he wanted to. Okay, big hill over here, so not a great TC location, but maybe over here could work. And Castle Age for MBL. And maybe there's room for Hera just to do War Galley at one of his docks, and then send a couple of Vils to double dock this pond and keep MBL off of it. And go for the triple pond to domination. MBL, of course, making skirmishers. We'll see crossbows there from Hera, but Hera with the hill advantage can take this fight against Feudal Age skirms. Crossbows, you micro them well, and they can even wreck Feudal skirms. So it's like an okay fight for MBL based on the timing, but he's also going to lose army to Hera. Hera's just going to try to run this down. And the crossbows have enough DPS here that they can take the fight. And that's going to clear army from MBL, army that he would have wanted to have for defending, and that's going to be fewer units to turn into elite skirms. And Hera's happy to take that fight there, I think. TC on stone plus berries? Oh, that's true, he could take his berries. Might have to delete the houses, though, but that'd actually be a nice TC spot. Don't know if he wants to delete the houses. But, alright, he does some damage. Lots of skirms for MBL, so Hera's not going to be able to push with just crossbows. And it's going to be a third range for MBL, so likely cav archers. Tower defense everywhere from MBL, but that's expensive on his stone count. That's going to stop the crossbows from doing damage, but also towers themselves are the damage. And 2 more TCs, 1 on the gold for Hera and 1, okay, stone and wood over here on the side. Or mostly just wood. TC over here for Hera. I still like Italians in the long run in the Civ matchup. Well, he saw crossbows, right? And that's what he's just expecting. Anything the Italians do is probably going to be archer-based. Could go Cavaliers, but... I mean, a full knight... Imagine Hera just kind of mini-booms, goes for a full knight switch against the skirms. That could maybe be a play, too. So forward Mangonel against the skirms, and we could see against skirms maybe even a defensive scorpion mixture for Hera. If he can do ballistics, he probably wants ballistics for the crossbows anyway. Italian Scorp cannons counter everything? Not at a high score. What do you mean Scorp cannons? They have bombard cannons, but they don't have scorpions. Unless you mean with their unique tech? With pyrotechnica? Oh, pass-through damage? Oh, I guess that is Scorp cannons then. Cheaper bombard cannons and now a unique tech for them. I don't think I've actually played with that before, so I'm not sure how potent it is. What I think of ballistics affecting Scorpion? I'm still not set on my opinion. Still kind of mixed about it. all in all, it's probably something I wouldn't have wanted changed. So Imperial Age on the way for Hera. Good luck getting that forward castle up MBL. Against someone who is on the way to Imp, and could probably just buy a castle and then treb it down, or even just do a university, get bombard cannons to take it out. Only risk for bombard cannons would be Tarkins kind of sniping it off underneath all the crossbow fire, but maybe that could just be... Oh, Mangonel forward for Hera, too. Mangonel forward for Hera. Oh, no, nice. Don't stop moving the Mangonel. Where is the castle going to be? Hera will see this soon. No town watch, I don't think. And there are the vills. There's the castle. Crossbows over on the side. This will be a bigger army for MBL. It does have a nice timing for the castle. And armor on the way. Workshop behind it. MBL using the market. Buying some stone. That makes it more expensive if Hera wants to buy a castle. And what does Hera do against this forward castle now? This is going to apply a lot of pressure to someone who is just trying to go Imp. Crossbows will come forward, they'll deal with the knights, keep the knights away. Still no ballistics even for Hera. So lacking on the upgrades. And that castle is going to cover both TCs and a lot of Hera's base. Cover the gold. He's going to try to wall in the Mangonel as best he can. Another Mangonel defense against the skirms on the right. So Mangonel's on both sides, has to keep the Mangonel away from the castle fire. I guess I'll keep the lines up, because this castle is important. And there's the Tarkin against the crossbows. There's a Tarkin, one more pierce armor than the knights have. So, I mean, this is honestly a spot where MBL could go all in Tarkin. And if Hera had a defensive castle here and could just treb, he'd probably be in a good spot. But now MBL can apply a lot of pressure due to the castle age and the lack of army. I think MBL reading this and doing exactly what he needed to do. Still no Genbows from Hera, still no castle from Hera. He's actually doing War Galley and doing what I thought he might have done earlier, the fire ships on the eastern pond, but a bit late getting that pond control, and now MBL will have collected a lot of fish already. And there is Imp, there's Chemistry, and I think that's going to have to be the play, bombard cannons for Hera. Bombard cannons to deal with the castle, will maybe put him at risk of a ram push on this TC. If he doesn't want to delete the walls, could he legit transport ship his vills to safety? That would be one heck of a play. So crossbows with ballistic, or with ballistics now, with bracer and chemistry on the way, are going to duel the skirms. And ballistics on the way for MBL, but with Imp and with the upgraded advantage, Hera's just going to try to take that fight. 6 armor, but now 8 attack, so the fight will go okay for Hera. Gets one more upgrade, then he has 9 attack. And Hera's just going to say, your army can't fight mine now that I'm an Imp. I don't need to be home, I'm just going to go forward. But those watchtowers that MBL has up already should do... Ooh, hello, Nilly. Should defend him from the crossbows. I don't know if Hera's going to find much damage there. He lost the TC. Has a couple of Mangonels to deal with the ram push. And those Tarkins will be scary against bombard cannons. He's queuing the cannons. And with all the crossbows forward, I wonder if he has actually enough to defend against the cannons. Still has good production at home. I don't think he's going to find much damage underneath all those towers unless he tries to camp inside Murder Hole's range. Do Huns get guard tower? No, they don't. No, they don't. And here come the Tarkins, and yeah, those crossbows are not at home. Mangonel shots have to land, and bombard cannon getting some hits on the castle, but already focused down by the knights. And nice raid with the Tarkins. Hera's army's not in the right position now. An insane decision to go forward. Has he scouted all the towers? I mean, you'll see them now. It's MBL, you know he's going to have a tower defense. MBL, I mean, he has 1 TC. He legit could camp the TC and destroy it with the crossbows. But MBL double towers everywhere. This army's not doing damage, and MBL has a great attack here at the same time. If Hera had just camped at home, he'd be able to defend. But now Tarkin's coming forward on the bombard cannons. Hera up by 20 eco units, but just being destroyed at home. His army's not there. I mean, the army numbers are similar. Hera's Imp, but he's not in the right position at all. He's now just losing crossbows to double watchtowers. Killed some villagers at least. MBL didn't garrison in time. He's now gonna go find a TC spot on a hill. MBL pushing him back, and now Hera does not have any gold access. Yeah, no gold access at all. And is there any gold in this part of the map? No, there's not. He'll have to go all the way over there to find gold. He can maybe find gold with the vill over here, but that's one villager. It's not going to be much gold income. Is MBL winning this? Is Hera so far ahead, 20 vills and imp, that he can just come back with the crossbows and still take a fight? It's a lot of elite skirms at this point. Still crossbow, not Arb. And Huns are Huns. So Cav Archer's going down. Arb's taking the fight, and it's just so hard to fight. Or not Arb's, just crossbow. So hard to fight Imperial Age Arbs when you're in the Castle Age. This is what Hera needed 5 minutes ago. He'll pick everything off, but he could have had 2 or 3 bombard cannons alive. He was thinking, I'll go forward and get numbers at home, but he didn't have the time for that. Now he'll group everything up, and I mean, he's still in a good spot. Despite losing his entire base, because he's still Italians against Huns, and he has the imp advantage, and there's Arb. And now even Tarkans aren't going to have the Pierce Armor in the Castle Age, only 5 Pierce Armor against 10 attack. So now Hera can do what he wants with the Arbs, but I don't think he's still going to get any damage at MBL's base due to all the towers. If MBL had some TCs behind this, that'd be one thing. And Hera, we see the TC location. He is going over to that gold. And Arbs on the hill will be stacked together, destroying the mining camp. More Tarkans for MBL, and he's just going to go watchtowers now. Hera can get bombard cannons out and keep them safe. That's one thing. He has 1 cannon under the TC. Mining stone, so he might be able to get a castle soon. He's working towards it. That cannon needs to run away, not die to a tower, to castles. Oh, did Hera just cannon his own vill? He might have. The late Castle Age Hunnic Tower Rush. Don't see that every day. Only reason this is close. The only reason this is close is because Hera sent his army forward. Keeps his army at home. I mean, he killed a few vills, right? He killed 15 vills, but lost 34. He keeps his army at home, and I think he's won the game already. MBL doing husbandry. I don't think Tarkans will be enough. If he were imp with the final armor upgrade, then yeah, Tarkans could be nice, but not in the Castle Age. Having Arb at this point almost feels like having Genbo. Here's Horse Collar. No Horse Collar for Hera, but to be fair, he's been fishing the whole game. He hasn't needed it. And then 2 cannons now should be able to take out the forward castle from MBL without much of an issue. MBL nowhere close to Imp. Hera up by almost 5,000 resources collected. Or over 5,000 resources collected. Mangonel not going to be a threat with the cannons. And now that Tower Rush is not going to be a threat with the cannons either. Neither is that castle. And MBL just going to have to run. Don't even think it's worth it to repair. Yeah, MBL's never clicking Imp. I think the only thing MBL can click right now is GG. Well, he made it interesting when Hera made a poor decision with the crossbows. But I think that's about it. So MBL can repair for a while. Are 9 vills enough for 2 cannons? I know versus Trebs. I don't know versus cannons. I should check up on cannons. Also insane that we're getting like 400 viewers on YouTube. Thank you all for the support on the YouTube. Okay, here comes some Tarkans. Tarkans from all sides. Along some skirms, but oh, the cannons can deal with the skirms. The Arbs can deal with the Tarkans. The Tarkans will just be picked off, no problem. Castle Age versus Imp Arbs is not a fight you can win unless you have huge, overwhelming numbers. Cannon's his own farm. Cannons still have good hit points on them. There's the GG from MBL, and Hera will go up 2-1. WP, well played Italians versus Huns on Cross. Or no, not on Cross, on Four Lakes, the DE map. And 109 kills to 94. Still think it was probably a mistake to go forward with the crossbows there. But I guess MBL had a couple of instances where he just had to throw up towers and didn't garrison. So, I mean, he did do some damage. Oh, look at that castle time. Can you get a more perfect fast castle timing than 1337? That's the elite Castle Age upgrade. GG for Hera. That's 2-1 now in favor of Hera, winning the next of MBL's home maps, and maybe we'll see Crater now. No more water shenanigans. Land maps the rest of the way. Get 30 vills idle for 5 minutes. I mean, that's true. That's true. He was losing vills by those towers. It's a loss for the Huns and a win for the Italians, so Harry using the end of his civs now. Ooh, and he still has Jurchens. I hope we get to see the Jurchens played, just because I have no idea where he'll play them. Should dive the castle with the Arabs to kill the Vills. Oh, and also hello LL on YouTube. Maybe a creator for the meme of Masked Grenadiers. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And hello Haranara on YouTube today. Hello. And did they launch already? Ooh, they have launched, and it will be Crater. Will be Crater. And, well, it's not going to be Jurchens. It's going to be Turks Khmer. Ooh, Turks are interesting on Crater because of the extra Pierce armor they have on their light cav line. But Hera can just then go Chimera Scouts himself. Yeah, both up. Oh, that's perfect. That's the scheme, both up. You can watch the ads on Twitch, then watch in 4K on YouTube. I'll have to, like, multi-stream if I ever get better internet, like to Kick, too. And to Facebook. And just stream everywhere. Neglected for protecting revenue for Twitch. Yeah, I turned the ads off. So any Patreon or channel membership support on YouTube too is helpful and motivating for keeping the ads off. Because I hate ads myself. First time catching live, thanks to YouTube recommendation. Yeah, I'll have to investigate my stats and see how people find the YouTube stream too. YouTube viewership greater than Twitch? Yep, that all depends on whether T90 and Dave are streaming. If they're not streaming, we'll have more Twitch viewers. If they are streaming, we'll have more YouTube viewers. That's how that works. And here we go, once more Hera in the red, and he'll be playing as the Chimera to the north. MBL will be playing as the Cyan Turks to the south. Beat the algorithm. So the map is Crater, and let me get the range indicators off, we don't need them for now. And we will have, well, as the name would imply, a big crater, a valley in the middle, 5 relics dead in the middle of the map, all of the player resources mostly forward, some a bit to the sides. You have your berries in the back, everything else forward. And then behind your berries on your hill, you have 8 ibexes, and you can do a lumber camp up there. Hera, as the Chimera, will use his scout to start pushing in the ibex. On the other side, we might have an ibex push coming in from MBL as well. Try to get them pushed in towards the town center. I love the Saracen theme song. Oh, it's Turks and Chimera this game. So you might be mistaking it for the Turks. Or you're just saying it. Photographers was amazing. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're definitely going to be doing a 3rd edition, maybe a year from now or so. I don't want to run it too often, but I definitely enjoyed it. Sounds Saracen-y, so that was definitely the Turks then. I just remember I heard the Saracens theme song so many times when I was testing the Saladin Showdown, because it would play at the start every time I restarted the game. Yeah, it all helps to have enough people in the YouTube chat to interact with. Okay, I can have both up and read both of them. I'll still at some point need to integrate both of them on the stream overlay together. I don't know, Twitch technically doesn't like that, but we'll see how it goes if I try that. But it's nice, yeah, you add everyone together and we have like 500 viewers. Which is a great boost considering where we were probably at like 100 to 200 even just like 6 months ago. Oh, does Hardy have a Saracens? I'll have to check that out. Also check out Vitalis. He has a lot of extended editions of the Civ themes. He's the Forgotten Empires composer, and he has some extended Civ themes on his YouTube channel. Happy that instrumentalization is mostly region accurate. That is a mouthful to say. Instrumentalization. That's a fun word. I'll have to use that now if I ever have a conversation with one of my music friends. Just to sound fancy. How did I end up with the name T-West? That is literally my name shoved together. That is how. My parents almost named me Wesley, so I'm glad they didn't go with that. I think the correct word would have been instrumentation. I don't know. I guess I need to learn the correct word before I talk to my music friends, otherwise I just look silly. I don't live on the US West Coast, I live on the East Coast. I almost moved West Coast once, but ended up staying East Coast. Much better time zone for streaming, though, I have to say. Is an instrumentalization usually used in politics? I've never heard the word before. As much as I pay attention to politics, I can't claim to have ever studied it or been an expert in it. Or in the field. T-East. So, Feudal Age on the way for both players. Hera as the Chimera looks like he will be skipping the barracks and going straight for the stable. MBL looks like he will be just skipping the barracks entirely. He's up much more slowly as the Turks. So that's 16 villager up, no loom. So 17 pop, no loom for Hera. He's just taking that hunt and going straight for the stable. No mill, just a lumber camp. Houses up by the lumber camp, he can garrison if he needs to. Just going out to the berries now. So Hera had a very particular build planned for the Chimera here, and he's just going to pump scouts as much as he can. So the question is, does he stay scouts? Does he go double stable scouts? Does he ever do a barracks for spears? Double stable scouts as Chimera versus Turks I think could be interesting, just because that archer transition becomes awkward with the free pierce armor that the Turks have. So just staying full feudal scouts, even double stables, might be an option here. And you're not slowing yourself down with the barracks for the spears, just adding in farms. And Viper barely interact with the YouTube streams, or with their YouTube chats. I try to be more interactive with the chats because I figure we're not at like the huge like stream numbers to the point where the chat would be too fast to read. And I mean I can have a few hundred viewers and can read 2 chats at once, so I guess we're doing something right. Okay, so more scouts just pouring in. MBL, can he get a spear out? He's trying to get one now. Didn't quite afford it right at the start of feudal. He was pushing some ibexes to the mill. I guess this build all starts with successful ibex pushes from Hera as the Chimera. And maybe if his opponent had been something like the Georgians, where the mule cart goes on the ibexes, we had seen Yo doing that a couple times on this map, where he's able to go forward with the scout and harass the push. Then this build doesn't become as clean for Hera. So I guess the Chimera may be a Civ matchup dependent pick here. Probably less useful against the Georgians or Armenians on the map. He's getting a Vil pick. He's going to get the scout picked. So a nice couple of picks there, but he does lose a scout and some HP. Maybe he still wants to wait for forging before fighting Vils in earnest. I always feel like that way about the scouts, that forging is really important. But he's getting the farms around the TC, avoiding the stragglers, getting them in nice positions. This is my favorite color, cyan. The color that MBL is playing. 5 was always my favorite number. I don't know why, but as a child, I just decided 5 was my favorite number. That's player 5 in AoE 2. can read all chat messages even with 100k viewers. That is a lot of viewers. But I mean, to be fair, I mean, I have done really large AoE streams before as mods, and it felt possible to read the chat, so maybe it is. I mean, usually only a small fraction of your viewers are actually typing in the chat. So, Spirit Defense from MBL. Hera can just hoover around now. And now my question for Hera is, does he go for a transition here other than just scouts? He has Bloodlines on the way from the stable. And going to start... Oh, he still doesn't have Loom. Hera, you need Loom. You need Loom, buddy. You don't have the gold for Loom because you spent it on Bloodlines. He's just going to rely on walls and Chimera houses. So, again, the Chimera can hide in the houses and won't need Loom, maybe? Yeah, there he's walled the woodline. And with no Archer transition, he's not going to be punished for the lack of Loom. He is still long-distance mining, but he needs another round after this even to get Loom. Oh, no Loom. And can MBL actually punish him for not having Loom? He's going to bring his scouts back with Bloodlines. And then maybe he can pick off the spears if they're lonesome and forward. Alright, he's going to try to get back to the TC. He will block with the scout and get there. So no Loom, no problem. How did he only get 10 gold? Did he swap to a farmer? Okay, no, he dropped it off somehow. Okay, well, one more round of gold, then he can do Loom. And at this point, just go YOLO, no Loom. And that's the thing, if you don't do Loom, you don't need any gold for Bloodlines. So Hera just doing the Bloodlines right away. Now, that's something I always kind of keep in mind if I get lamed early on, but still click up at a decent time. That when they lose the scout HP, and if you can scout they're not going for a drush, you can get away with a late Loom. Sometimes. I remember seeing Doubt do that once, and I've always kept it in the back of my mind. So here we have one more Vild and Loom on the way. Okay, one Vild going down. And Chimera House is still being useful. Vild's gonna garrison. MBL must be so frustrated here. He's like, the dude doesn't have Loom and I can't kill anything. And still gonna keep an eye out for a blacksmith or a second stable from Hera. He's gonna micro not just the scouts at home. He's gonna go for the second stable before the blacksmith. And try to get the scout numbers up. There's another Vild going down. Loom is in. Didn't quite get to the house. And he's gonna run around, lose to the spear. This is where against the spears I feel like the blacksmith for forging would be useful. Maybe even more so than the second stable. As he is losing some more Vills, and MBL getting some nice Vill picks finally. Hera being a bit greedy, staying by the mill. I mean, maybe forgetting he's Chimera, that farm could have even been closer to the TC. Oh, he's going to take a fight against the spears under the TC, though. And get quite a lot of HP off of them. A nice gate there, so the gate separates the scouts from the spears so they can't take the fight right away. And you'll have more scouts coming out from both stables. Bloodline scouts, so MBL can't really fight that even with the numbers. And HP is close with the numbers. MBL with the hill, though. That's not the best fight for Hera. But he's still kind of cleaning it. And 20 on food versus 14 on food. Hera, I think, has the much better economy added in so far. What is that, 17 farmers? Hera already on 20 Chimera farmers. I mean, at this point, the farmers are even better than the berries. Question then just becomes, does Hera want blacksmith upgrades before he clicks up, or will he just go straight for bloodlines? Loom remains the tech that punishes you hardest for getting it when you don't need it and for not getting it when you do. The scout fight still happening at the front. Spear is coming over, but Hera pulls back. Market now for MBL. And is there a hole? There is a hole. If the scouts had forging, they'd be rampaging through the Vills, and maybe with bloodlines, it's enough for them to get the kills. As MBL is not paying attention, he's trying to micro on the front, but at the same time, he's losing the fight on the front. His spears are going down. Bloodline scouts are OP, and MBL losing Vills on that wood line. Scouts getting some damage, finally going down to the spears. MBL turning and fighting the scouts. And he's going to lose another Vill, though. So 6-4 KD in favor of Hera. And he still has the scout numbers, 10-2, 6 spears. But there is forging. There's the blacksmith and forging for Hera. Hera's going to have to be careful, though. He does not have horse collar. And he's probably going to want to add in horse collar before reseeding too many of these farms. That's a lot of farming eco he'll have. But forging on the ways, he has the numbers advantage, so he's just going to take the fight. There are a few spears added in, though. And yeah, Hera's gonna get back. If he has forging, he can probably take the fight much better. And forging just now on the way. Doesn't really need the armor upgrade if he's just fighting spears. Helpful against the scouts at least, but forging and bloodlines are the important ones. And no armor on the spears yet for MBL. Armor on the spears can help counteract the forging. And with foraging, he can start picking vills in earnest. MBL buying food, and MBL thinking of going up. But he's going to go up when he's completely not walled. And risky to go up like this, but the Turks will have camels, and that's one of the great counters to the all-in scouts play, the camels. And also wheelbarrow, too. So no wheelbarrow for Hera, which could be helpful for the farmers, but still maybe something you want to do after clicking up. And I'm just worried that the spears are not going to be enough against foraging scouts, especially since some of them are hurt. MBL walling the Vil. So with the market and the wall and the gold, Hera can probably tell that MBL's up. And how does Hera react to this? By sending Vils forward, and he's going to stay feudal, and he's going to maybe tower the gold. He's going to tower the gold, still pumping out 2 scouts at a time from the stables. Armor for sitting under the TC could even be a thing for him. And MBL, don't think he can actually do a counter tower at this point, and that's going to be probably 4 dead Vils. You can try to come over with the spears, or we can try to run the Vils. I mean, maybe he just needs to group the spears up and then run the Vils. So what is that? 3 spears and Hera up to castle. So he's going to be not 2 minutes later, but he's going to just take the fight against the spears. No forging, no armor for the spears, no upgrades for them. That's a good fight for the scouts. And that mining camp almost down. Gold mining for Hera. Gold mining before before horse collar. The tower goes up, and that should be 4 dead Vils. And they're going to try to run into scouts. A spear there to help protect them. 2 spears, but the Vils start to go down, low HP. And actually, only 1 dead Vil. That's a good extraction from MBL. Eric's just going to camp there on the mining camp. Free light cav for the Turks. Bloodlines, barding armor on the way. The Vils might need to stay garrisoned in those towers. MBL is going to pick them off with the light cav. And maybe they need to Alcatraz themselves now, but... yeah, he's going to try to quick wall. Not quite going to get there in time. And great awareness from MBL to pick the Vils as they retreated. Hera needed to keep the Vils forward under the tower. They will go down, and right now still a nice Vil lead for Hera. And he's going to need to research light cav himself, though. Armor there for MBL. Armor for Hera on the way. And he will then have to deal with Turk camels. Camels on the way for the Turks. And still, Hera can garrison if he needs to. Need an archer edition? Well, archers, I don't know if archers make sense when there are no spears from Hera. Remember, he's the Chimera, he doesn't have the barracks, so archers aren't going to have spears to pick off. You're just going to be limited in your mobility. I mean, cav archers could maybe be a play in Castle Age. I think just scout camel makes sense as a composition here. And there we have Hera up, light cav on the way. And now the question is, how does he deal with camels? If you get enough knights out, you can deal with camels, but that would be a harsh swap over to knights. Vils are not going to be your answer to camels. He's fighting as much as he can. You at least want light cav and upgrades before fighting the camels, but yeah, camels are kind of the hard counter to this all-in scouts play. There's the light cav. Do we have husbandry yet? No husbandry. No Castle Age blacksmith upgrades. Finally do have horse collar for Hera. Hera's still with the score lead. He's adding the monastery, adding in knights. And it's going to have to be a monk defense now against the camels, but tricky with all the light cav out already. We're trying to use the house. Trying to maybe grab the hill. Still some exposed Vils. Knights coming over, and he does have the numbers advantage. And we'll see if the numbers advantage is enough to fight the camels. So Vil count's now dead even between the players. Slightly more resources collected for Hera. I feel like Hera's just had a couple of unforced errors, not having Loom early enough. And losing the 4 Vils on the way back from that tower. And deal with camels by playing elephants? Is Hera bold enough to do that? Because camels don't counter elephants nearly as well as they do cavalry or normal horse cavalry. And right now enough knights, enough light cav that Hera can take a good fight and get us around before the camel numbers start being amassed. MBL slightly taking the hill. Oh, where's that Vil going? One of the Vils had escaped earlier. No. Oh, she must have long distance mined some gold and picked the wrong time to run back. And is this time? Market for Hera. Is this time for elephants to deal with camels? Husbandry on the way. Chimera elephants will be speedy. Monks on the way. I mean, elephants would open himself up to monks. MBL is starting to grab relics with that monastery. Camel counters elephants? Kind of. The thing is, camels have attack only against cavalry and camels, unlike pikemen, they don't have an attack bonus against elephants directly. So they don't do nearly as much damage against elephants as the pikeman line does. Oh, and right now, some light cav still hoovering around the back, but not really finding much damage. One light cav on the wood line. Vil could probably knock it down. Oh, it's going to find a weak Vil, though. Oh, it's going to find a weak Vil. A one light cav from Hera finding the right Vils. Knight's still running around. Let's see, where am I getting pinged on Discord? Up an admin ping. Need to remove myself from the admin pings. So those are our base's pings. So husbandry on the way, iron casting, a wheelbarrow on the way for Hera. Monks wanting conversion, still defended by the knights. Hera still up in res collected. No player able to do a second TC. Is full on light cav raids. Oh, never mind. MBL does a second TC. Just didn't see it on the wood line there. And he's trying to fight the camels with the light cav. That's not going to end well. Build count's still equal, but MBL will start to pull ahead with that TC. Big fight in the middle. Some conversions coming in for MBL. And how many monks are there? Monks starting to go down, but I think a couple of conversions were successful in there. And Hera's going to win that fight. Hera's now down in Vils, losing more military. And the Turks with the camels are a nice counter to the Khmer here. Maybe we do need to see elephants, but then the monks come into play. That tower's still annoying on the gold, but MBL going to have 2 more golds he can access, especially that front gold now. And he's just pumping camels, and right now there's no answer to the camels from Hera. Hera adding in a 3rd stable and now a barracks, and he's going to have to go for Halb. Or, I mean, pikemen now. Pikemen for the Khmer, which, I mean, nice thing for the Khmer is that Turks don't have pikemen of their own, but this should be a good fight for MBL with the camels. This should be a good fight. Hera can't take that. Still no ranged unit, worried about the Turk light cav. Scale mail armor on the way. Well, the 3rd TC for MBL right in the middle. Hera still has a score lead. He's up in KD, but it's starting to fall behind in Vils. Has to just rely on the efficiency of that Khmer Eco now. Doing a 2nd barracks, so he's going to be going double barracks, triple barracks pikemen now. Okay, that's going to lose a lot of mobility, and it's not going to be able to give him much pressure under the TCs. Turks? Let's see, what was their Scorpion line like? They do have heavy Scorpion, but no siege engineers. I mean, eventually Scorpions, I think, should be good for the Khmer, but that's an eventual. You need more Eco for that. And still he's staying 1 TC. Pikeman on the way. Does he have enough farms for this? Does he have enough gold control for this? The triple barracks pikeman, he will be able to take straight up fights against the camels then. Camels looking for raids around the side from MBL, but this lumber camp not actually walled. Not actually walled there. Hera did a couple of farms, but needs a piece of wall to keep that secured. We'll see if he notices the camels. And nothing else going on at the moment. Armor for the pikemen. The camels could get in, and they will get in. Let's see if MBL notices. There he goes. And Hera's just going to head for the houses. He can garrison literally everyone, but he's Khmer. And get anyone but Khmer and you die there. Hera just needs the wall there. You can hop out of the house, do the wall, and hop back in. Okay, at the front, the Knights of the Light Cav are pushing, getting under the TC. Hera still with the numbers advantage. A lot of those numbers are pikemen, though. Mangonel on the way out, but that won't be helpful against all the cav. I feel like against the pikemen, you have to go Scorpion here rather than Mangonel's all the cav on the field. You need something that'll be useful against both of them. That's true, he could get trapped in, but then he's trapped in with Vills. I don't think Hera traps the camels, then hops all the Vills out and just leaves only camels inside. But this is a very, very low HP TC. Camels come over just in the nick of time. And you need enough HP on the TC to garrison and deal with the pikemen. You need enough knight deaths at the hooves of the camels to deploy the mangonels. That's 2 mangonels that are basically going to be trapped in that workshop. And I think Hera's going to take this TC. Hera with the Chimera, that farming eco. He's still ahead in res collected despite being down 30 Vills. And MBL has gone for 4 TCs, a 4th one in the back. So this TC will at least go down. But now Hera's going to have all the map control. And soon all the gold control too. There's still... Actually, what was that? 5,000 gold? 3,000 gold here. I was selecting another one. Yeah, but these 2 other golds still forward under the control of Hera. And that's going to be some dead Vills from MBL as that TC goes down. And that'll be another 7 dead Vills, so that'll help even the Vill count up a bit. Camels in the back. Oh, it's a forward workshop. But Camel's still hoovering around here for MBL. Hera has to be careful on the wood line. And at this point, I think the Vill difference is so much, I don't know if Hera actually can afford to add TCs. I think he just has to go all in. He's just going all in Knights versus Camels. Knight Pike versus Camels. And if he can punch through maybe these forward stables and just create an opening where he can take another fight under the TC, that could be great for him. Those mangonels still did nothing from that workshop. That's a monk coming forward. Do they have redemption? I always forget that. They do. I mean, redemption to convert the stables could even be a nice option here. So tricky to make sure the pikemen always are fighting. That's a fully garrisoned TC. A couple of them aren't Vills. But now the fight commencing under the TC. Hera just deciding he's going to fight with the pikemen against the camels and get as much damage as he can, pick off more Vills. Still down by 20 Vills, but getting some nice damage under the TC when the Vills can't all garrison and fit inside. 36 military to 19, and his military count is skyrocketing. He's raiding in the back of the back, too. Camel's got to go clean that up as MBL has to garrison the TC. And all the idling is giving a nice eco lead for Hera. And chain riding armor on the way. Hera's done all of this without armor. Destroyed a TC without armor, even. He's slightly getting cleaned up. One monk will go for a conversion. He won't care. He wants to destroy the blacksmith. He can try to convert it back. Just charge and then maybe get some camels. Oh, he gets the conversion. Forward workshop and rams now. And he's going to go for a ram push on the TC. Mangonels, no, just rams to end the game. He can even put the pikes inside the rams if he wants. And a 3rd ram on the way. He is taking out all the stables. And that's going to be a lot of production facilities lost. And then going for the TC. That's a defensive castle. But can the castle go up? Not that many Vills garrison. The pike push coming forward. Hera with the pikemen is forcing these fights, and he might be able to do it. MBL maybe got greedy adding an eco instead of army. That castle's not going to go up. That TC will be destroyed. The Vill count getting closer and closer as Hera raids. MBL has to send his entire village to raise that castle, but he'll still have exposed TCs. Sending Vills to fight the rams. As the repair Vill is getting killed by knights and pikemen, 1 ram goes down. I'll see if he can save the TC. All the repair Vills are killed. The rams go down though, and the castle goes up, so that will just keep the TC alive. Some more repair Vills dying. Now Vills, oh, ejecting at the front of the TC. Don't think MBL wanted that. We'll lose them, just want some more repairs. We'll keep the TC up, but now he's down by 6 Vills. Hera could just add TCs at this point if he wanted to. Still has a huge res collected advantage. It takes a village indeed. It takes a village to raise a castle. And Hera has the Vill lead. Things have completely turned around. And Hera, he can add TCs and boom. He can add a forward TC because he has the army to protect it. And MBL had spent so much wood repairing that TC. Rams could run around and hit the side TC. Are Janissaries good against Knights? Yes. Up and Hera, 1 TC forward, 1 TC in the back. He can feel that he has the eco lead. He'll take out the rest of the workshops and the stables. Where are the relics? 3 to 2 relics in favor of Hera 2. Managed to grab a couple of those relics from the middle. And we'll be taking out the barracks. Healing from the monks will come in on the knights. this is really feeling GG. That it is. All-in Knights versus All-in Castle. I think the All-in Knights from Hera are winning. Now, this is insane. I think about it. Like, MBL was making the counter unit. He was making full camels for a long time, but still couldn't take the fights against the Knights. And here come the Janissaries, but nice surround from the Knights on the Janissaries. They will be picked off. Knights not caring about that castle fire. I gotta say, that is a beautiful castle that the Turks now have. But I think this is over. So does MBL, and Hera goes up 3-1. What a game. That's all of MBL's home maps now lost to Hera. And he's got to be happy you pulled out that Celts win on the first game, because he's looking at a 3-1 hole now. 166-132 KD. Better eco for Hera all in all. Was neck and neck, slightly ahead for Hera, and pulled ahead with those raids at the end. Ooh, faster castle timing for the camels didn't matter in the end, when Hera eventually could make that pikeman switch. GG. Yeah, the relics were about to go down for that series too. Absolutely crazy game on what Crater is an absolutely crazy map. So that's 3-1 in favor of Hera, looking to finish this off in the next game on one of his home maps. Arabia, Socotra, and Land Madness, a crazy open map pool. That's a loss for the Turks and a win for the Khmer. And I mean, Hera still has Khitans. Jurchens, Khitans, Romans, Magyar has a good set of civs to those maps. Wu, Goths, Vietnamese, Georgians. Maybe a bit more unconventional for MBL. The game is a balance problem. Can someone nerf Hera? I mean, he's even winning A-tier tournaments now. What is this? Not like he could have added skirms against the pikes there. I don't think that would have worked out. I know it's MBL, and I know he likes skirms, but maybe he could have gone for it. I mean, that's the weird thing, right? Against Turks, even if he goes for his own spears, then he's still running spear versus pike. Let's see, they have a lobby up. They're in the game already. And it will be Arabia. Arabia. We have a perfectly palindromic 13,331 followers on Twitch. We need like 100 more, or maybe 200 more, so then it pyramids up to 13,531. And someone to install the Doubt update? Is that what we need? We need Doubt to counter Hera? Let's see, we'll have a spec delay of another minute. And there'll be Georgians, Jurchens on Arabia. Hera, with picking the Jurchens, maybe saying, I'm gonna make T-West miss the last game if his AC technician gets here to work on the air conditioning in 45 minutes. Not to say I'm rooting for Hera or anything, but that would mean I do cast the entire set if it finishes this game. And 19 seconds of spec delay. You're behind by 3 minutes, 30 seconds. You can speed up on YouTube. You can speed up and catch up on YouTube. That's the thing. Sometimes YouTube isn't the greatest at showing that you're, like, live time versus behind. Other than that, I think the player is almost in every way better than Twitch. All right, so here we are. We shall have Arabia with these nice peach blossom trees. We'll have MBL playing as the cyan Georgians to the southwest, and Hera playing as the red Jurchens to the southeast. Those are really close to each other. It's a 3-woodline Arabia, where their woodlines are right next to each other. And ooh, what is a little bit of rock on top of flower there? That's cute. Little scenery objects there. Oh, that's cute. Rock plus flower combination. I'll have to keep that in mind for my maps. And then this map also has the Asian pine tree, which just like, what is this tree? The other trees look so much nicer. Look how low resolution this tree is. It's like someone like didn't finish their homework when they made the trees. Well, look at that. I can't even use these in my maps because they're so low quality. Yeah, anyway, enough of that. This will be the chicken version of Arabia. I wonder if we'll see some funnels. Probably not, but I'd like to see some funnels. I guess back chickens for MBL, back gold and back berries. It's a nice map for MBL as the Georgians. And with the meal cart, he could take the chickens at the start, but he's just gonna go mill them. Mill the chickens. And it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chickens. So 5 light chickens, 2 medium chickens, and 1 dark chicken for MBL. We'll look at Hera. Is it the same? Yeah, we have the same color distribution of chickens for both players. This is in when I made Chicken Arabia, I actually hacked and edited the map so that you had different chicken colors for both players, but that is completely unnecessary, and no one will notice other than me. What's the math on chickens? Are they worth milling instead of foraging first? So 750 food from forage bushes. If you have 8 chickens, it's 325. Or no. I click all of them. It's 520 food. So it's faster, and I think milling it right away can be nice because you remove one area of your base that you need to defend. And then instead of defending both berries and chickens at the same time, you just need to defend the berries. And thank you, Don61, for the follow. Should I always cook your chicken? Don't eat it medium? Don't eat it medium? Are you a well-done chicken type of person? So Scout Cav still running around. 2 on wood for MBL, so probably looking to go up quickly. So what do the Jurchens do against the Georgians? I have no idea. So the meat of hunted and livestock animals doesn't decay. So I guess useful if you're hunting chickens. They don't decay all that fast anyway, but it doesn't decay for them. Mounted units and fire lancers attack 25% faster starting in feudal, so I guess a good scout civ. So a bit of a food bonus and then a scout bonus. Siege engineers available in the castle age. Siege and fortification upgrades cost minus 75% wood and research 100% faster, and units receive minus 50% friendly fire damage. They also have the Iron Pagoda as their unique cav unit. Oh, it's heavy cav, durable armor that can completely block melee attacks? So it's like a Shravamstrider shield, but melee attack, I guess. I've never actually seen them used. The Iron Pagoda. And then there's the Grenadier, which I have seen, and they can be insane in the right matchup. So fortifications would generate 500 HP per minute with fortified bastions. That sounds like a great tech for Castle Wars. And Thunderclap bombs, which is like if you played Call of Duty 4 back in the day. It's like martyrdom. Your grenadiers die and they drop a grenade. You've been milling before berries and it feels smooth. Well, both of these players have done so here, milling the chickens right away. MBL now with the double mill. Meal cart just on the wood. And he is looking to wall up the front of his base with the houses. Nice wall you'll have there. Not a fan as Georgian's not using the mule cart for the chickens. That could have been a thing too, right? You do the mule cart for the chickens, and then later on move it to gold when you need the mining camp. Or as a second lumber camp on your wood line. We did see Georgians picked on Chicken Arabia and cartographers for just that reason. So barracks for MBL. The projectiles also explode too. And a bit of a scout on villager fight there for MBL. Oh, is this a loom? This is a loomless feudal for Hera. Getting punished for not having loom. 2 vills down. Not quite. Oh, it's a low HP scout. That's a low HP scout. MBL. He killed a Vil, but if it's only one Vil, I'd actually prefer having the scout from Hera. I mean, super fast up. Oh, wait, Hera. Is Hera gonna FC this? Is he gonna go FC Phosphoro style Grenadiers? That scout will run away on 3 HP. So one hit kills it, but... Okay, I mean, Loom, no Loom. Hera's not doing a no Loom Feudal, he's just doing no Loom because he's still Dark Age. He's doing Loom before Feudal now, Palisade walling everything. He's even leaving his berries on the outside of the walls. Oh gosh, Hera learning the ways of Phosphoro. Gonna go FC. He doesn't have Gen Swordsman with this Civ, does he? That's not like a... He has Fire Lancers. Okay. Man-at-Arms. Yes, this is the Man-at-Arms only Civ, not even like Persians with longswords. Oh, what? Okay, Hera's got something cooking here now. Hera's got something really cooking. MBL gonna go forward. He's sending 2 Vils forward. He sees the FC now, and he's not gonna let Hera get away with that without a fight. He already played Italians versus Huns and lost to FC. So Hera didn't quite get his walls up to stop all Vil deaths, but only lost 1. And now that will be a tower behind the wood line. Hera, will he see that? Won't see that right away. Has to be careful if his Dark Age house is taking damage. Remember, the Georgian scouts will heal, so 3 HP on the scout is going to heal 2 HP per minute. And so MBL will actually be fine there. So Vil's not seeing the tower just yet. He could maybe have to go for another lumber camp, but at least he has another wood line. MBL could mule cart over to stone to take some stone, honestly, but not going to go for the next tower after that. Eric can probably just go to one side of the lumber camp even. Will it cover everything? Yeah, it does actually completely cover the lumber camp, but a bit of spot over here from stragglers he can chop. Might want a wall behind the straggler. So tower is up. Oh, is that Vil trapped? No, she's not. Okay, I thought she was trapped by the lumber camp. But Vils will go back, and thank you, Wang Song 0911 for the follow. Thank you very much. Okay, Hera selling the stone, buying the wood and the food, going up. Doing, what's he gonna do? A house, wall behind this. He can get another layer of walls up, stop the scouts from getting in. He's gotta wall quickly. Gotta go fast, get some houses, some palisades up. And there he goes. There's no hole here, is there? No hole. He's going to attack the house foundation as MBL. Castle Age on the way. And Hera, lots of houses, but learning the ways of the Phosphoro, the FC build. It's another very weak scout that will heal. 2 Vils down. He must have lost a Vil somewhere else. Still has his 1 HP scout alive. MBL going for the outpost. Is this FC grenade? What is he going to do? He doesn't have a barracks anywhere. It was Market Blacksmith. He's not on stone for a castle. What's he gonna do? What is Hera gonna do? Enlighten me, chat. Here's a barracks. Is this just gonna be grenadiers? He's walling behind it with more houses. He can't actually wall this or repair that house now, or put more HP on the house with the tower there. So he's never gonna be housed this game, at least not for a while. Maybe he overchopped the wood line and needed to wall in front. He might have lost a Vil there. This is a low HP house. And what's he gonna do there? MBL can break in through there. -1 melee armor on the houses in feudal. Fire Lancers. I think it's gonna be fire. A double barracks, so then it has to be Fire Lancers. So double barracks Fire Lancers. Okay, Hera learning from Doubt. I think monks? I guess it's just gonna be Fire Lancers. What did Georgians do against Fire Lancers? That's their... They lack the last armor. They lack Arb. They do have hand cannons. They do have cav archers. Decent cav archers they could go. I guess Fire Lancers kind of counter cav archers though. So what does this have to then just be crossbow from MBL? So Hera up the Castle Age, and it will be Fire Lancers. How do they do against buildings? Can we clear that tower? Does anything apply to them? Fire Lancers attack 20% faster starting in feudal. Okay, they're Castle Age units, so they'll attack 20% faster. Does that apply to the recharge of their charge attack? I'll just go out and clear the outpost while they have time, and play some William Wallace. Clear the outpost. CA died to cav archers? You mean CA died to Fire Lancers? Or Fire Lancers died to CA. I think Fire Lancers would kill the CA with their bonus attack. That's +5 against Cav. They use their ranged attack and can take them out. They're also quite speedy, 0.96 speed. The same as an archer. No, it does apply. So it does apply to charge attack. Okay. Harry might need some quick walls. Well, he's gonna have Fire Lancers behind this, but he'll go for the quick walls anyway. Gets them up just in time. And forward Vil. So what's this Vil going to do? Workshop stone walls from MBL. Stone walls. He's gonna keep the Fire Lancers out. He's up by 10 Vils. Bit of idle time from Hera too. There's the forward workshop. He's gonna see if the Fire Lancers work. They kill CA. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh, do they probably do benefit from Arson too, although he doesn't have that. They will benefit from Squires as that comes in. Imagine if they benefited also from Gambesons. Yeah, so the scouts can't attack this. And with a ranged attack, I guess he can stop rewalling? What does he go? Ram? Mangonel? What's the opening here? You can put these guys in the Ram for more Ram attack too, I think. Looks like it'll be Mangonel with the well, we'll see. He's spending his wood. Spending his wood on farmers. Walling up at home, not gonna let the scouts get in. Still chasing them with the Fire Lancers. And it will, oh, silly me thinking he goes Mangonels. It's gonna be a rocket card, of course. Yay, stone walls, let's go, Emma. Iron Pagoda is such a funny name for me, like you were naming a unit. Like, that's exactly, like a pagoda is a building. And Iron Pagoda sounded like some type of fortress to me when I first thought of it, but I guess I don't know enough about the history of this. Is it actually a unit? I don't know. And Iron Pagoda, maybe referring to how armored it is? So Rocket Cart can have the hill advantage there against the tower. That's a barracks that'll go down. Alright, scouts in the backs, a lot of Fire Lancers still. Bloodline's on the way for MBL. And what does he do against the Fire Lancers? Let's see, those gate foundations are weak. Don't Rocket Cart your own Fire Lancers, though. Make sure you're rocket carting the far side. And can these guys just destroy a tower? Actually, yeah, they can. They have enough attacking as a build. Oh, they're gonna wreck. Look how fast the tower goes down. It's a feudal age tower. It'll get more HP when it hits castle, but not all that much more. Rocket cart can take out the other tower. Oh, these guys are brutal. Or destroying the tower. MBL's the tower up at home. MBL likes his towers. That's a lot of stone he's spending. Stone that he's not spending on. Oh, and he's going CA. He's trying to go CA against the Fire Lancers. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Alright, Hera's believing. Harry's beginning to believe. Oh, that's true. Less friendly fire from your own rocket carts there. And now it's just another rocket cart, and then they destroy the TC. And then rocket carts on the TC. Fire Lancers take out the stable, stop the production. CA don't have Vodkin yet. What's the Pierce Armor on these guys? No Pierce Armor yet. Oh, they have 1 Pierce Armor. So actually, they could just do more Pierce Armor. And yeah, okay, it looks like they do damage to the Cav Archers. Armor on the way. And with the ranged attack, they can stop repairs. A couple of houses going down. Just gotta make sure you're attack grounding, so you're not killing your own Fire Lancers. Got a text message. Oh, okay, so no actual... Oh, my furnace had to reschedule, so it's going to be next week instead of today. That is a great text message to receive. So now I can cast both quarterfinals today. Okay. I'll cast both of them. Wonderful. 12 HP on the house, that'll go down. And Mangonel goes down to the rocket cart. Okay, micro here is important. Fire Lancer is going to close the distance on the Cav Archers. They'll probably destroy the Mangonel too. Yeah, they'll close the distance on the Mangonel. Mangonel goes down right away. And what does MBL do to counter this? On how the nest of bees. These aren't nest of bees. These are rocket carts. I don't know if it's different than a nest of bees or the same thing, but nest of bees is the UE4 unit. So more rocket carts there, and well, Cav Archer is doing okay against the Fire Lancers. And they can tank maybe a charge attack, then heal while the charge attack recharges. Fortified Church for MBL, and that's how you stop a rocket cart push. Double fortified churches, now he's playing Georgians like they're meant to be played with the churches. And rocket carts will not be able to push these. Same HP as a town center, but about 1/5 the wood cost, even less than that to repair, especially as the Georgians. And the rocket cart push is stopped. Is this live? Yes, this is live, indeed. Is this on the latest patch? This is on the latest patch. Yeah, the patch that buffed the Fire Lancers for some reason. I thought this was an OP unit that needed to be nerfed, but then all of a sudden they got buffed. They're cheaper, and they have one more attack, if I recall the notes. Oh, okay, Monk coming out the front of the church, and he'll be taken out by the charge attack. Wait. Although, does the TC cover it? Okay, the TC doesn't quite cover the church. Could Fire Lancers themselves take down the church if the rocket carts can't? As MBL, I think, is safe now. That'd be something nice if Capture is just labeled like live versus rec somewhere. And then people wouldn't need to ask. Maybe I could just do that on my own overlay. I mean, we'd need to remember to update it. That could be something we fit in somewhere. I wanted to do something like display stats, like viewer numbers or sub numbers, and maybe putting live versus rec could be a nice part of that overlay. Not sure where to put it, but maybe squeeze it in here, move the score up slightly. I wanted to move the chat to this side anyway. Maybe put it over here, move the chat to this side. I don't know, lots of decisions. Yeah, Vildenf is promising for MBL. And now Hera's gonna run into the problem that you cannot push a Georgian fortified church with a rocket cart or a mangonel. You just can't, they're so easy to repair, and Hera's gonna call the GG. Now MBL, well defended. Almost worked for Hera. And not quite though, he applied a lot of pressure. At 34 to 16 KD, the Cav Archers worked against the Fire Lancers. I was worried they wouldn't. Chat was telling me they wouldn't, but they did. And 5-minute difference to the Castle Age timing. Not enough to do damage before the churches came in. And hello, Sunnyflower. I post it in the title. I don't feel like that needs to be in the title. That's like posting the current map in the title. So 3-2. Jurchens do not work for Hera on Arabia, but he still has Socotra and Land Madness left. Loses against the Georgians. Still has Catans available, probably for Land Madness. Each time No Loom hasn't paid off. No Loom did pay off for Hera in that creator game. That did pay off for him there. Put live quarterfinals on the top scoreboard. Ooh, that's a good idea. If it were any other mounted units other than Georgians, the range attack from Fire Lancers would be useful. Ooh, okay. Where are we with the rocket cart versus mangonel video? I don't think I'm going to make a video about that. That's not my style of video. And it looks like it'll be Land Madness next. My video is going to be the Gen Swordsman, what happens to HP bonus when they're converted, and then healed up or hurt, and then change units and no longer get their bonus anymore. And swap to another Civ, and we can figure out which Civ has the best Gen Swordsman. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll do it in Capture Age. I know exactly what you meant. And you mean like this. Live quarterfinals. It is kind of silly that converted wounded Gen Swordsman will heal only up to 45 HP, exactly. And then they swap civs. And then they can get more Pierce Armor. They can be like Malians with even more Pierce Armor. They could be... What? Would Garland Wars apply if they're Aztecs? They get the Burmese attack bonus. They can get the Vikings extra hit points. But anyway, no Gen Swordsman this match. Make sure I can see both my chats. And there we are. It'll be Hera playing as the Red Romans to the west, and MBL as the Cyan Vietnamese to the east. The map shall be Land Madness. Hera did not go Catans here. Is he saving Catans for Socotra? Ooh, that would be interesting against Goths if we get a Game 7 on Socotra. And there you go, live quarterfinals. So no question that it's live and not Rex. Who is in the other quarters? The next set today will be Tato Leary. The other two were already played yesterday. I believe Yo and Nikov having won. We casted those. The VOD is on the YouTube channel too if you want to see that. So Sheep being taken here from MBL under the TC. What happens with Viking Gen Swordsmen? Does the threshold for switching them change? That is a great question, and we can experiment. I don't know. Maybe it's a hard-coded 45? Maybe it just is a percentage of 50%? We'll have to experiment and find out. So Romans, Vietnamese. I guess Romans a much more standard civ for Land Madness. Vietnamese, a bit tricky because they're usually... ooh, wait a minute. They're laming civ. They're a laming civ. Oh, MBL doing MBL things. Vietnamese so that he knows where Hera's TC is. And you only have one boar on this map, so immediately he goes forward, gets lucky that Hera's boar was on the front side of his base, and he will pull that back with his scout. The master boar lamer strikes again. Not even Hera is safe from MBL. Yeah, the last game was... I don't even know how to describe last game. It was an attempted Phosphoro with Fire Lancers. MBL being MBL... Now he'll lure in his boar. And great start to Land Madness. This is the map. You start with a forage bush under your TC, and you have to push in your Ibexes. Or your deer Ibex combinations. And lure in the boar here from MBL. This is the old Land Madness. Yes, it's the DE Land Madness. 3 villagers start, too. And also no rock terrain on the outside like I like to place. So you can wall all the way to the outside if you want to. Depends on how your map is shaped up. MBL, I don't think, just looking at the mini-map, or zooming out, don't think is a good shape for doing an outside wall. We need to go like maybe here, and then like go around there. I think that's a bit too big. Hera potentially could if he goes right along there, down to the TC, and then over to this side. Yeah, he could go for it, honestly. Even if he went behind that wood line. Or just that to the TC, and then there down. Hera could potentially go for a corner wall. Great zoom level. Thank you, zoom out. MBL being MBL, indeed. So deer on the way in from Hera. And I mean, Land Madness, 0 boars versus 2 boars on a map where the uptiming and the openness matter, especially with Hera's berries being forward. That's gonna matter, so Hera will try to compensate for the boar by avoiding a lumber camp, taking stragglers, and putting as many villas as he can under the TC. He has 101 wood, so that'll just be his lumber camp now. He's going to try to oversaturate those berries just to make up for it. But MBL doing Loom, the technology we've all learned is a good technology to have. And with that Loom, he'll be just about ready to click up. Oh, there's my mouse wheel acting up again. He'll be clicking up. He'll be clicking up. There he goes. And he is up to the next stage. What was the laned res? The boar. MBL stole a boar. Is Hera even pushing into the TC, not to the Berryvilles? I mean, he needs to get them in, but I guess that would make sense. You push him to the berries. Sheep are slightly faster than berries? Actually, I forget which is faster. But yeah, you could take them here, and well, there he must be reading the comments. We're just, via osmosis, getting the comments fed to him as he has learned what to do with the deer there. And he's going out, but MBL will have a Vil timing advantage. They both have Loom, and MBL forward can't really disrupt the deer push that he has less HP. So it is a boar lame versus scout HP trade-off. Oh, and he's going to push the deer away. He's going to push the deer away. Is MBL the host? We had that discussion in the chat earlier about who's the host and the deer running away from MBL scout. Oh, just ping-ponging back and forth. There's the barracks from Hera. They do go for the deer push fight, pushing it in towards the berries. MBL going to hope to be feudal first, and then maybe if he kept the scout far enough away, could have tried to engage. And there he is. So Vietnamese will have, with bloodlines these days, will have a good scouts opening. Do they have husbandry now? Yeah, they do have husbandry. I remember years ago they didn't have husbandry. But good eco for this. Oh, never mind. He's not going to go for a scouts fight. I thought he was going to, but nope, just a range. And we'll have a very safe gold as far as land madness is concerned to go for the range. Actually could just wall up from here to the edge of the map. And then have to defend the lumber camp, but play with walls over here. Could go to the edge of the map down here with walls, so it's maybe still a possibility for him to wall. Eric clearly has less APM needed to read, has the APM needed to read the rulebook and keep playing. Well, he said something was in the rulebook that apparently wasn't there though, so I think he was just typing and chatting rather than reading. Legit. Don't tell me he's going Spear Skirm, he's going Spear Archer. He wouldn't be going to the gold where only Skirm. So we'll be adding in archers. And setting him forward now. And range going up for Hera. So after only one farm, we'll be going for the range transition. He's not going to be able to afford horse collar, and that's where the lack of boar is going to hurt. So scout forward. Low HP scout will also hurt MBL. Has to be careful with the fights he takes. So 2 spears and an archer forward. Skirm should be able to come out in time for Hera to defend this. Hera walling up on his wood line. Very well. The other thing is too, if you're taking at the berries, you're not finishing your berries as quickly, and that means you're gonna have an extra spot on your base to defend for a longer time. So sometimes it's better just to get to the TC and kind of leave the sheep, because the sheep are easier to defend for a long time. And you're getting the berries out as fast as you can. So the faster the berries are gone, the faster these villas go to farmers around the TC, or could move to sheep under the TC. And is this walled? There's bamboo there. I think the efficiency of the Berryvilles would more be that you're spending less time pushing. You're taking the hunt as quickly as you can. So 2-vil lead for Hera. Or one vil lead. Slight idle time advantage there. Now he's getting more idle time, though. He'll see it by 2 vils, though. No losses for MBL. No real idle time difference. Is there a... Did he do Loom? He did do Loom, right? Yeah, he did do Loom. So someone explain the 2 vil difference to me. I'm not seeing it. What is that vil difference? Oh, it's Wheelbarrow. It's MBL did early Wheelbarrow. What is this build? The early Wheelbarrow from MBL. He loses all of his army. Well, he's gonna have really efficient farmers, I guess. But Vietnamese with a cheaper and faster upgrade, so... Yeah, early Wheelbarrow for the Vietnamese. Let's go. No, so it's not a no loom game, just a Wheelbarrow game. The farm's going up for MBL. Was that just a house wheelbarrow? He does need a few more houses. He's already preemptively getting them up on his lumber camp. Made the stable switch, so now he's going with scouts. Although they're not going to be too far behind Hera in terms of scout numbers. Still has a few archers and skirms out. So even with that loss, he still has a decent army. How did MBL stop it? Cav archers and fortified churches. Now that's the key for the Georgians. You stop almost any Castle Age push with fortified churches. You kind of need rams to push them. Mangonels don't do it. They're too easy to repair. Entire military refusing to cross the bamboos. Peak AoE 2? Hey, those military's got to be careful. So Scout Skirm versus Scout Archer. Here we'll see maybe an advantage in the Scout fight for MBL if he can bring his archers to bear. Or if he can surround the skirms. Turn and surround the skirms there. Going for the scouts mostly though. I have to turn around. And forging will be on the way for MBL. So house going up. And oh, what is MBL? What is this T90 farm? Look at this. Look at how much of a gap that is. Oh, what is this? At least I gotta give him props for not using auto farm there. So he still gets like 1/10 of a twist point for no auto farm. Imagine if you could like run some irrigation down the little paths through the farms somehow and get a bonus. Now that was the third farming tech in AoE 1, irrigation, if I recall. So Skirm, Archer, Skirm's kind of winning, but the Scout's going down. And now maybe the Skirms go down for Hera, all low HP picked off. MBL winning that fight. Hera up to the Castle Age though. That's gonna let MBL take a good fight here. On the skirms, if you can just get the scouts. He's pushing the TC. Maybe if he pushed the lumber camp instead, he could take a better fight. Right now, Hera's in the situation where the skirms aren't going to die to the scouts because he can camp them in range of the TC. If he's ever in a situation where he needs to move out, then the skirms are picked off by the scouts. This is how you use skirms in AoE 2 within range of the TC. One goes down though, gets picked off. G90 farm question marks, yes. Yeah, Vietnamese do have good value with wheelbarrow. Castle Age on the way. More scouts being trained from Hera. Yeah, they say 50 wood and half, and they do it 50% faster, right? Or 100% faster, so 50% of the time it takes. So he's up to castle. Will be a good almost 2 minutes behind Hera, though. Bloodline's on the way, and with double stables, Hera's just going to get knights out. And it'll be Knight Skirm for Hera. There's Castle Age on the way. Often estimate killing for free the 60 wood farms. I love doing that, the farm snipes on the 1 HP farms. So armor on the way, Bloodlines on the way for MBL. Is he gonna go, how does he counter Roman Knights? Double stables, Bloodlines, he could go Knights of his own. But he is Vietnamese and he could go elephants. Could this be elephants? Ooh, I'd love a word elephants. University on the way up for Hera. Elite Skirm and Scale Barding on the way. Oh, quick gate. Quick house. Quick wall. Walls going up. Walls everywhere. Double bit axe and hand cart. HC I read is hand cannon. Alright, so Vil picked off by scouts there. MBL up to the castle age. And immediately, what does he do at the stable? He does light cav. Taking a good fight here. Monastery on the way to defend against knights. He's actually up by Vil still from that wheelbarrow. And going after the skirms, light cav on the way. Still now gonna queue knights. Hera queuing knights too. He'll have a slight advantage. Maybe overzealous pursuit with a spear is gonna run into the skirms. Something satisfying about playing good eco civs, and well, the Romans certainly are a good eco civ. But MBL's taking a nice advantage so far. Can't fight the knights with the light cav, but can pick off more skirms. Armor on the way, and Hera gonna add more skirms. So knight skirm. He's just gonna try to have maybe a knight and economy advantage. Oh, what is this? What is this? Another raid from MBL. Oh, I was so busy looking at his base, I didn't see the archer. The archer is sneaking in. This is devastating for Hera on the gold. Vil's going down left and right. Knight's not home to defend. And great push from MBL. He has Bodkin on the archers. And he can even hoover around towards that wood line, towards the gold. Hera sending Vils out there, but MBL will be there. From the other side, more units coming in from MBL. MBL taking a huge score lead with this raid. Hera's not the Chimera. He can't garrison in the houses here. And MBL could be forcing a game 7. Hera clowned around a bit with the Jurchens instead of playing a serious game of Arabia, and now he's taking a lot of eco damage. That's a lot of low HP Vils still remaining. Cav could come in, snipe them off at any time. That's a 5 Vil lead for MBL. He has a second TC up behind this, and he is pumping units. So 2 TCs eco lead, and he has Vietnamese Cav archers. Let's go. Getting a third TC added in. Hera eventually could get Roman Scorpions, but he's not in a position for that now. Has some skirms hoovering around. It's just gonna be Knight Cav Archer now. Yo, MBL. Now, since you never noticed the Roman bonus, really? The Roman bonus, I think, is one of the strongest eco bonuses in the game. Maybe it's more of a late game bonus, though. I've played against Romans on Michi, and they're horrified by them. To think fortified churches are double the percentage at 10 instead of 5. Oh gosh. Yeah, MBL Beast Mode activated. There's husbandry on the way for MBL. It's being peeled back. And Bloodlines, Chain Barding Armor on the way. Okay, that's that early game? Okay. Interesting. Oh, wait, does a monk moving off of a gate foundation affect the conversion? That's a video right there. How do gates affect monks? Or foundations affect monk conversions? And the charging. That's something I didn't think of in my monk video. Also, something I missed was the fact that ships have an innate conversion resistance like buildings. I never knew that. Monk gatekeeping. The macro, you notice you just float more resources with Romans. So, Cav Archer's coming over. Knights Spear is defending against the Knights. Hera's gonna have to run away. At the same time, Light Cav raiding, getting more Vil kills forward for MB. Oh, that's the right, couldn't quite right click it there. We'll get another Vil. Down he goes, and then we'll get out. Hoover on in, get out. 20 Vil lead for MBL, Ballistics for Hera. Hera desperately going for raids, but just throwing his knights to their deaths in doing so. MBL 25 military to 21, huge eco lead, getting the relics over 1k more res collected. And he is in an amazing spot right here, all starting with that lame. And game 7 would be on Socotra. Anything can happen if we go to Socotra. Skirm's going to pick off Cav Archers. And Monk gets a conversion on the Knight. Skirm's trying to pick off the Cav Archers there. Trying to pick off the Monk, but MBL still has the Knight numbers. Still taking a decent fight, and he's just kind of waiting for that eco bonus, or that eco presence to kick in. It's 2k res now, but soon you should be able just to flood knights, click imp early, whatever he wants. And as long as he maintains equal military, he's not going to be under threat of Hera coming to drop a forward castle. And if there's one map where anything can happen for Game 7, it is Socotra. And Hera, I think, will want to do everything he can to avoid that. To avoid the situation where MBL wins Game 1, and then they each win each other's home maps. So monks want conversions. He's saying his GG. Hera's going to fight on. He's not going to give up easily to MBL. There's even a sliver of a chance for him. He's going to take it. House walling in the back. I'll give 5 subs if Hera wins. I'll go Hera then. We're very close to 400 sub points. We only need 11 more subs. We're close to it. So monks want the conversions. Knights here to keep the skirms away. And melee armor. Okay, misclick. Iron casting for MBL for the knights. Skirm's not able to pick off the monks in time. MBL getting some nice conversions, some woos. And Light Cav will pick off the monk in the back from Hera. And this army will be cleaned up. Well, I mean, it's close in HP. That's not counting the Cav archers, so this will be cleaned up. Monk even dodging. There's the GG. And we're going to Game 7 on Socotra. MBL does it. 66 to 56 KD. Huge eco lead, all starting from that early lame, smooth economy with the Vietnamese. The faster uptiming from Hera doesn't pay off. And MBL does it. T-Forces Game 7. Yeah, Korean wood discount does not apply to their siege. Does to their ships, but not to their siege. Alright, and again, thank you all for watching. It's nice to have 400 plus viewers on YouTube. Numbers on YouTube are insane. Thank you all for the support. And that leaves us with Socotra. No more Romans, no more Vietnamese, but that is this Goths, Khitans, Wu Magyars? I don't even know what civs that go here other than Goths. Who doesn't love a Game 7? I mean, even my air conditioner technician canceled his appointment today, so I had time to cast all this. Alright, game number 7. And again, let me just play the pre-rolls on Twitch, or play the ads on Twitch between the games, so we don't have pre-rolls during the games. You know, you can always sub or watch on YouTube if you don't want the ads. So thank you all for the support. Twitch just tells me we went up to 390 sub points. I didn't see a sub, but we did go up somewhere, so someone must have just renewed a sub. So isn't a throw, it's MBL wrecking Hera. Ooh, Hera, I mean, with all of his home maps left, couldn't win a single game. Yeah, the flames on the Wu unique unit could definitely use some work. That's true. YouTube gang rise. And hello, Kiwi Gamer. I mean, I definitely do have more YouTube subs than I do Twitch followers, so who knows how big the YouTube stream gets. It was just an experiment, and it's an experiment that I think has gone well. It's making it competitive, sure. You have air conditioning in Europe? I have it here. I actually don't really need it. I just need it actually to be fixed. Why pay Twitch and Spotty when you can pay YouTube and get both? Or you just get both on YouTube. Aim all the saves with faster firing generators? I probably can't. Is that even a thing? They don't fire, they throw. Okay, let's see. Socotra loading into the game. Here we are. Got Skatons. And let me pause capture age right at the start, because we're gonna have laming and I don't want to miss anything. And here we are. What's the XP thing? I don't know. It's on YouTube. So Socotra, and we'll have Hera as the red Kitans to the west, and MBL as the blue, as the Cyan Goths to the east. Immediately insta-loom forward Vil. At 1 second loom for the Goths. We'll have Hera grabbing the goats and looking for his elephant. Has not found it, sending a Vil to look. Maybe he needed to send 2 Vils, and he will not find it by a tile. Ooh, goes around the berries. There he sees it, and immediately he's going to send a Vil. MBL's forward to MBL, thankfully for Hera, will not find it. Not going to find the elephant. And, oh my gosh, what are these ostriches? Everything forward. A Hera GL contracting. Yeah, someone had a conspiracy theory that Hera was leaving GL. I hadn't heard that at all. Ooh, the nice gate from MBL. Okay. Spending a bit of wood, get some HP off the scout, and get another hit. Ooh, okay. Liking this. Liking that from MBL, being aggressive on the scout. Taking the HP away. Not the bastard boar lamer this time, but it is elephants and not boars. So what happens with all the hunt in the middle? This is very even to fight over. MBL hasn't even taken his elephant yet. Has he even found his elephant? Oh, no, he hasn't. Maybe he can wander into his line of sight. Only elephants and lions. Fastest firing archer in the game? In some sense, the Chuko News. Otherwise, probably Ethiopian Arbs or Mongol Cav archers. Okay, MBL laming. I mean, the thing about the ostriches is they're both kind of in the middle, like either player could take these. I feel like you also kind of like, you fight in the middle with Vils and then you take the hunt. So low HP scouts for both of them, 6 HP versus 8. And MBL gonna start pushing back towards the TC. At least there's no pushing over here for Hera. Oh, there's the lame, there's the lame. Oh. You try to push and steal some ostriches, I guess. Scout running around on the hill. Oh, not gonna get the push. Hera gonna counter lame. Has Loom now himself. Finally, MBL bringing in his elephant. Has not gotten the elephant for a long time. And as the Goth, super important to have the elephant. You, of course, get all that longer lasting food now with it. Could even, with the carry capacity, long distance take the ostriches. Need to mill something, but I guess you still want to mill the berries on this map. Yeah, this is A tier. Not Hera's S tier streak on the line. So barracks on the way up for MBL. And sending more Vils for. Is he gonna drush? Is he gonna like forever drush? Ooh, he's now got the scout HP advantage over Hera. Hera's 1 hit away from dying. But Hera loses that scout and it's it for him. MBL has keeping his scout away from all Vils to eventually get a hit is gonna be really important for him. Just needs to make sure he has the hill advantage when he can. So Vil fight in the middle. Hera will have to run back. MBL with the advantage in the Vil fight, it feels. He's up by 1 Vil. Slightly less idle time for him, and again, he has that Goth there. Or actually, more idle time for him. Hera's starting to get the... Ooh, I think that's a mistake, losing the Scout HP to the Vil. I wanted to block, but I don't think he has the HP to block at this point. And now the idle time climbing for both as they Vil fight. But here come the Militia. Militia for MBL, and he's just going to try to control the Ostrich corpses in a way that Hera won't be able to take them. Hera clicks up to Feudal, though. As the Khitans, do they have a Dark Age bonus? No, they don't. Just have pastures replacing farms. Oh, well, there's the pasture. Okay, so he will be adding pastures to the back as MBL will be hitting the berries. And, ooh, okay, Hera loses the scout, but so does, oh, that's a Kamiyuk villager there killing the scout. MBL with the militias. He's going to fight on the berries, and it might be forever Drush now from MBL. As he's the Goths, and he will need to find a way himself to click up the Feudal eventually, or he could just Drush forever. Not going to have eco upgrades in the Dark Age. Well, maybe destroy the mill, take Hera off of berries. And what resources does Hera have? He has a back gold, so he could very easily wall that, take the gold, and then go archers. And archers will counter the forever Drush. Here goes the mill, but I think Hera's fine to do an archery range and then just go archers and win. Forward mill for MBL, let's go. Hera doing a house there, that house will just go down. MBL can do the house destroy rush with militia. I think that's all Hera needs. Some walling, the range, and then he's fine. Because the range just needs the walling. Okay, really needs the walling. MBL with the militia coming over. MBL clicking up to Feudal. And he's going to wall in the back. Ooh, I think just 1 Vil doing a palisade there would have saved him a lot of map control. Now his gold's kind of exposed if MBL can get in here with archers. And he's just going to go skirms. And the Knight Rex, thank you for the follow. They're just going to be skirms now, not going to be archers. Well, MBL not going for the forever Drush, just 3 militias, and he's on a stone already. Does Hera have any stone access? No, he does not. And that can be a problem if MBL gets towers up. A tower here, just maybe like 3 or 4 towers across the front, and you're giving only gold to Hera. Ooh, outpost forward for MBL. Remember, that does cost stone, but he's mining stone. So 4 militias, and maybe he's ready to just go militias into skirms. This map can become a skirm war. Didn't they get nerfed to the ground? I mean, their pastures were nerfed a bit. 5 militia on the way. Skirms just slowly but surely whittling down their hit points. 6 militias, and MBL gonna look to go men-at-arms against skirms. He can't chase the skirms under the TC. And we'll see if he goes for a tower now. He's up to Feudal, adding the tower. He adds the tower and men-at-arms. That'll give him an area where he can control his militia. Counter tower from Hera. And what Hera can't do is let MBL get a second tower up in a spot where Men-at-Arms could destroy the range, because he does not want you to lose the range at this point. And there we go, now he's walled to the side, so now he'll have that safe blacksmith area. And of course, pastures are their own mill, so they're like Khmer farms. They're basically like Khmer plus Teuton plus Slav farms all combined. And tower forward is MBL still taking those berries. And he now has 7 men-at-arms. And what's he going to do at home in archery range? And it'll probably be skirms for him as he does a second tower forward. Okay, MBL just towering up the front of Hera's base. Not going to let Hera ever get back to those berries. And can take the berries peacefully if he gets 2 towers up. This is 1 Vil there. Men-at-Arms cannot engage against skirms. This is just so silly how good skirms are against men-at-arms. There's the tower, and now the men-at-arms can garrison and heal. Okay. Hera will move forward, get more pastures up. Why skirms? Why not archers? Well, skirms will mean that MBL has to go skirms himself and can't go archers. Micro is insane, well it is Hera. But behind this MBL, a smooth farming eco, 9 farms up. Res collected still pretty similar, a bit more idle time though for MBL. We'll be down by a Vil, and Hera gonna run the skirms in. Nice house wall. Stop the hoovering. Maybe he wants another house at the front, though. Well, even more stop the hoovering. And he will be behind in skirm numbers for now. Hera gonna keep pumping them out. Lots of skirms at home for Hera, and he's just going for a pasture economy. He's gonna hope that his food collection will be enough to take MBL out to pasture. As an archers end the game. Well, archers, if he goes archers, then he lets MBL go skirms. So then you're going archers against men-at-arms skirms, which can be maybe tricky. Men-at-arms, how do they fight the skirms? Men-at-arms is supposed to counter skirms, right? Goths have lots of cheap men-at-arms, not here. Oh, and MVL just can't find a way to take the fight. Hopping in and out of the tower to break the skirm shots. That's actually really cute. Skirms don't care about tower fire all that much. They'll lose some HP, but he still hasn't lost a unit here. MVL can't figure out what to do. And Hera can just camp the base of the tower even when there are men-at-arms inside of it, just with the mobility of the skirms. Fletching on the way. Maybe too little, too late. And then men-at-arms are going down. Hera, this is just insane. And he's now pulling so far ahead with the pastures. MBL bringing his own skirms forward, but even with the tower there, I don't think MBL can take the fight. And there's Castle Age for Hera, padded archer armor, stable on the way. And it looks like he's gonna find a way to do it. Looks like he'll find a way. Too many skirms. Never too many skirms. Skirm's the best unit in the game. Skirm OP. There's Castle Age and armor on the way for Hera. Now is Hera Castle Age pastures. 10 pastures, that's 20 Vils worth of farmers. See, 19 on food right now. He's doing armor, and he can do foraging, and then he can go double stable Step Lancer. And then what did the Goths do there? Step Lancers even beat pikemen. So market on the way for MBL. Does Hera just get castle and win? Hurts to imagine a timeline where MBL had Loom on Arena. I know, imagine that. MBL has Loom on Arena, gets that castle up, and he maybe wins. Check food collected. Ooh, we have a gate from MBL, but Hera's gonna welcome that fight. Elite Skirm on the way, Iron Casting on the way. Be picking Vils. Ooh, the Vils dying to Elite Skirm. Skirm just gonna dive there. He'll get back for a moment, maybe. MBL up to castle, but not gonna be in time to stop the steppies. Let's see if there's a moment for me to check the food. Maybe right now. If I don't know the hotkey for it. Eco. Food. Much more for Hera. That is a ton of food collected. And now MVL cannot fight this. Iron casting on the way. Then Hera can still do bodkin or armor or whatever he wants at the blacksmith and push in. And now you can just run right in. MBL desperately throwing up a tower. But there are more areas in the eco that can be hit other than just by the tower. Steppies here can massacre Vils. Vils are not all going to fit inside the tower. Steppies there maybe even can destroy the tower. They'll pick the Vils from afar. Oh, the Vils, they all die. Look at how quick the Steppies with iron casting murder them. And this is just a slaughter. Here's the GG from MBL, and Hera hangs on to do it 4-3. MBL maybe regretting not having the Loom on Arena, but you can see just how much of an effect those pastures had for the Khitans. Hera taking the Khitans maybe just for the situation, so that if he falls behind, he can still add in the economy and get up to the Castle Age faster. GG for him, and well done to make it to the semis. MBL trying to continue Hera's A-tier losing streak. There he goes. Almost. Almost. GG. Ooh, that was a close one, though. The Jurchens play almost backfired right in Hera's face. But he will come away 4-3. Winning on Socotra. Winning with the Khitans over the Goths. And now, well, considering my air conditioning tech canceled on me, I guess it's time to cast the next semifinals between Lyri and Hera. Let me update my stream titles. Does Lyri, I mean between Lyri and Tato, did I say Lyri and Hera? Hera has to go through 2 quarterfinals. Let me update my titles on Twitch and on YouTube. Yes, Lyri, Age of Empires 2. There we go. And I can put that in the stream title too. Boom. Aaron's and you missed the whole thing? Well, you can watch the VOD on YouTube now. Watch the VOD. It's the wonderful thing about YouTube. Tag them in the title. Boom. So I guess at the end we got what we expected, but MBL certainly made him work to get there. So I guess we'll take a quick break, then get to Lyri Tato. I'm gonna guess Lyri's on the left, but we'll check when we get to the drafts to be sure. I noticed Hera feels like he struggles against Tato in the sense that he wins 3-0 against Tato, but they are 3 insanely long and chaotic games. Alright, so I'm just going to take a quick break in between the sets as well. I'll wait for the players to get started. And we'll check out, see when the drafts start too. Oh, there we go. We have the drafts already. Here on the left, indeed. Well, I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. And, oh, another game won on Kawasan. Oh no, Tato, we picked Fortress. Why, Tato, why? Don't make us watch a game that's gonna crash Capture Age. I'll just cast Fortress in-game, like we've been doing. Yeah, it looks like the next set's gonna be Rex too. Tata versus Leary. Brutal? Brutal? What was brutal? It'll be creativity in the games for sure. Is this gonna be Tata being creative and Leary playing meta? That's what I always think when I see these two. Amazing bands. Now, both banned Woo, you say. Chinese Khitans, Persians, Spanish, Khmer, Bengalis, Maya, and Japanese all banned. Nomad's in the pool too. So Spanish, Persian is banned for Nomad. Pacific Islands for Tato. What a map pool for Tato. And something very more standard for Leary. Okay, so I think this is going to be Rex, and yeah, they've given us the first Rec here, so let's just get started. in my save game folder. Extract the RAR file, make sure it stops RARing at us. Let's go 7-zip. Oh gosh, this is in 2 parts. They had to save and restore. A madness. And it's gonna be green versus red. I hope they don't do this for Fortress when I gotta spectate in D. I guess I'll have to use team colors then. Thank you, B Medic, for the follow. Let's get Capture Age all warmed up here. There we go. And yellow versus green. The colors are even worse. It's red versus green. So we'll just put Leary in the blue. And thank you, Flexer161, for the follow. So game 1 will be on Kawasan, and it will be Tato as the red Malians to the southwest, Leary as the blue Georgians to the northeast, and my map scripter senses are tingling because I see a spacing to other terrain types that is keeping this forest away from the middle and away from the water. Look at this. This is a nice wood line here, a double wood line. All stretched out and squeezed between these 2 terrains. Look at this. Why is Wu banned twice? The players ban civs without seeing the other players' bans, so they ban them independently. They are global bans, so neither player can pick them. And then when all the bans are revealed, then we see they could ban maybe the same 5 civs. They could ban a total of 10 different civs. And Wu just ended up being banned by both of them. Didn't want to have to deal with the Jian swordsman on Kawasan. So it will be a Georgians versus Malians matchup. As let's look at the maps. Leary will have 2 golds to the northwest and a very safe back gold. Ooh, great back gold for Leary. 4 deer to push too, but he'll be docking to the south. Oh, look how straight this line edge is too. Wow, what a weird Kawasan gen. Very straight pond down here. They still send RAR files? Yes. No zip files, RAR files. I wonder how T90 unzips them. I don't know, because I know that T90 has asked me how to download and unzip files before. I wonder if he has a way of extracting the RAR files. I'll have to ask him. I wonder if he's one of those WinRAR users, or if someone has correctly told him to use 7-zip. Like building 4 to 6 castles in a 2x2 or 3x3 grid, then filling them with hand cannoneers. Works shockingly well at low elo. Feels like the type of thing I'd do in the campaigns. Like the AIs sometimes would just pathfind themselves one at a time into your castles and wouldn't figure out how to go around. Borrelore for Tato, no problem for him, as they both have docked the same pond. Both have docked the same pond. So, Georgians, nice eco, Malians cheaper dock, and they can usually go up pretty quickly. But first fishing ship out for Leary. I'm getting that mule cart right away. How old is T90? He's about 1 month older than I am. He is April of 93, I'm May of 93. Had a mod with 1-tile farms, oh boy. Looking for Malians because you love Gebettos. Yeah, farm work iconic than cavalry. Unique unit copy number 43. I remember when cataphracts were the only like cav unique unit. I remember those days. Lots of infantry unique units, honestly, in AOK that were kind of all different. Berserks, Teutonic Knights, Throwing Axemen. Then you had the archers, the longbows, the Chukonu. They were all different. Twitch saying they're old. I feel old. I have to be very careful to get back into my running days over the summer. I've been doing very careful walk-run cycles. I go to the track and I walk the straights and, or I run the straights and walk the curves now. Like there's a far cry from the 80 miles a week I used to run in my youth. Mamluk though? I guess it's kind of distinct from a melee cav though. I guess maybe Woad Raider Berserk kind of had maybe a tiny bit of overlap originally. Other than that, all the unique units actually were pretty unique. His Huskarl had the Pierce Armor. Teutonic Knight was just epic. 80 miles a week, yep. Back in my more in shape days. Start AoE, what's the best civilization? Honestly, if you're starting out, Civ really doesn't matter. The game's more about strategies than civilizations. So Tato picks off a Vil, nice pick with the scout. Tato has docked both ponds, Leary trying to come over and dock the second pond. But double docks for Leary on the southern pond, looking to win that. Tato just gonna go demo ships, so he's gonna go snipe the fishing ships. And he'll pick them off one at a time. Nice job from Leary to split them off. Don't know if it's better to pick fishing ships or repair Vils, but maybe you could go for Vils. And Tato does like his demos, and he'll make a galley in the north. He was aware that Leary was docking here. But we'll open with the galley first, because he did see the Vils, he picked one off. So he should know there's a galley there. I'll try to use the galley to pick the Vil, and get there before a fire comes out. He's searching for the dock, there he'll see it. Will he find the Vil? He will. Can he get the villager? That's one arrow. Can't quite kill her. But now the galley will be a bit weaker with fires on the way. So Tato doing a dock up here. We'll have the galley to protect the villager. So the scout won't be able to snipe that from Leary. I'm looking at their home bases. Leary walling up at home. We'll have the berries on the outside though. Matters less on a water map. And Tato walling up too. We'll have his berries on the inside. I have a bit of a larger wall, but we'll finish it nevertheless and be pretty safe. Lots of wood lines for Tato. And I mean, wood options for Leary too. And so there's the fire. Fire versus fire with the galley out. And Leary went for the second dock, but the scout picked off the villager. The scout picked off the Vil. And dock won't go up. Most people get injured. I love you build into it at the right mileage, and then you're not really gonna get injured. Just making sure that you build into it at the right pace over years, and that's what I run into now that I'm old. Running is easy. Not getting injured while running is hard. So Vil picks off the scout, a bit overzealous of Tato to try to deny the dock Vil again. And fire will be hiding behind the dock. What a nice little nook. And then if a demo pops out, there's the demo. Repair Vil on the way. But the fire goes down. Can the repair Vil go down? 7 HP and he runs away. The demo doesn't hit the fires while they're right between the docks. So Tato with a nice advantage on the top water, Leary winning the bottom water. And Tato using the dock for cover. It's so annoying. I don't know if fires ever were in... they definitely were intended for this. But it's just kind of how it works. .225 marathon. I've never actually done a marathon. Or a 10K. My 5K was like 17s, but that was when I wasn't as in good shape in the fall. In the track season in the spring, I was definitely in better shape. I might have been able to get 16s if I had ran it as an event then. It just wasn't an event at the time. Track season, the highest we had was the 2 mile, or it was around like 10:30. So dock's going down here for Leary. Has a demo on the inside. Not really going to accomplish much with it though. And oh, Tato down here trying to pick fishing ships. If you could get a demo out and pick them off, that could be nice. But Leary will be the first one up to the castle age. Has managed to gather a bit more food. And keeping his fishing ships alive there. Tato trying to pick them off. Not quite going to get there. Vil could even repair if he wanted to, but Tato will lose that fire. Now 2:15 is for a marathon if you're really in shape. That's actually a really good marathon time. So, faster castle for Leary. Tato is slightly farther behind. Fletching on the way also for Leary. Tato hasn't had fletching himself. And they're going to start moving to the middle. Leary getting spears and archers out to contest the middle. Tato running his spears at the archer. And they will go down. I'm not going to pick the archer and just sending more spears there. As a stable, he's going to go double stable knights. Okay, so with the archers, Leary will get some initial control over the middle. But if Tato can get some knights out, that could give him a more powerful unit. And get there rather quickly at that. That made 80 miles per week. It will take you 270 days to run across the US. We could do it within a year. And 80 miles is still incorporating like speed workouts on a track and stuff. If it's just distance runs, you could definitely up that mileage. And Vil trying to Alcatraz himself. Leary trying to save the Vil. So close, the spear coming over. And Vil goes down. Monastery will at least be delayed. They will go for the TC in the middle, and Leary with the timing advantage will take the middle. He did a 159, but it was special conditions. Yep. On a very flat course with a pace car and lots of pace runners. And everything about as optimized as possible. I don't know the exact conditions for what they consider real or not, but he does at least have a sub 2 hour marathon. So Cav Archer's hoovering around for Leary. Record is 46 days to cross the US. Wow. Monastery going up, but having the monastery up will help against the knights. So Cav Archer knights. And it's going to be Scorpion Monk. Scorpion, a very Tato-esque unit. We'll see how useful it is against the Cav Archers. Tato with a good eco unit lead. And a good res collected advantage. But now he has to defend at home as the Cav Archers come over. Make sure they don't bust through the palisade walls and start their hoovering. University wall going up. I'll keep the Cav Archers out a bit longer at least. There's still one TC for Tato, and we're seeing, I think, the effect of all the relics being in the middle and how strong it is just to get to the middle at first. And now Tato has to swap to basically one TC aggression to push the middle, but it's Georgians with fortified churches, and as we've seen, up game over. Oh, because we're in two parts. We're in two parts. And we get to part number 2. Part number 2. And Bosaw on the way for Tato. And how does he push the Georgians now? Georgians with 4 relics. Tato managed to grab 1 relic. But that's it. And now Leary's just second TC, has the churches, has the relics, and Tato's on a timer to do damage. And how do you stop Georgians camping the middle with Cav Archers and churches? Bloodlines on the way for Leary, wheelbarrow on the way. Quarterfinals are rec. This set is, yes. These are rec. The first one was live. These are recs. So at least we don't have to deal with the save and restore live. 3v3v3. Now that's something that's not possible in the 8-player game that is Age of Empires 2. You can do an Age of Mythology though. One day we still need to do our 12-player FFA for Age of Mythology. I just haven't found enough people for it. So Tato getting some monk conversions. There's a couple of villas inside Leary's base now. Gonna try to push through the walls. It's their Scorps to hit the lumber camp. So Tato getting some raids in. Horse Collar just coming in for Leary. Cavalry just coming around the back of the back. Monks need their monk juice back to convert again. And Mangonel over here. Can Tato get conversions in? He's going to try at least force the Cav Archers to run and focus the monks before the Scorpions. He's going to try to get the Mangonel. Conversion comes in on the Knight though. The Mangonel gets a hit. Mangonel goes down. And Scorps now can fight the Cav Archers. We're not quite able to get in. Cav Archers can go pick off the Vills. So Tato won't be able to do much more with those Vills. I'm about to get a nice raid, disrupt Leary's eco a bit. Has a Vill lead despite being down by a TC. And now defensive Mangonels from Leary. More Scorpions and Mangonels from Tato. Mangonels come forward. What type of hit can we get on the Knights? Seeing the Scorpion there. 3 Mangonels taking out the Mangonel. Another Mangonel hitting the Scorpion. Knights coming through. All the Scorpions go down. Monks wanting conversions here from Leary. Cav Archers picking off the Knights. And this is a great fight from Leary, I think. Well, he lost the Mangonels, but he stopped all of Tato's push. Momentum and no husbandry. No husbandry at all for Tato yet. And cart for Leary. Not quite pulling ahead in Vills despite the second TC, so at least Tato keeping the pressure up. But Leary's starting to pull ahead in military as we'll run and chase down those Knights with his Cav Archers. Well, that's a lot of siege to be killed by one Knight. Repairville there. They were thinking of diving the Repairville, maybe. Oh, he picks up Mangonel with the Cav Archers. That Knight almost down. He's diving for the Mangonels. He's doing it. He's gonna pick 3 Mangonels with the Cav. The micro from Leary. Scorpion's chasing, but he doesn't really care about that. That'll be another Mangonel down. Oh, what great micro from Leary with those Georgian CA that are gonna heal now. See here OP in messy games. See here OP in normal games too. There's Imp from Leary. And looking at Tato's resources, this will probably be GG as soon as Leary hits Imp. 25 to 9 KD. Hello, hello. Nice micro. That doesn't even begin to describe Leary. Maybe you could have played archers in late feudal and export transition. I mean, I feel like this map often comes down to, especially when all the relics are in the middle, having the feudal age transition and timing to take the middle. And once you're there, with the hill and the relics, it's super hard to dislodge, especially with the fortified church. Monty Python, the AoE movie? Probably something you can make in the scenario editor. That could be a cool project. Mangonel's going for the Knight. Making going for the Scorpions, gets a couple hits, but there's Imp. Tato nowhere close to Imp, and there's the GG. So, clean gameplay by Leary. Slightly faster uptime, and we won't have stats to the capture age and the restore, but well done from Leary. That's a 1-0 for Leary. So he wins Kawasan. And we'll see what Tato picks. I hope it's not Fortress. Loss for the Malians, win for the Georgians. Leary starting strong like always. Like always, as long as he's not playing Hera, I guess. Alright, just gonna wait for the next rec to come out then. Again, like always, you're just gonna play the ad on Twitch so that we don't have ads during the game. The 3 reasons why you clicked on the stream and created an account. It's your first game ever? I think that's true for a lot of people. What is the XP thing? I think you just get it by typing in chat. I don't actually know. It's just a YouTube thing. I don't think it's something you buy. Okay, 1 sec, rec 2. Alright, here we go. Game number 2. It will be on Fortress, so I will just cast it in DE. Because like I've said, capture rate has been crashing whenever we've casted Fortress, so DE casting it is. It's not that bad. I put the resource panel up, we see the Vills, and Leary at least picked blue this game, so we don't need to worry about team colors. Didn't know enter sends chat? Yes, it is. I do freelancing. Well, most of it I had done software development in the past, and I can just do some freelancing on the side now as I'm streaming. Not gonna be doing that forever. I've just had some IRL situations in the past couple of years where I was able to do it. in-game spec is actually not that bad. They should just work on that. Didn't they buy Capture Age? I mean, they have some type of partnership with Capture Age. Like, Capture Age is, it's not just like some fan thing mod. It's like an actual company that has some type of deal with Microsoft. Why they don't just improve the in-game spectating, I don't know. Why they don't just improve the in-game renderer so we could actually zoom in and out proper distance, I don't know. But it would be so much better if we didn't have to have, like, an extra window open when spectating. How was the last game? It was Socotra. And Hera was the Khitans. And you can imagine what their food eco's like. So what do they say? Burgundians, Bohemians, pretty much what we expect to see on Fortress. Now everything can be as great as the in-game pathing? Yes. And hello everyone on YouTube. Yeah, it's not Arena, it is Fortress. So, for whatever reason, every time I have casted Fortress has led to Capture Age crashing and also like eating all my VRAM and also killing OBS in my stream. So just out of an abundance of caution, I'm just gonna cast it using the game itself instead of Capture Age. And honestly, we don't really even miss all that much. We get the stats here, the resources, the vills, the relics. Other than maybe KD and Res Collector, that's all we need. So just, you know, 2 more columns, maybe the population breakdown. Like 2 or 3 more stats and we'd have more than everything. Half the map is almost empty? Yes. So if you haven't heard me talk about Fortress before, in the Age of Kings in AOC, there were a couple maps such as islands that were water maps, and they were hard-coded, so when you picked tiny, it would actually spawn as small. So you pick 2-player, it'd spawn as 3-player. Just so the maps would be a bit bigger, so that there was room for the water. And Fortress originally had a whole bunch of water on it, but then custom maps, of course, removed water and also were not affected by the hard coding, so they were still a proper size for Fortress. Then in DE, when they added the ability to change the size of the maps, they, well, still removed the water, but for some reason they made Fortress a size bigger again. So this is DE's Fortress, and it is absolutely colossally huge for no reason. And no one should ever play a 1v1 on this map, but they're doing it. So half the map is empty. I'd say even more than that. So relics look maybe a slight advantage for Louis. 1 in his corner. The rest of them kind of 1 slightly closer to the Tato, but in the north. 1 right in the middle, and then 1 on each player's side. So as the Burgundians, looks like Tato will be going for a feudal boom. Also, the graphics actually in-game are much nicer than Capture Age, so it's kind of refreshing to do this every so often. Like I said, I'm going to experiment with seeing if I can just adjust and do some modding to the in-game UI, and maybe get a better display for the stats and everything. If that's possible, maybe I'll just cast in-game from now on instead of using Capture Age. I also realize I need to turn the game sound on. Turn the game sound on. I want to cast with sound. There we go. That Omega detailed layout. And we're really not missing any stats, it's just some of the crazy things they do. Capture Age. I realized when I was casting with the Capture Age a lot, I never actually looked at the bars at the top of the screen. Like, I always worry so much about setting the colors so they don't show up weirdly for colorblind people. But I always look at the numbers myself and not the bars. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe you guys look at the bars? But I never look at them myself. What's up with Capture Age? It just eats VRAM, and for whatever reason, this map always crashes Capture Age. I reported it to them, and hopefully they'll look into it, but I'm not going to risk my stream crashing for one map. Res collected and idle eco helps. Yep, you can kind of get res collected by going to the stats menu in game, right? You can see the total res collected. But it's nice to have that all summed together and visible. So, feudal age boom for Tato. And You can see all that food he has. He's getting ready to go up to the Castle Age. He, as the Burgundians, will indeed have the Bowsaw upgrade. We can check his upgrades here. I can do that too. Does it show the eco upgrades? Yes it does. So he'll have actually Heavy Plow. So both Bowsaw and Heavy Plow going for the Feudal Boom. So his farms will last a long time, and he is up to the Castle Age. This texture preview, this is so nice. This honestly looks nicer than the one in Capture Age. You can see all the units and their availabilities, the upgrades, and they're spaced apart a bit, so it's easier to parse all of them. I'll absolutely love this. Absolutely love this. There's a bit of the duplication on the blacksmith for the cav and the infantry, but that also makes it a bit easier to find. So also shout out to the mod for putting the background behind this. This is lovely. Miss seeing both players' resources at the current time? Well, that is right down here. You can see both players' resources at the current time. It is a horrible UI that puts like one in white depending on which one I click on, and I can't. Oh, I can click off of it. Okay, I can improve that. There we are. Oh, we're learning. We're learning. That catches you can't rewind. Well, I can't do that anyway because I don't pay for their subscription. I don't think the subscription model for something that should be available in game anyway is a good practice. So anyway, it is Fortress. There's no king. Regicide Fortress on DE currently is broken because you get 2 kings and some other extra units. So they're playing just normal non-Regicide Fortress. And it will be Hussite wagons now for Lyri as the Bohemians. They'll try to get some map control, add in the monastery, and try to collect relics. The Bohemians will, of course, benefit from Sanctity and Fervor, most particularly Fervor for the movement speed that affect their villagers, as well as their monks. So great way to prioritize eco upgrades, as Tato will have a couple of scouts out, and he'll be looking to stop the monks from getting relics. And he'll be adding in 2 TCs, 3 TCs actually, for a total of 4 to boom right away. And he will be prioritizing some scouts, husbandry, and light cav to pick off the monks. Then go for monks himself. The Burgundians do have the bonus of getting food along with the gold trickle for the relics. So in the long run, they will benefit from having the relics quite a lot. And now it'll be up to the Hussite wagons to protect the monks from the scouts as they try to pick up relics. Yeah, custom stat panels. I mean, there's a lot of spectating stuff that could be nice. But I don't know if Capture Age is really investing into that at this point. I don't know what they're working on. Because they did do their DLC, so I don't know if they're still all invested on Capture Age or have other priorities now. I mean, I do agree, Jim Cullen, that would be a better model, but I still think it's something that should just be in the game itself. And it is utterly silly that we have an extra program that reads data from memory to make an extra renderer when we're already rendering the game. So Monk's just picking up relics there. That's 1 relic first now for Lyri. And where's Tato? He's grabbing a relic, so 1-1 now. Good Custilier out for Tato. And Hussite Wagon still protecting the monks. If you look at the scouting, he did... Ooh, Lyri just missed scouting the relic to the western quarter. So it might be a nice surprise for him later on to pick it up, but he's making a beeline for the one in the south. That's the more important one for him to pick up anyway. And with a couple of Hussite wagons out, don't think the light cav will pick the monks. So he should be fine to pick that one up and return it to his TC. Or return it to his monastery. Same thing for Tato, though. He's grabbing the relic in the south. No Hussite wagons hoovering around here to stop him. So that'll be an easy 2-2. And, ooh, I don't know, likelihood 3-2, but that being said, scouts do pick off one of the, or 2 of the monks carrying the relics. Can't fight the Hussite wagons, but can at least jump the monks. Maybe, just maybe a couple of spears from that Bohemian barracks could have been useful. So we can check the build counts. They're still neck and neck. Tato's eco upgrades. Oh, didn't do the imp upgrades. Oh, I always like sneaking in that 2-man saw. But very expensive if you're also fighting for relics. More houses in the back for Tato. Like Cav will keep hovering around on the front. And Costelier will come forward as these Hussite wagons try to fend that off. I mean, if Tato can get enough Costelier, maybe he could actually jump the Hussite wagons. Not like he has a tiny army now, and certainly the monks cannot move out yet for Leary. And Tato doing a good job securing relics so far. A couple of monks of his own. He does redemption and maybe just jumps everything with conversions and the cab at the same time, then maybe he converts the wagons and gets the relic. Both players just walled up booming. CA not working. I'm not going to risk it. It's crashed too many times. I'm not risking it. Scout's still looking for monks, and Tato has to be careful. He does not want to lose 3 monks to 1 scout. And both players up to imp Tato up just a bit faster. Loom on the way for Leary. I'll see if Tato notices the scout. Just outside his line of sight for the moment. Is that moving in the footprints? Oh, you can see the footprints if he was paying attention. That was cool. Should swap animation from chopping to sawing? Ah, maybe they could. Could give you a visual indication of what upgrades your opponent has if you see it. Okay, Costelier, monks want to convert him back, but he just gets deleted. Over there, scouts dying to pikemen. Redemption is in, and the triple delete on the Hussite wagons. Tato going for the relic, but there's a scout hoovering around that could pick off the monks. Also some pikemen there to run interference. And the monk gonna try for a conversion, but that won't work. Tries to get a pike, gets a pike. Nice. Ooh, okay. Okay, risky there if the pike can kill the scout. Monk going to 1 HP left, and the scout gets away. The Tato up to imp. Is he going forward for a castle? No. Doing anything in his castle? No. Just up to imp and chilling with chemistry. Imp will be on the way for the Leary. I do feel like the Bohemians, just Haufnitze, usually is the better unit composition. Let's see if Tato has a way to stop that. He does probably have slightly more res collected at this point, but Leary is up in vills. And Leary will be going for a forward castle. Tato will look to see if he can pick off any vills there. I feel like the HP bars are actually easier to see in game. Maybe they're just like slightly higher above the units. Oh, he's gonna find the monks. He's gonna find the monks and pick them off. So no more relics there for Leary. Trying to bring it back, but still 2 relics out there that no one's taken. Little check to see if the tech was researched is better for visibility than how it is in CA, where it can be basically blue or dark blue. Yes, I agree with that. Right here, there's a little check. Not a very visible check, at least for the big ones, but for these, maybe. Yeah, and then you see if it's available or not. Maybe some different UI design principles that are easier to see in some cases. I think here the check mark is just so small it kind of can get lost. But yeah, I definitely get what you're saying. Instead of having basically black, dark, and lighter. Something to think about for sure. So monk will pick up the relic. And finally, Leary getting the relic. So hand cannon Halb and cannon into Haufnitze. Nothing surprising there. Light cavalry raiding for Tato in the back. Not really going to find anything. Both players up to around 120 vills, 2 relics. And, well, we'll see. Maybe the large map gives the cav of the Burgundians more room to play than they usually would on Arena or Fortress. As either player scattered that relic in the corner, Leary hasn't. Tato hasn't. Both players missing the relic. And Tato with a ton of light cav just scouting around, getting some outpost foundations up. Wants to keep track of all the extra resources. Be aware if Leary goes out to any of them. Castle in the middle from Leary, trying to take the hill, secure some map control. Score, it's 1-0 in favor of Leary. I guess I realized I don't have a scoreboard on the scene. Hand Cannoneers out for the Burgundians. Extra attack for the Burgundian Hand Cannoneers. Faster movement speed after the unique tech of Wagenberg tactics for the Bohemian ones. And Tati trebbing away at the tower and the gate of Leary. Score's still really close. Slight Vill advantage for the Leary. Scarum's picking off some Vills. It'll make a hole in the gate. And double barracks on the inside for Halbs, but look at that box formation. Skirms and Halbs. Skirm's protecting the Halbs from, or Skirm and hand cannon, and Skirm's protecting the hand cannons from the Halbs. The Tactical making a little side push, but now he has to fight Halfnitze. How does he fight Halfnitze? I really don't know. No siege engineers even for his cannons, so he's going to be down by 1 range once that tech comes in from Leary. I'm sure it'll come in sooner rather than later. Yeah, shift click, yes I can. So yeah, he has the res, well he did before he queued more Halfnitze. At some point he'll lose siege engineers. I think it should be a high priority. Tato's still raiding here, but ooh, there's a 1 Halfnitze to defend. 2 Halfnitze to defend. And here Tato just wants to keep them away from the Treb as much as possible, use the wood line for space. Yeah, but the hand cannoneer is going to push them back, and Halfnitze can get a hit in. Right for the Treb, and ooh, takes 3 cannonballs still to destroy it, but down it'll go right away. And there is that siege engineer's upgrade on the way in for Leary. Actually kind of nice to have everything all in one spot, but yeah, this UI is not large enough. I can even try upping the UI size, but I need to resize the chat then. You have Trauma playing against Halfnitze in Black Forest. Ooh, well, those skirms probably have some trauma. That's 7 Burgundian cannons now. Tato. See if he can use them here. Takes out a house. Still 2 relics, 153 to 144 Vills, so good Vill pops. Can he be Bohemians now? I don't know. I mean, one option would just be mobility, but I don't think that works on this map, even with the Halbs out. Just there's so few things you gotta control. Eventually, you could try to take it to a wood game. Let's look at the military. When do we see KD? Which of these panels is KD? There you go. Much better KD for Leary. And I'm sure that will continue. Let's see the KD and military populations here. And overall yeah, we just need to combine this in the resource panel and we'd be golden. And then res collected. Like cav, just go Paladinos? I mean, I feel any type of cav is risky against the Halb. What is that? What is that, Leary? How many Halfnitze do we have? Yeah, if I shift click properly, 9. 9 Halfnitze. So now, how long till you one-shot castles? I got 26 idle vills, and you just delete some of them at this point. All those idols. That is nice being able to hit the idle vill button in-game. That's something Capture H doesn't have. So defensive castles, Tato will be pushing in. He has some cannons of his own. He will have 7 cannons, and I guess he just wants to save the gold for cannon and hand cannoneer in the long run. Otherwise, it's just going to be Skirm and Cav. At the front, Leary pushing in. Should be no problem taking out that castle from Tato or taking out some of his defensive cannons with Halfnitze. Might lose 1 cannon there. Castle close to going down. Cannons running into the castle fire. They're getting, okay, that's a lot of dead cannons for pretty much nothing. Leary with some miss micro on the Haufnitze. Here come those hussars. Okay, Leary, that was a horrible fight. Maybe worried about microing at home. At the same time, Tato takes out the castle. And if he can defend at one side and push on the other, that's one thing the Bohemians won't have, the cav mobility that the Burgundians have. Nice splash on that army. TC gonna go down and the Hussar raids commence. Hussar raids are in. I mean, didn't invest into the Paladins like you said. But he's defending on the front, repairing his castle. He killed so many Haufnitze there. Think Hail Mary is needed against Bohemians? Maybe. But whatever Tato's doing, it's working. It is working. Not enough helps to defend against these raids. Haufnitze are in the middle, hand cannons here mostly. Hand cannons, more gunpowder more than helps. Now Tato pushing up the middle. He has a few cannons there as well. 4 cannons ready to start pressuring this castle. And run his cannons back in the north as he's just getting hussars up. Trying to maintain the raids. Leary taking the extra gold. Tato wanted the extra stones. 1 vil. Maybe get some stables in the south. Yeah, great play from Tato, but still a close score. And still the fact you have to deal with Haufnitze, and there's the wall. And that's what Tato didn't want, re-walling to keep the hussars out. Haven't seen flaming camels? Well, not going to see them in this matchup. Well, only Tatos can make those. They are your favorite Haufnitze counter for flaming camels. I mean, does Tato have this now? Here comes some hussars, finding some woodvilles from Leary. Tato's been so active on the map with the hussars. It's just, this map is so large. The hussars are more valuable than they'd be on a normal map. Leary's sending some halbs down here, but he's losing a lot of vills in that lumber camp. And Tato even could clean this and then just kill the vills by that gold. Is Leary, what's his vill count? 130, I mean, probably doesn't want to delete vills. Tato just has to pick off the halbs and he's good. Doesn't get the halbs though. Halbs will defend this, but Tato should know that's there now. He's also picking off more outposts. Picking the wood in the north. I know Tato's very familiar with wood games on Fortress. Wouldn't be surprised if we can manage the eco to try to play for one. There's Louis finally picking up that final relic in the corner. But that will be 3 relics for him. KD very much in favor of Leary, even though it doesn't quite feel like that. Tato's had great positioning with his army. Can't load Twitch anymore, and I can't load Capture Age anymore. Yeah, not risking Capture Age on Fortress anymore. A relic, yes. Ooh, nice dodge from Tato. Okay, we're getting to good Haufnitze numbers again. Here he just needs to make sure he doesn't lose these like the last batch. That's 10. And they flattened Tato's skirm hand cannon numbers there. Well, it's hussars though, but hussars into halbs. And Hussar is really not finding a way to pick off the Haufnitze. What does Tato have here? He has 9 Burgundian cannons. Thank you, Brattles46 for the follow. Oh, triple cannons from the Haufnitze. That's why Haufnitze are OP. Other cannons can't deal with them. Maybe the Burgundians could be trying to go monks instead. Just give something a long range. But with this many, they can probably pick off monks. Cheeky view lock. Ooh, could we see view lock for Leary? Does this work? It might not work in the wreck. Usually only works for the host. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. You can see the. Oh yeah, it is working. It does. You don't see the scrolling though. You only see the movements. That's actually kind of cool to watch from Leary's point of view. See all of his clicks as he goes to the castle. That's gonna be disorienting if we leave it for a long time, but it's kind of cool. Monks is impossible also. Incan is just dying, and now, I mean, great play from Tato early on with the Hussar raids, but Bohemians are really strong on this map. The Half-Nietzes are slaying. Oh gosh, taking out cannons. This unit's way too strong. Yeah, they have more everything. And also castle age chemistry too, to get to them quickly. So Tato desperately trying to repair the castle. But Half-Nietzsche getting pushed back slightly, but there they go, take the cannons again. Take, oh, Tato going right into that. Some Half-Nietzsche go down, but 5 remain, and that should be more than enough to take out the castle as long as the Hussars don't jump them. Here come more Halbs. Halbs distracted by an outpost. Oh, that outpost might cost some Half-Nietzsche, but the castle will crumble. Down it goes to dust and rubble. And, well, Tato's still trying to go Hussars. Only one area with stables, though, not fully saturating different areas around the map and letting Leary continue to mine stone. Could just be raiding there, but he's gonna let him mine. And he could use 15 skirms. That is a precise number. Yeah, no downside to the Half-Nietzsche aside from the cost, right? So, you just spam them. And Kinnear is hitting villas on the lumber camp. How many Half-Nietzsche you need? It's never like one single number. It always depends on the type of fight you're able to take with them, as opposed to what you take with the bombard cannon. That's different every game. Hand cannons for both, but look at that, 1.10 speed to 0.96. Valkenburg tactics. Down in attack, but they can make up for it by being speedy. Having to capture age. Capture age has crashed every time I've used it on Fortress, so I'm just not using it. Not worth having my stream potentially crash. They can fix it, and maybe I'll use it again, but for now, Fortress is its own thing. And we also do have the lovely higher detailed in-game graphics. Look at the KD from Leary, 310 to 206. I'd say 310 to 212, but I can't quite see that due to the overlay. Thanks, D. But 310 kills. You have the UHD. Yes, I am casting with the UHD. Yes, indeed. And okay, doubt Castle for Tato. Leary denying that. Tato trying to get the castle up. And well, he might. This is part of his farming space. He will... Oh, let's see. From Tato. Does he have Burgundian vineyards? Wrong. Hockey. Where are we? There you are. He does have Burgundian vineyards, so he will get that gold trickle. Pause. Didn't mean for that to pause. I guess that happens in the tech tree when you're spectating a wreck. So hand cannons coming forward, but that's a lot of skirms from Leary. Skirms that can force the hand cannons back. And so Tato unable to take that fight. Leary continuing to open the score lead. Hussar is still going to be useful for Tato. And I mean, this map is so large, we are not close to the end game yet. We are not close to the end game. Feels going down to the Hussars. Skirm's coming over. What's the relic count? Oh, here's the relic count. 3-2 in favor of Leary. There was a relic over in the corner. He missed for a while, but eventually picked it up. And hello, no zombie. So Cannon's missing the Half-Nitsa there. And I go for the Hussar. Hussar's going to pick it off. Cannon's going to pick off, or Halb's going to pick off the cannons. And there we are. Half-Nitsa going to be picking off ranges. Ranges going down. Skirm's picking off the Hussars. All the range is being cleared. Down they go. Wood game. I hope it's not going to be a wood game, but at the same time, raids from Tato on the other side. Leary pulling ahead. He still does have that extra relic, but Tato doing guard tower. Tato doing guard tower, trying to control the wood. Let's look at the stockpiles. 6.5k food for Tato, 2.5k gold, and certainly with the bigger stockpile now. Here he has a Tato everywhere, doing towers, doing skirms, and with fortress this large. I don't know how this game works. Leary's still pushing on the front, picking out Tato's TCs. Tato just has to get rid of that. He's not going to get those workshops up. Albs and skirms and hand cannons and Half-Nitsa just slaughtering vills. And Leary actually down to 75 vills though because of all these raids from Tato. But Leary, what is happening to his eco? 77 vills. Tato with guard towers here. Tato's everywhere with guard towers. Leary doesn't have much eco left. His army's forward, but he didn't bring vills with it. And Tato cannot fight this army no matter what he does, but he can run away from it maybe. Just too many Half-Nitsa here, but what is Tato able to do to stop this? That bridge crashing on all sides. Is it crashing for other people too? Yes, it is. See, I preempted that. We're just casting in game. Did it crash for T90? I know he was having problems too. So Hussar is getting in, raiding the halves. Or raiding the halves, what am I saying? Hussars don't raid halves, they raid villagers. There are no vills left for Leary, he only has halves, he's 61 vills. He has a score lead, but 61 vills. 1990 just crashed? Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't crash for him in Regicide Rumble. That is going to be really a test of capture age. Skirm's going down. Alright. Cannon's taking out the Hussars and the farms. His whole stream crasher is CA. I think he's a 2 PC setup, so it might just crash his gaming PC, not the stream PC. Unless it also crashed the stream PC, which would be weird. Or he's just using 1 PC. I don't know. I think it's the 2 PC setup, though. I can tell my viewer count just jumped, so that must mean T90 must have crashed. You can always tell when other people crash when my viewer count changes. So Tato's still holding on. Significantly more vills than Leary, and he's gonna clean these skirms. I worry that Leary's score is just from the KD he's had for a long time and not actually the current state of the resources and vills. Because Tato with a good gold stockpile behind this. I mean, it's about as even as it can be for relics. It's 3-2, but then Tato's Burgundians and has vineyards. As well as the food bonus for relics, so in the long run, this could just be a trash game. Where Tato and Leary have similar amounts of gold. Capture Age crashed on you twice while you were casting Sandbake? Oh no. I know Danielle's been having a lot of problems with it too. And other people have been DMing me saying they've had problems. Maybe actually just looking into in-game spectating would be a nice feature. Halb's going down. Down everywhere. Halb's going forward. Another Hussar raid from Tato. Tato's so far down in score, but it could just be a situation where he's trading score for Alphanisa snipes. Yeah, that's a lot of Hussars melting. The hard thing is just keep dealing with Bohemian Halbs. And if you look at the Vil count, Leary's starting to recover back up to 84. I still think this is a difficult Civ matchup for the Burgundians. Tato doing what he can with the Hussar raids. Poking down skirms. Yeah, Bohemian Halbs do absolutely shred. And they are the trash unit. And Leary now a good stockpile of resources. Tato more gold. But Leary back to 92 Vils, starting to recover a bit. Tato with buildings everywhere. Vil down here even, adding in more stables. Just trying to keep stables everywhere. You can keep raiding Leary, kind of turn this into a wood game. Maybe that's still his win condition, the wood game. Especially as Burgundians with the vineyards, he's going to have significantly more resources. Poke, poke, poke. That's what the Halbs do. Come the Hussars down to fight the Ram. And Ram goes down. Halbs picking the Hussars. What is this? Ooh, Halberd. Halberd getting into Tato's eco. Leary's score lead continues increasing. And maybe he's getting enough eco now with 102 Vils to 138. He's at 200 pop, and well, that does mean he has more military, so maybe he's just taking the more efficient fights. Alphanisa is still running around. Yeah, the Halbs do insanely well against the Hussars. That is the speciality of Bohemian Halbs. Even against the skirms, they can close the distance and poke them down. Now, this still does feel kind of inevitable for Leary, I think. Tato trying to hold on. I don't know how long he's going to be able to hold on to. Or how long, or for how long he's going to be able to hold. So I was picking some skirms. Yeah, the attack animation does look funny. Indeed. There, I am inevitable. Map is just so large, just letting Tato hold on. Maybe he needs his own Halbs. It's Halb Skirm versus Skirm Hussar. So in some sense then, the Skirms don't really do anything. Because they trade equally with the Skirms, but then die to Hussars, and Halbs counter Hussars. Each of Tato's units counters something at least. In the south, maybe finally Tato's getting the buildings cleaned, but he's still taking the wood down there. Still taking the wood. Maybe with a good wood stockpile, though. Yeah, Bohemian Light Cav aren't great, but Leary will be doing all three trash unit lines, as well as trying to keep some Halfnita alive. And Halfnita stopping the ram push. Look at these things go. Look at them go. Do not want the Hussars raiding. It's taking enough damage from raids so far. It doesn't want any more. Ooh, nice shot. And ooh, what is that micro? How good is Leary with the attack grounds? Predicting the Rams exactly. Skirmisher that throws halbs instead of spears. Don't give Forgotten Empires any ideas. They need to concentrate on the pathfinding.
Ano. Co žádáš? Jsem připravena.
The bills go down, hussars go down. And finally there's a hole, but the Halfneeds pick off the rams. Can the hussars pick off the Halfneeds here? Yes, they can. Bill repairing the gate when the hussars are already inside. Oh, poor Bill. Need a bit of rewalling, but now the hussar raids commence again. Larry's still at 200 pop though. 91 bills, but I guess that's okay if he's taking more efficient fights. What is maybe the KD panel? Yeah, 100 bills, or 100 military to 62. 800 to 600 KD. The scouts go down. And ranges will be going down too. Halb's still raiding. It feels like everyone's just raiding each other's eco. But Leary just feels like he has more military consistently. I guess it's because of the lower vills, but Tato close to 200 pop too. Both kind of staying there. Both with queues filled. 3 more Halfneeds are on the way. For Leary. Not with the ACCM 5k score lead yet, but still a good score lead. Tato also going to overchop soon. Or overchop now. Where are those vills pathing to? They go to the TC. What was that pathing to get to the TC? Oh, Trebs for Tato. Trebs for Tato. He wants to Treb that castle, but enough light cap there to stop the Trebs? Maybe, maybe not. Halb's forward, Half needs it forward. These will stop the Trebs. Tato's just gonna try to sacrifice 4 Trebs for a castle. That castle has HP upgrades. 5,800 HP. Tato's just gonna run. He's not gonna fight that, he's just gonna run.
Ano. Co přikazuješ? Vašim službám. Co přikazuješ?
Ano. Zdař Bůh.
Those are Heron numbers of skirms? Or MBL numbers of skirms. A lot of skirms for Tato. Larry's score lead continues increasing. Maintains a huge KD lead. And now the Vil numbers are just about equal. And in the trash war, Bohemian Halbs will, I think, more than negate the Hussar advantage that Tato has. Tato's eco in the south being raided. Looking at the resources. Ooh, big wood stockpile. A very big wood stockpile for him. MVL numbers of skirms fits. Halfneeds is also taking some good fights against the skirms too. I remember from the KD, Tato also it's Hussars he's losing. Yeah, a few Halfneeds that Leary's losing here and there, but the Hussars and Meat Shield are very expensive for Tato. More res than the skirms and the Halbs. Skirm's going down. But okay, now we're at 5k score. Now we're at 5k score. Does that matter for the small map size though? Is there a bigger threshold for the larger map? Maybe there is. How much for your gamer play? I mean, I think he's kind of lost. don't know if Flemish would help him. With the 3-player map size especially, like how are you going to kill someone in time with Flemish for it to pay off? A couple of Hussars raiding, but Halb's there to help. Oh gosh, Bill's going to realize that they ran out of wood. Hussars still chasing them down. Oh look, there are 2 trees there. What love on 2 trees. What lovely resources they found. Having to capture it doesn't work for Fortress, it crashes. And kills the stream too. I heard T90 had a crash, and maybe some other people did too, so I'm just using the game so it doesn't crash. Doesn't eat the VRAM. Let me check my VRAM usage. Just a quick task menu. Yeah, 6.1 out of 16 gigabytes of VRAM usage here. So much lower than Capture Age, even with the higher quality graphics. Tato, he's gonna keep raiding, that's for sure. I'm gonna keep raiding, getting him some skirms and tribs. He's going for a castle. Why are you not repairing that castle? Skirm's getting pushed back, but the light cab go for the trib, and that's an expensive trib to lose at this point of the game. There goes the repairing the castle. Has a bit of stone left, why not? Make a CA, don't make a CA2, improve the in-game spectating. So Tato raiding the lumber camp in the south. Still probably a better wood stockpile for Leary. Maybe slightly better gold stockpile for Tato. This is going down to the Hussars. And, well, Tato's still surviving in the south. I mean, look at the population counts again. Okay, still at 200, still similarville military counts. But maybe just when you put all 3 trash unit lines together, Skirm Hussar could be better for Tato as the Burgundians. Not doing any halbs of his own. Oh, actually, never mind. He is doing a few halbs now. Sees the light cab out. But light cab only do not feel good for Bohemians. As much as Leary is continuing to increase his score lead. Maybe even his KD lead. Maybe KD tightening slightly. And his Fortress games are over so quickly, right? Timeline so Caster can show what happen to players who make different decisions. Okay, well, Tato being raided himself. Halfnitsa there trying to take out a castle. He's repairing desperately. Skirms can take out the Halfnitsa. His own cannon can take out the Halfnitsa. And this play from Leary will not destroy the castle. Will it? Oh, Leary microing his Halfnitsa now. Gets tanked by the cannon. That castle's so close to going down. Halfnitsa stays alive. The Skirms could pick it off. She takes the cannon. Tato not paying attention. If he pays attention, he destroys the Halfnitsa. Is the Skirms there? He can ignore the Skirms, and there it goes down. Goes down. Let's see. Leary picked off the relics from the monastery, but didn't destroy the castle, and Tato can keep repairing that. His main death? No, his main base is not dead. Leary may be struggling to push out and get to these wood lines. Tato maybe slightly dropping in pop, but he probably has a good Q still. And check out the Tato Q. Yep, his Q is filled. Leary, his Q not quite filled, but filled with halbs at least. You have to pay attention when you look at the wood stock pile, also to the halbs that are queued because they take wood. And still some raids from Tato trying to be annoying. Leary's still with a 6k score lead though. Now with more vills, 107 to 94, so more vills working. And 3 relics to 0 as Tato needs to reclaim those relics he lost earlier. Dravidian Wood Steel applying to their light cav and their halbs, and then faster throwing skirms, so the Dravidians answer your question. That's one. Can Tati convert Halfnitsa? Does he have Halfnitsa of his own? You can always go monks for it, especially if he has a bit of gold. Monk's still effective against Halfnitsa. There's a lot of skirms. I just feel like Louis doesn't have an effective answer to the skirms. I'd have to win this game from skirms, because skirms are OP. A couple of dots back here, still some raids. Skirms pick off light cav, pick off skirms. Or pick off hussars, pick off skirms. Now we see all three unit lines together with Halfnitsa. And we'll see what type of shot the Halfnitsa can get off. Kill their own units again. Okay, they're picking off some units here and there. This was a good fight for Leary. Now wrecking the hussars in the choke point. Ooh, the outpost being hit. You know what to do, knock it down. Ooh, skirms getting hit. Now Halfnitsa OP, more skirms getting hit. Skirms can't be countered. That's like the joke about the Mangudai walking into the bar. Only it's a skirmisher. There's no counter. So Larry's score lead continuing to increase. How did we reclaim one relic? But look at that KD now. 1366 to 1111. Everybody wishes he had Teutonic Knights, don't we all? Now, Tato in the middle of this space. Hussar's getting some raids in. The other side, Halb's here still. Looking off the skirm. And it goes. Light Cav still getting some skirms over here. Tato's still raiding from the south. And more hussars still running around on these farms in the north. And, well, wood situation, I guess. Still want to look at the wood situation. More wood for Leary. Bit more food for Tato, that can just depend on the UQ. Is this UI? This is the in-game. This is the normal game. Capture Age is broken on this map, so we're using the game. Hand cannoneers, more ranges, more barracks, and hand cannoneers for Tato. Okay. Trying something new. 90 minutes into the game. Trying something new, and the new thing will be hand cannoneers. Can I see it without capture age? No. I cannot. Mickey. I guess it's a pro feature, right? You can zoom out and select everything. It's just wood left. It's what you see on the minimap.
See.
So Light Cav pushing in still, trying to raid in the south. In the north, a couple of Halfnitsa there. Hussars running into halves to get to them. They're doing a great job of picking off the skirms. Now, like, maybe start picking off some of these buildings, just trying to clear Tato out from this side of the map. Tato again going for a push, sending Vills forward. Sending to try to hit this castle, a Treb and a Ram. Feels like they might need more Trebs, though. And that villager there could stop this. All those stables there, just they spawn point here for a round. And they stop it. Okay, Helm's taking out Hussars. Needs it going for the range. Needs it going for the stable, and they can go for the castle. And if they clear out this castle, then finally Tato has a ton of farmers open for being raided. Half needs to be being very careful, dodging skirms, dodging the cannons, doing what they can without taking damage. Trying to avoid damage. They're all low HP. And that castle's gonna stay up, isn't it? Lots of HP, all the HP upgrades, 7,028. Stars pick off that cannon, one cannon, and it goes down. Happening on the left. Oh, Tato just is chilling there. Maybe looking for wood, not gonna find it. In the south, Tato's still just trying to be annoying with small raids. In the north, Tato kind of cleaning this up, keeping his castle alive. He's parking vills, and parking vills that have now run away. Yeah, he's running. Tato's still with the wood in the south. Clearly with a bigger wood stockpile and a much larger food stockpile. And Squirrel Leech is growing. It's so hard to clear out buildings when you're this far apart and don't have the siege. Maybe forward vills for a couple of workshops down here would be nice. And in Hussar raids continuing. Maybe I might just want to buy stone and repair the castle at some point. What is this game? This is DE Fortress. Why this is the map we're playing, I don't know. It's Tato's home map, so I mean, if this is his home map and he loses, that's a pretty big disadvantage for him. And villas go down. Oh gosh, more villas going to their deaths at the lumber camp. And Tato may be struggling for wood soon. Tato may be struggling for wood. Because economy 40 on wood, but how much is that really on wood? At the same time, he's starting to pour into Lyri's base, but Lyri has a castle there to hold. Tato may be struggling at the south as Lyri trying to move his population around. And the capture rate is broken. I didn't try it. I just went without it to preempt its potentially being broken. It's been a pretty smooth experience so far. So Vil goes down, skirms take him out. Take out the halb. There, do they? Not quite. Oop, I forgot I can't right-click scroll. I can, I need to change the UI though. Now, for the game is large, that's what this version of Fortress does. Tato's still breaking in, maybe repelled soon. Has he been able to destroy that castle? No. Will he be able to? This army needs to destroy the cannon. At the front still fighting, but the bleeding kind of stemmed a bit from Lyri. The tide stemmed at least. All they need is a proper game of Fortress. And Tato's still raiding with Hussars. I mean, he did close the score lead a bit, right? If it does become a wood game, he still could win this. I mean, with a huge score lead and KD lead, but he's not won the game yet. Tato can still get map control and get wood, and find a way to win. And getting the Hussars in the south. The Rams keep ramming. Yes, the game definitely not over. Tato getting in. What are the pops now? Okay, 111 vills. Maybe you're still trying to fight this off with his light cav. Pulling Tato from his base again. So almost 1,800 to 1,500 kills. Light cav taking out the halbs. Yuri still pushing. Tato raiding in the south on the wood line. Score's getting a bit closer, you're right. I mean, map control feels like maybe it's swinging to Tato, but there is some wood in the middle. Let's see, better food, but Tato much better wood at this point. And Hussar is raiding the vills. It's not good for the wood income. Tato still does have Hussars on this map. Al pokes off scouts. Scouts go try to get hits on the vills. The vills can go down. Alps come forward. And this Hussar is running around, will be taken out by the TC. Alright, so Hussar is still raiding for Tato. And where does Louis take wood now? Louis taking wood in the middle of the map. That's his only wood access, I think. The rest of the map and the wood, I think, either controlled or chopped by Tato. Wood in the back, still a bit for Tato. Wood in the south, still under Tato's control, mostly with the base there. Lots of raids here from Louis, though. And wood in this back is also already deforested. I get more tired on long late games. I just get kind of tired because we're 5 hours into a stream. Halbs fighting the Hafnitsa, fighting the Hussars, fighting other Halbs. Still, Hussar raids in on Tato's eco. Score closing a bit. Score's still closing a bit. And can Tato do this? I mean, the wood count... Not quite there for Leary, but then he has a bunch of Halbs queued. Oh, this map is so open, Hussars can just get everywhere. Woodbank, he's got 2k to 1.5k, assuming they go through their current production queues. I mean, lots of Halbs and Skirms in that queue, so a bit more than that actually banked up. Is this a wreck? Yes, it is. This is a wreck. This set is done with wrecks. Is Tato doing this? I mean, he's pushing in on Leary's base here. Leary still hasn't been able to push him. You're still doing a light cav. Can't go for the market, but goes down. Castle on his base is down. That'll open up some more raids. So many Halbs for Tato. It's the Vil count 131 to 126. It's a similar Vil count. Skirm's trying to raid. Skirm's getting up over Hussar's light cav trying to get to the north. There are Halbs there. There's a lot of abandoned farms up there too. Halbraid trying to come in for Tato, but we're already on there with his own Halbs and his TC. Bill's going down. Bill's going down. Hal's getting picks. And what is that? That's a Flemish militia. Wait, did he click? He didn't click the button, did he? No, he didn't. He has lots of bills. He's just adding them in from the barracks. You can trade him for the barracks now. Alright. And he's taking Leary off of the center wood. Wood control still almost 3k for both players, but Leary's going to lose access to his wood control now. And where else is the wood on the map? Just got to zoom out. Is there wood in the north? No. Is there wood in the east? Tato's going to run out of that. Is there wood in the south? Yes. Then Tato's taking that. More wood there. Leary's already taken a lot of the wood that was down there. And there's wood in the middle that Leary can take. Well, Leary defending this so far. I mean, even if he's not rated, he's going to run out of the wood here soon. Yep, 1-0 Leary, yes. Now still 6k score lead for Leary. Hussar still chasing Vills. Leary with the 20 Vill lead. Maybe overboomed back a bit. Can't throw like that. So Hanking is coming forward, trying to defend the Vills as they run. Leary, though, his main base, not much left of it. Halbs is everywhere. Rams can keep pushing. Enough Halbs here to keep the Rams alive. Relics even. Relics are 3-2 in favor of Leary, but Tato has Burgundian vineyards for a gold trickle on farms, so probably about as even as they can get. Also a bit of a food trickle for Tato from the Relics, for that Burgundian's team bonus. Capture age, no capture age. What is this? Oh, that's a wood line for Leary. Oh, look at that wood line. Say this might indeed go to a wood game. So Skirm's taking out the Halb, still trying to defend this base until the Hussars move in. TC can maybe be garrison. Vills hit the repair hockey, didn't garrison. He's gonna have to buy wood with relic gold. Tato's still in the base. There are red dots everywhere. I feel like Tato has slightly more wood access going forward. Leary more wood in the bank though. His base now, I basically had to evacuate his base, gonna lose his market. Still a lot of resources, but can't figure out how to use them to fight without the Haufnitze. So he's going down. Gate opening, Skirm still hoovering as the Halb goes down. Overbrew needs more army numbers. That was true, right? For a long time, he's at 70 Vills. I see you later, Filter Coffee. What is this game? Skirm's going down. Tato no longer rated at home. Stabilizing in the middle. And where are the remaining woods? No more wood over to the west. Or to the north. Or to the east. Only wood is a little bit to the south. Tato's control there. One more wood line in the middle that Leary has control over. And just gonna check out the KD. So 220 or 2,209 to 1933. The village are high, but more idols making up for it. And with a higher stockpile of resources too. Tato desperately throwing up a guard tower. And Tato is probably the one most known for guard towers. Alps coming forward. See, everywhere on the minimap is blinking. Literally everywhere is. There's just a little mine or a camp being cleared. Here, Tato taking wood in the south. That's just about his last wood. These two are his last woods. And the capture age, they just eats too much VRAM and crashes. So, White Cav getting taken out by the Vills. Now we'll get some pokes down the Light Cav go. Does he still have wood in his original? Oh, he does! You're right, Lear still has wood here. Soon that'll be the most valuable spot on the map, the remaining wood. I mean, both players sticking to 200 pop. Slightly different compositions for each. They're gonna make a beeline for this wood, but tapped it with a tower. What happens when the wood ends? They keep playing. You get a Ruben Andre situation. Quick walls from Tato. Vills there. Lear trying to do something with all his Vills. 21 idle, so might as well fight stuff with them. They do help the TC up from the ram push. And still some scrums and Hankins hoovering here. That's a very forward TC. Yeah, 90 on food, 0 on wood. Now Leary's out of wood and Tato still has wood. And look at his resource stockpile. Very out of wood. And maybe Tato can do this if he just holds on. He holds on and plays the wood game at a spot where Leary cannot take wood. Leary needs to take the wood in his original base, but Tato's even kind of controlling that. Gamers with no gold. I mean, they have great halbs. Maybe they need food bunks. With all that food he's floating. This is a great fight for Leary here, getting some of those hussars. Yeah, I don't know what to worry about in there for a second. And I disoriented myself. Help picking off Skur, I'm picking off the Hussars. There's a lot of stables in the south, more ranges going up there for Tato. Militia Halb still hoovering around up here. Alf needs a queued? Alf needs a queued. Will that be enough? Still a good gold stockpile for Tato. Here you could always cancel some halbs if he wants more wood. You can save time when it feels like it loomed to a wood game. Like have going for the ramp, but gets taken down. Full 4 TC is halbs are massacring the Hussars. This looks like they each have like a perfect setup. Tato with the eco to spam lots of these winged Hussars. They are going down slowly but surely. And King is here. And Leary actually win this if he goes to trash. He cares about winning time, no. Ooh, look at those halves, just melting those light cap. So as you're down. I don't know, what even is left on the map to be rated? 20 on wood for Leary, where are they? This is Tato's last wood supply down here. Down here, he's just about to finish. Leary, yeah, okay, Leary reclaiming the wood in his base. Leary finally realizing, oh, I have wood here. And there he goes. A good stockpile for Tato. More food stockpiled for Leary, though. And now I just wonder whose stockpile lasts longest as the wood is running out, as we're well over 2 hours in game time. The households need no wood, but they do need farms. So maybe it'd advantage Tato to do just farms with crop rotation? Tell me Tato's crop rotation. He does have crop rotation. And does Leary have crop rotation? He does not, doesn't get it. Okay, so crop rotation can make a difference in the long run too for the Burgundians. Crop rotation for those Burgundian vineyards farms. Skirm's taking out the Vills. They go. Albs and Skirm's fighting the Keep. Tato's Keep, such a Tato thing to do, add keeps. Does Tato have murder holes though? Tato really does need some murder holes. Does it not show on this UI? It doesn't. That's weird. He does have it. We just have it at least. So I was getting a raid, maybe picking off a Halfnitsa. So lots of vills all going down here. Vill count for Tato still okay. I'll have to spend some food replacing them. Food count for Leary is just insane. I think we've chopped about every tree there is on the map. All these farms abandoned. These hussars are still very mobile. And it's a big group of hussars there. The hussars. And the halbs. I have to think this will be good for the halbs, even with the hand cannons in the back. Kev running around, gonna pick off the cannons. Or maybe not gonna be intercepted by the hussars. Oh, nice job from the hussars intercepting that cannon. Or intercepting all those light cabs that were running for the cannon. And handbill combat at the end. Well, I mean, we've depleted the mapper resources. Now we have to deplete the player's stockpiles of resources. And that can take a while in its own right, too. That still have wood up here? No, he does not. Leary's just finished that wood line. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stables. Insane game by Tato, really. Leary pushing out, hand cannoneers and halbs now. How does he protect against the hussars by falling back to the halbs? So they go down. But still, check that overall KD. Still heavily in favor of Leary. Hussars go down. And Leary continues hoovering here. And let's see, the queue's still good for Tato so far. He's really good for Leary though. He has 9,000 food. We're sick now. So it's hard to tell what the food stockpile situation is because Tato has all of his food queued on Hussars. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 queues of light cav Hussar. 12 queues of Hussar for Tato. Helps whoever would force the light cav inside. I think Leary has this. I still don't know. I don't know who's gonna get wood access. Are these hand cannoneers actually, with Halb, gonna be useful against these Hussars? Maybe they are. Also still being cleaned in the middle. And Tato's still kind of booming in the forest over there. Yeah, they've deforested the map. I completely deforested the map. Hussars and light cav fighting. And here comes some halbs and some hand cannons. Sorry, should add to this. Sar's running around. Without wood, does Hussar Halb become cost effective? Depends on the price of wood. Right? Because the price of wood will increase as you buy it more and more at the market. I have seen Halbs where you buying one round of wood costs you like 500 gold. So at that point, even then, maybe just the scout's worth it, but always depends. Halb's picking off Hussars. And Tato's still trying to push. I mean, both these players staying at 200 pop. They're getting so much food. Just a pure global queue for Tato. Maybe fewer units queued than usual from him? Maybe dropping off? Usually he'd have a wider variety. It's like Leary? Can. I got 12k food. He even has a decent queue himself. He's maybe trying to get the score back into his favor real quick. Hold on, let me go open. It's getting really hot in here for my PC. Let me open our window real quick. I feel like rain checks for text research in the base game are better for visibility than... We talked about that earlier. I think they have the pros and cons. I think they're just a bit too small to see. So, pros and cons to each system. Alright, I've got a window open. Time for Leary to buy a Treb and maybe stonewall the corner off. I think Trebs go down too much to Hussar raid. It's one of those weird things, especially with how big this map is. Just any gold you spend on siege, just you feel like you immediately regret because trash units pick it off. So Leary's still 200 pop, 14k food in the bank. Now that the map is out of wood, farms are valuable. And Leary can just spam light cav. Tato can spam Hussars. And both players with the big massive hand cannoneers, well, right now, gold is cheaper than wood. Right? Gold is going to be very cheap because it's the wood you're out of on the map. And gold you can actually get from selling at the market. So now where the Hussar becomes the best unit in the game, no Halbs really out for Leary. Oh, there they are, just hiding behind the skirms. And Cannon's taking out the Hussars. More hussars from Tato. There's going to be a huge hussar masses on both sides. Now it's going to be about just keeping the hand cannoneers within a pocket of halbs. One cannon inside the workshop. Oh, still more hussars from Tato still being amassed. He's losing in score. Has an 8k score difference. There's no more wood anywhere on the map, not even Leary's base anymore. It's about using your remaining army as efficiently as you can. All those mills in the north. Look at all those mills. Where's the admin to call a game one way or another? Leary's getting tired as they're 2.5 hours in. So Leary with a much better KD, about 300 kills in advantage for him. Tato at 200 pop still. Leary gets 17k food. I think Leary has the food that he will win this. I think he has the food count. But he's gonna have to wait for Tato basically to run out of his queue first. It's 15 times quite a lot. Believe it's still on. I can believe it when it's Fortress on 3-player map size. That's true. I guess crop rotation farms are going to last longer. Thank you to dance for both players. We're dropping in pop a bit now. He needs his Qs to kick in. I need to get more hand cannoneers out. He's got 20k food though. I believe he's got 20k food. There's no way he loses this, right? Yeah, Burgundian Vineyards. Yeah, this one is still going. Oh, ooh, the relics. The relics taken out of the monastery. Okay, that changes something finally. I've been 3-2 relics for a long time now. Leary on 0 relics. And what he does not have is the wood to rebuild the monastery or the gold to train a monk. To reclaim the relics, okay. So Tato with Burgundian Vineyards, maybe he can grab the relics. And then have a super Lakium economy of vineyards plus relics. That's actually massive. Can I check the total relic gold gathered by now? I probably can check that in the stats. Yep, 10k for Leary, 7k for Tato. Did he get crop rotation? Yes, he did. We checked that over an hour ago. Tato has crop rotation. I mean, how many stables does Leary have? I mean, he doesn't have that many stables. Oh my gosh, actually, is this a game where Leary only has 3 stables and won't have production now? Because the only resource he has is for the hussars? And actually, if Tato just destroyed this stable, all of a sudden he'd win the game because Leary wouldn't be able to produce anything from the hussars. Does Leary have a market anymore? Leary 8k score in the lead, but I think he might have mismanaged things. Not having the market, he can't rebuild any of his farms. Where is Leary's market? Use my market hotkey. He doesn't have one. University, no blacksmith, no market. Okay. And Tato, destroy the stable. Of all the buildings you just destroyed, this is the important one. No, don't go for the gate. Go for the stable, Tato. The stable. The one unit Leary can make is from the stable. And Tato's gonna do, he's gonna tie it up. There's no way Leary wins with only 3 stables and not having the ability to buy a market. Because right now with 25 wood, Leary can't get a market. Right? There's no way to get a market unless he, like... He can't even rebuild a farm now because he doesn't have 60 wood. Tato's done it. Tato has done it. He's leaving that stable alive. Stable is the only thing left for Leary. Leary can only spend 18k food from 3 stables. One of which Tato, don't run away, destroy it. End this madness. Your hussars are there. The stable is there, right click it. Don't worry about the tower. There you go. Oh no, no, Tato, go for it. Go for it, Tato. Yes, 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 yes. Oh no, no, don't run away. You're right there, Tato, do it. Oh, we're gonna get the GG from Leary, who can't keep up the production, and that ties it 1-1. There's one tree, oh, one tree by the castle. That wouldn't be enough for a market, though. He needs 175 wood for a market. Tato does it. He holds on. What is that? Leary with the better KD. Tato, better economy. Oh, not even close. Much better economy. 10k more gold collected. Ah, well. GG. We hit over 400 viewers again on YouTube, so thank you. Hope you enjoyed whatever that was. Well, that ties it 1-1. And oh, my DE just crashed when I went to the options menu. Thanks, DE. At least it doesn't crash my stream like Capture Age does. Whew. 1-1. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. We still have potentially 5 more games. Well, Tato wins his home map. And his Burgundians over Bohemians. Ooh, alright, we'll be back to Capture Age now. Oh, 460 viewers on YouTube. 5 more games like that. Maybe. No more 3-player map size fortress, please. That's not what fortress is supposed to be. Okay, we gotta wait for the next rec to be posted anyway, too. I think it's probably time for me to take a quick break, too. Let me run to the bathroom after that. I need a break. stop the match like in Wimbledon. Now let's see. Okay, game 3. Game 3, we have the raw file for game 3. File is roaring at me. I'm gonna restart my game because the game crashed. Also open up the capture age too. DE, hello, are you starting? There we are. Alright, game number 3, which for some reason did not appear in the folder. Oh, because I didn't extract the RAR. Oh, but this is a save and restore game too, so this is in 2 parts. Lovely, thanks to DE's having an adventure today. It'll be on Nomad. Nomad. And he will be in the blue. Tato tied it up 1-1 after that game, for that marathon of a game. So Nomad, there'll be a little bit of a lake in the Nomad, the donut type of Nomad. Well, not quite a donut, 'cause isn't in the middle, but it'll be homeomorphic to a donut. So Tato with the TC on the outside, he'll be in the red as the Lithuanians. Leary will be in the blue as the Koreans. This map, oh, look at how much smaller it is. It's a proper sized game that hopefully will end at a reasonable time. It's a heart, kind of? The water kind of is a heart? Oh, almost. So I see what you're getting there. Now, not quite my old Baltic emote, though, but definitely in the shape of a heart. The shape of a map of love. Ooh, I'm exhausted from the previous game. I don't know about you. Are you exhausted just from watching that game like I am? I gotta keep talking throughout all of it. I hope I have my voice for the weekend. To the pond as a donut hole. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The map, as I said, homeomorphic to the Taurus. So nice boar there for Tato. Boar here in the middle of 2 of them. Whoever lures that first will have a nice advantage in their uptiming. Tato might not have quite seen it unless it wanders into his Fog of War. Same for Leary. Both might have just missed that boar. And sheep for Leary will be coming over. Seeing what it can find. Oh gosh, I just heard some lightning outside. I just opened the window. I don't want it to start raining. I want it to be nice and cool inside while I'm casting. So boar taking at the TC. Hill's chopping wood. I want to go for a run tomorrow morning. Hopefully it's not going to be all rainy. Rain is a nice ambient sound. I mean, I love rain. I just don't want it to rain inside my window and get my PC wet, so I'll have to close the window if it rains. That's what I'm saying. So how are you guys doing over on YouTube too? You guys, the chat there has been very active today. Hopefully that continues, and this is what I was saying. Leary taking that boar, absolutely what he wants on Nomad, and he's not taking the boar. All right, so I am wrong, but with the house there, you will see if Tato goes to take it. Tato still might have no idea that the boar is there, as it is still maybe not wandering into his line of sight. Oh, the poor boar. How far do boar wander? Is it 2 tiles or 1 tile from where they're placed? I'm actually not sure about that. I'll have to watch a boar for a long time someday, just figure out the boar movement patterns. Okay, Leary, you're gonna hunt the boar. Got it. Oh, and he's even hunting it, like, perfectly in the non-scouted area that Tato has, so Tato's gonna have no chance of laming it. Why are they building houses so far from their base? Because they have a scouting villager. It's Nomad, so you don't have a scout. And if you don't have enough sheep or cattle to do all your scouting, you're going to have a vill out there anyway. And you just do the houses with the vill. You also sometimes do the house just kind of on your way to the TC, depending on the distance. It's more of a 9-vill thing, though. So one by the dock, because the dockville does it. And other houses just by the scouting vills. Of course, this one's slightly far from the TC because you don't want to block your farm placement. And you also do want it to be kind of like a wall. So lots of different factors go into where you put your houses. And different trade-offs for their positionings. Add migration patterns to hunt. Imagine what type of chaos phosphor would come up if Hunt migrated. If he's always these stationary chickens he's managed to funnel. You'd be like melting snow in one part of the map to adjust the migration patterns of some animal to get it under his TC. And that's what we get from Fosporo if you added that. And day and night cycle, you can do that in scenario triggers. You can do that in map lighting, but you can't change the map lighting dynamically during a random map game. The feudal age on the way for Leary. And he'll be scouting the south with the cow he has. Feudal age just a bit slower for Tato. Lithuanians are usually the ones who want to click up first, but dock locations are really far apart. So not going to be aggressive galleys for the water. It's going to be scouting, and should know where each other are. Stone right at the front for Leary, and being this close to each other can be nice for the Teutons, for the Koreans. If they want to trush, can go watch towers for map control into that free guard tower upgrade when you hit castle. You can also go for the castle drop and for war wagons. There's a barracks going up for Tato. The feudal on the way for both players. And Leary up to feudal. Adding vills. And these vills for Tato still running around, adding in an archery range. And double bit axe on the way for Leary. Was the chicken war with lure with palisades intended by the devs, or is it some sort of... It was definitely not intended. Based on Trirum's reaction I saw to it. So it was definitely not intended. It's one of those things that once I saw it, it was like, oh, that's so obvious that it works, because the deer behave basically the same way. But it was definitely not intended by them. Don't tease you by saying Teutons. You gotta come to the Twitch chat and sub so you get their Teutonic Night emote. Or Teutonic Night dance. So archers for Tato. Gonna go archers on Nomad when they're this close. Lithuanian's not always known as an archer civ, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. And speaking of boats floating, that's the opposite what will happen to these fishing ships, as the galleys from Leary are there and picking them off. So Tato did not go for the docks. Yeah, we have a forward dock from Leary. Actually, 2 forward docks from Leary. Leary has 3 docks. Leary is aggressively controlling the fishing ships here. Tato has 1 fire galley on water, 2 on the way, but that's not going to be in time to stop the Korean galleys. Loom on the way for Leary, and he will be fighting against archers and feudal. And with the big investment he had on the water, it will be harder for him to afford a barracks and archery range for some skirms to stop the archers, but maybe he can just go tower defense as the Koreans. Thought it looked like a little chicken pen, which is cute. Okay, and yeah, that's what Leary's gonna do. Tower to defend the gold as the archers come over. Low HP on the archers, so maybe the Vills could just turn and fight. Don't want to lose too much HP on the Vills, but the tower will go up. There's enough Vills building it. 2 archers won't stop that. This can turn and fight. Weakville can run. Nice house so the archers can't do a 360 around the tower. Oh, laming the Ibex. What did Ibex ever do to you? Tato legit could have maybe taken that himself. And on the water, a couple of fires from Leary 2 to deal with Tato's fires. Tato trying to go back to his TC to repair. 2 fires should overcome 1 Vil repairing, and Tato didn't have all the Vils on the same fire there. Tato trying to disrupt Leary's fish now. Leary with 4 fishing ships and another on the way. Tato with only 1 fishing ship and fletching on the way. And he will lose a fish there, or a fire there. Yes, he will. Leary going to get back to a repair Vil. He'll have to stack and block, which he does nicely. Brings another fire over. And Tato going to lose a fire for free there. Nice micro from Leary. Wonderful light micro from him. Vil repairing the fire galley. And Archer outside the range of the tower. Tato gonna think about his own tower. Look at that. Okay, let's look at where he tries to place it. I was gonna say, we look at the range circle and where he tries to place it and see what it hits. So controlling the front gold, but with that tower, Leary still has gold access. 5 fishing ships too for Leary. They're rather spread out. The fish feel very thin on this version of Nomad. So great to have them spread out. I wonder if that's a capture age thing or my mouse thing where it scrolls one click in the opposite direction occasionally. Archer's taking the Vils. Vils have to fall back. This tower looks like it will go up. Ooh, Vils have to go in and out of the TC, go over to the wood line. So that tower won't go up. Too many archers there for Tato. And Leary will not have stone access anymore. He'll delete his tower, or get his stone back, and maybe have to go for a tower somewhere else. Oh wait, he has stone in the back. Oh, that makes sense. And let's tower that and take the stone. Okay, that's perfectly fine for him then. He's okay. Doing a market up, that'll also help shield his gold. He has water control, and with the fishing ships he's had, look at that. Look at that res collected difference. He will be up to the castle age in no time. And then probably just wins the game with the castle dropping more wagons. Especially if Tato doesn't have fish, don't know what he's able to do, staying feudal. Is it allowed for them to play with mods that let them see building? I mean, that's an in-game setting. You don't need a mod for that anymore. And yeah, any visual mod is always allowed. But that itself now is a setting. So stuff like grids and or grid terrains and the range circles are settings. So more Vils from Tato. He's getting closer to the castle age, but definitely not up yet. Taking some of those wild chickens. Oh, and game is over because this is a game in 2 parts. The game in 2 parts. Let me grab the next part. Nomad Part 2. Another save room store. Tato's still producing? Still producing indeed. But Castle Age on the way for Leary, and he's about to be Koreans in the Castle Age. 2 minutes faster than Tato. Tato doing the gold mining upgrade. Tato's still fighting on water. Leary might need more galleys still. Has a few fire galleys out. Demo coming forward. Right now Leary, like, his fish have done what he needed. They've gotten to the Castle Age. They've gotten him up much faster than Tato. So he could go War Galley and contest the water, or he could just boom on land now. He could just go like War Wagon. Has the guard tower now. We'll be going for a workshop and then rocket carts. Remember, rocket carts now. No mangonels, rocket carts. And those archers will be just outside the tower and stopped. They're not going to risk it. Scale Barding Armor and Castle Age on the way. And the fire ships will take out the other fire galley. And that'll go down. And a rocket cart working on the watchtower. Repairville on the way there for Leary. And then fire's coming in on the water. Demo for Tato. He was trying to do War Galley. Doesn't have it in yet. It's gonna take a loss before the upgrade comes in. Not a great fight there. Oh, there's the demo ship though. Tato with the demo. Never doubt Tato with the demo. And they'll be hiding, stacking that fire behind the others. That one has 4 HP. The tiny little micro there has done it for Tato. And now he's maybe winning the water? Oh, Leary had the timing advantage there, but the micro from Tato, Leary wasn't quite paying attention. Tato keeps both his fires alive. At the same time, Knight's coming in. Knight's going to get under the TC and the tower. Repairs on the way, but the Knight will go down after sniping the rocket cart. And walls in the Knight. Oh, can't quite trap it, but it will go down. Oh, what is that attack round? Rocket cart, that was sick. So our rocket cart's now elite skirm for Tato. The rocket, and it's going to be a castle drop from Leary. And then what does Tato do against war wagons? You're going to try to go elite skirm. Those don't even really work all that well. I don't think it's that big of an advantage to determine if a unit has a range upgrade or not. Usually those are pretty obvious, and you're checking those before you take the fights anyway. And also the range upgrades, like the fletching line, is usually something, it's so important that you click it right away. And it's not something that you're delaying, like potentially armor or the melee attack upgrades. So from that perspective, I don't think it's that big of a difference. But definitely being able just to tell how far the buildings shoot, that itself is a difference. Alright, as much as I love having this window open, it is now starting to rain, and I do not want my PC getting wet. Let me close this window. Alright, window is closed. The water is not harming my PC. Did y'all remember that time when, with the endless soda? Oh, nice mangonel shot, or a rocket cart shot. And at that time when Homestar made a wet PC out of Strongbad's PC, that's what would happen if I left that window open. So Tato has to run. And now Tato going to be losing his starting TC. So Leary will have 2 TCs. Tato gonna lose that. I missed the window. So will I. Maybe in the future we can reopen it. I'll feed my PC after midnight. Why do I feed my PC? The redemption on the way for Tato is the Lithuanians. That'll be his defense against the rocket carts. And maybe now it's to just be full war wagon. That TC won't be alive much longer. Will it make one more Vil? Might get to make one more Vil. Let's see. It's gonna be close. No it won't. Yes it will. Yes it will. There it goes. One last villager and then the TC goes down. Tato re-adding another TC. Ooh, Mangonel's on the TC. And he loses the TC foundation to the rocket carts. And he loses the villas to the rocket carts too. That was smooth. Rocket carts have to run away from the monks. The wood line at least gives them some separation. They're slower than the monks, so they gotta be careful of that. And Devotion on the way from Leary. Devotion, he needs to run away. The monks, one of them broke the conversion, the other didn't. They're still charged. And Leary might be upset about instas soon. Oh, those rocket carts are being converted. He never ran them away. The conversions didn't break. It might look like instas, but they're not. It's just good micro from Tato to keep the monks walking. Schedule a download of my more RAM at 12 a.m. Could use some more VRAM for my GPU for capture age to eat up. Oh, did he cancel that? Did he cancel that? I wish that's something I wish we could visually tell more easily. Is that a tower that was canceled? Leary's struggling. Oh, wait, no, that was not a tower that got canceled. I saw that stone. Did we just lose one tower there or two? That's the question. He's going for another tower. If he gets the guard tower up, that's a great defense against the rocket carts, but now it's maybe a big if he gets it up. Oh, the villagers. At least they have loom. This isn't MBL levels from earlier. Yeah, the Lithuanian rocket carts. And Tato will finally be adding that second TC up on a farther wood line. Once one conversions on the war wagons. I take it rocket carts don't actually do that much against war wagons with how much HP they have. Actually download more VRAM. Oh, who knows, maybe one day. Oh, they'll just have like drones that deliver VRAM. Okay, well, Mangonels go down. Oh, there goes a Vil. Skirm's getting picked off. No ballistics yet for the war wagons. Leary now with the score lead. Lots of knights in the back just hoovering for Tato. What are these farms, Leary? What are these? Okay, I mean the mill is right there. The mill kind of blends with the houses, but still this gap. Making T90 look like a competent farmer. Skirm is forcing the war wagons away. Handcart on the way. No bowsaw for Tati. Ooh, no bowsaw for Tati. Ballistics before bowsaw. Here comes a monk. As war wagons hoover a bit. Page at G90's farm book. Just went back and rewatched. He did not get his resources back. Okay. Nice. I wish that's something I'd love to have a better way to check. Whether the building gets destroyed or you get the resources back. Maybe that could even be like an in-game graphic that you could tell differently. Whether it's deleted or destroyed. So it's such a weird game mechanic, but it's also a great one. Someone healing up the war wagons. And Skirms will be picking Vils. So Imperial Age on the way. So Imp on the way for Leary. Ooh, an Imp with the same number of Vils. Tato nowhere close to Imp. Yeah, Leary around to 1k more res collected. And Tato invested a lot into the water. But now the fish are not that efficient. That's what I feel like about this version of Nomad. Initially, the fish help you get to the castle age, but afterwards it's not worth fighting over them. They're just not numerous enough. It's like, you know that campaign achievement for the Alaric Goths campaign, numerous as the grains of sand? Well, like the opposite of that will be as few as the fish on Nomad. with this current version. Have a big floating red text saying kaputt if it gets destroyed. Not everyone speaks German though. So there's Imp for Tato, but over 2 minutes behind. Oh, rocket cart shot, Tatty. Oh, okay, the skirm's in the mid-range of the rocket cart. And, ooh, the split. That's not good, though, for Tato. He's losing all of his counter to the war wagons. Low HP skirms even will die to war wagons. And that's going to be even more Pierce armor once Imp hits immediately for Leary. And Tato on, what is he on now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 town centers. He is booming away. How about just like doubt appears in the rubble if you don't delete it? So a keep coming forward for Leary. He's just gonna try to get some map controlled keeps. He'll be tower rushing everywhere. Tato's gonna feel what it's like to be a victim of the tower rush. The Imperial Age Korean keeps. There they go everywhere. That'll be outside the range of the castle. Maybe it needs to be a tile back or so because they can still do bracer. Now Leary's just gonna be surrounding Tato as much as he can with keeps. And keeping him from expanding. Adding doubt is probably the best option. Who doesn't love seeing more doubts in their game? Tato up to Imp. And, well, Bracer, he can go skirms, I guess. Lithuanians will have good skirms. He's being trebbed, potentially losing his monastery and relic. Building would just disappear. I think you need something a bit clearer than that, because I think even that can be hard to tell. Maybe having some more emphatic demolition, though. That's probably one good step, though. Tati needs doubt to lead a charge of 40 Leichai here. That's what he does need. Some more towers coming forward. Tato not going to be able to expand down here, as there's now a workshop and more keeps. He will be able to get a Treb out. And what are we going to have here from the Koreans? Probably bombard cannons. Do we have chemistry on the way? Or yes, we already have chemistry finished. Maybe we can start adding in the cannons. Ooh, we're about to hit the 6-hour mark on this stream. This has been a long and exhausting stream for me, especially that Fortress game. I felt really awake at the start, but now 6 hours in. It's tough, but it's great. We have 458 people on YouTube. YouTube streams are really being amazing. So, war wagons taking out the rams. Rams going down. Skirms forward, and now it's a skirm war. Remember, the Koreans have cheaper skirms, so usually pretty good in skirm wars, except against Byzantines. Faster moving skirm, probably not as important here. Also, having the free armor at the end is nice for the skirms too. We don't have the armor in for Tato yet. Does that even matter? 7 attack, 8 armor versus 6? It matters when a hill bonus comes into play. Range goes down. Castle on top of the range. Oh, cannon there could hit the castle foundation. Yo, was that a delete? Did he hit the castle foundation with the cannon? He must have hit it because Tato called the GG. Oh, the cannon there, he one-shot the castle foundation. He must have. Oh, Tati. Tati, that's why we need a more epic destruction animation for a one-shot on the foundation. And Leary goes up 2-1, and he picked one of Tato's home maps, a Nomad. So again, that was the second half of a wreck, so we're not going to have all the stats in Capture Age. But, and GG anyway. Leary, I think, pretty clear there. He kind of won the water while going up faster, and then Tato took the water back, but invested a lot more while Leary was investing on the land and got the push. So, GG. Bring us to game number 4. It's 2-0 for Leary. Winning on Nomad with the Koreans over the Lithuanians. And we're just gonna wait for them to post the next. Oh, they posted the next rec already. They don't even give me time to play an ad in between. Korean's better civ here. I do think I prefer Koreans on Nomad. But definitely can be tricky to play without really a Dark Age eco bonus. Like, I can see some people who maybe prefer Lithuanians. And the next map will be 4 Lakes. Okay, feels like a map I'd probably favor Leary on. Yeah, on YouTube you can scroll back and check. That's why we have a chat. That's a chat and can check for me. We don't have the rewind and capture age, but we have rewind on YouTube, which is even better. So we will have Leary playing as the Blue Italians to the south, and Tato playing as the Red Huns to the north. Ooh, a Civ matchup we saw earlier today with Hera against MBL Italians Huns. Do you think Leary might have been practicing with Hera and had that that build order for the Italians planned? I wonder if Leary could be tempted to FC here. Actually has a fairly decent map for it. Forward wood he could use as a wall. Back wood or side wood he could build a lumber camp on. Back golds. You can see him like walling up here to the TC. Maybe to that gold and to the edge. Take that wood line there. Wall around here and then be fully safe. And FC with Italians. What's the idea with the Huns pick? Huns are just a very good hybrid map civ. The idea with the Huns pick is that you don't need to build houses, so you have a ton of wood for doing your dock, doing your fishing ships, and then you're a very mobile civ. You can go scouts, you can go cav archers, and with how open the map is, you're an open map civ and an eco bonus that fits the map. Again, 4 lakes. This is 16 deep fish per pond, just about. Usually in tournaments we have custom maps with only 8 fish per pond, but this is the default DE map, and we're beholden to whatever chaos that entails. Do we usually practices with heart? Yeah, they do play together a lot. And yeah, they were doing the house out here. I wonder if that's what he's seeing too, the wall over here. Hard to see where all of your walls are because you gotta push deer, but he has some really nice scouting early on. Look at that scouting. Even 2 more sheep to pick up. But yeah, dock in the back here. Still 2 more deer to push. So you see he docks here, walls up over here. And then you wall over here and you're completely safe on the right. You're maybe exposing yourself to forward docks but without walling this, but this is so far you're probably not going to wall anyway in the Dark Age. So deer being pushed in there from Leary.
Yes.
Sec, sorry, go, yes. Oh, it's wonderful. We don't have to deal with the pauses. So I saw someone click the heart button on YouTube. I have no idea what the heart button does compared to liking the video. I guess it's good to click that. No wolves on the map? There shouldn't be. Usually on this map, in hybrid maps in general, oh, someone's spamming that button now. You don't put wolves on the map, at least not in places between where vills go to dock. That's kind of something that old Scandinavia, if you remember that map, was pretty bad about. You'd send a vill to dock and just a wolf would be there. It's kind of the type of randomness that a lot of players decided they weren't really a fan of, so over time in hybrid maps, we cut down on the predators. Wood savings on houses, enough to get up more fish? Most likely, yes. The tricky thing about Tato and the Huns here is just no houses. How the heck does he wall this map? He has a horrible wood situation. Leary with a much easier wall off. And flying stakes low. Why do they often have less fish? This is just a decision for this individual map in Cross. And it's one thing T90 had decided when he used the map. And just he wanted to make it more important to move out to other lakes instead of just camping in your own lake. It's not really about booming so much as needing to control more parts of the map and make it less focused on one area. So you still can boom, but it's you need to do the fish traps earlier. It's not as free of a fish boom. Or you need to move to the other ponds. What is purely decorative? Oh, the heart thing? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why you'd just click there as spamming a button. That does nothing. And it does seem like to duplicate the likes, right? And barracks going up for Leary. So he will go for barracks. No sneak docks by the look of it. Scout might be looking for a Vil, but he is walled in. Leary with a Vil on the outside doing the wall. Is she on the outside because he planned for it to keep her safe from the scout, or is that just where she stood? Oh no, she's gonna go over to the shorefish, maybe to her house over here. Just a little bit of an outpost in case a sneak dock comes in. Oh, what is this? I've done a couple of map scripting streams. I might do some fairly soon, so maybe once some of the tournaments that are on the calendar now, we have a break, I might do some map scripting. Oh, look at this wood line, no, this gold, the L-shaped gold. That's perfect for a mining camp, but also perfect for Tato to stand exactly where Leary wants to build the mining camp. And be really annoying. Oh, look at that. Spear will come over. There, he'll take a oh, he does it. He actually messes up Leary's mining camp placement by a tile. Yeah, Leary would have liked that one tile over. Oh. Now, slow, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. How you doing? Streams have been Spanish. That's completely different though, because he does a lot of scenario editing. I do random map scripting. So I did have a couple of really cool, like, he does the dynamic battle maps. Okay, spear coming over. Saves the Vil. Losing a tiny bit of efficiency. Oh, efficiency is what matters. I mean, this is... Remember that H for Hera-gold? Now we have an L for Leary gold. Look at that, L for Leary. And D for doubt on the mining camp location. That's a lot of fishing ships. 9 fishing ships in one pond and a 10th on the way. There, T for Tato. You can have T shapes, yes. Does he have one on this map? No. Didn't get a T for Tato shape. Although this almost is one, if you imagine this is a T. Or maybe if there were another tile there and it was like a cross, like a lowercase t. So Leary going out to dock the pond to the east, Tato docking the pond to the west. Both docking opposite ponds. Leary fully walled, so Tato can't get in with his scouts and skirms or do much damage. And Leary not creative with the fast castle, but contentious to wall up. And I do have to think, as we were talking about earlier today, that if he gets the Genoese crossbowman, he's going to be in a really nice spot. Although maybe kind of tricky because the stone is out in front. But he's just going to amass some crossbows, think about clicking up, there he goes, and once he gets up, he'll have crossbow and bodkin on the way. And then the question is, do you do the University and Ballistics, or do you just do TCs? And Nilly, what is this pathing? Fishing ship sure got stuck for a while. Why do you not wall off the water? Well, he's outposting there. It's because, honestly, like, this wall out here, well, one of the things about walling is you need to be able to repair your walls to keep them up. And if you wall really far away from your base, then you're not going to have a Vil in position. You'll need to walk maybe from this wood line all the way over here, potentially, to repair the wall. And that means you just kind of waste a lot of time walling when it gets broken through anyway. And that's often the reason of, oh yes, that's someone mentioned this. That's a perfect pocket for archers. Archers and skirms. That's often the reason why you might see players go for more compact walling sets, even though it might be shorter or more obvious walls next to the edge of the map. It's because it's easier to repair the walls and keep them alive. Sometimes they just didn't scout, or maybe it would have been a better decision anyway. But that's the main reason. The smaller and more compact the walls, the easier it is to reinforce them and repair them. You might see like a late feudal wall, and you can do a lot of houses, and you can afford the wood on the houses. But again, that's more expensive than the palisades. What is this? All that scout from Louis just chilling. Tato says, "Hey, stop chilling there on my wood line. That's my wood line. I'll whack you with my sword." So Leary's still walling this out. He will go for a market behind this house to keep it out. And there he's up, crossbow Bodkin. And where are the crossbows? They're on their way forward. What civ is Tato? He is the Huns. So what does he not have? A house wall. And immediately he recognizes, he sees Leary's up, doesn't know where the army is. He's going to do a tower on his gold and hope that the crossbows don't come in. But I think that hope might be maybe a bit misplaced, as Leary is here. And now his archer's job is just to dance with the crossbows so that they can't disrupt the tower. A nice job pulling the Vil. And the crossbows are going to pick 2 Vils on the tower, and potentially a 3rd Vil on the gold, get him on low HP. Maybe we can pick him off later. A nice split at the end. One crossbow goes down. That's about to be broken through, though, at home for Leary. Leary did do a stable, so a few crossbows and a knight for defense. No monastery yet. Tato's still feudal, so 2 knights out, and you'll be able to do well against the feudal army. Leary has to run home. 14 fishing ships to 10 also, so Leary a bit of a fish advantage. And we're actually fighting on the water, just fishing peacefully. And these crossbows in the back, Tato's base still hoovering around. Tato has to go tower defense everywhere. Has to look like he's playing an MBL game. And just to stay alive. And when the spear can get a nice poke on one of those scouts, scouts can also run through the TC, garrison the Vils, get some arrows on the scouts. Does that TC even hit anything? Scouts, they do have armor, so TC's not going to do as much damage there. I mean, he does have Bodkin though, maybe should have done more damage there. I don't know, DETCs confuse me. What map did Tato win? Well, you missed a match that was... make sure you have several rounds of popcorn if you want to go watch it, because it was Fortress. Is Tato up to castle? Bloodlines, Bodkin, so he's going to go Cav Archers, Hunnic Cav Archers, more defensive towers. But that's going to be defensive towers in lieu of TCs. I'll have to mine stone if he wants more TCs. Knights will force some small walls up on the stone. As Tato keeps repairing. Spear pokes the knight. Gilnet's forging on the way for Leary. I say Larry is Lewis. I'll also say Leary is Hera. Or I'll say like Larry or Lara. Or Harry. Those two combined, I'll definitely combine their names a lot. Lewis just so good, he's pretty much Leary. Lewis is like the opposite of how much time he spends grinding. What map did they play before 4 Lakes? Nomad. Nomad. And a Nomad that was homeomorphic to a Taurus. Younger than Leary, wow. It makes me feel real old. I remember when Leary was 16. The ballistics on the way for Tato. He's going to stay 1 TC and pump Cav Archers, 2 TCs for Leary. Leary on stone, and can Leary just mine stone until he gets the Genbo and then win? Maybe. Crossbow to disrupt the fish, but fire Leary to defend. GL wall consistently less than you would like. That bill goes down. Knights with +2 armor still hoovering around this army. I feel like they need a few more numbers. They need to take a good engagement at the same time here. Well, you're always going to trust Leary to take a good engagement. That's true. The knights will run in and snipe. Be split up. Some on the crossbows, some on the skirms. Oh, what a nice fight from Leary. What did I say? You can always trust Leary to take a good fight. And all the crossbows and skirms from Tato will go down. What a cleanup. Beautiful. Now 27 to 12 military. The fish are spared. And could not have imagined a more perfect fight for Leary. Knew Leary when he was 16 is time to schedule your colonoscopy? Probably, now that I'm in my 30s. I guess maybe I shouldn't say the torus, but to a flat donut. You know, it's not a 3D shape. Homeomorphic to the unit circle would be the better term there. I was imagining it was a 3D donut. But that I guess is not the case. Hello, Epic Sea Dragon. Saying AoE maps don't have edges? I'm saying is that if you walk off one edge of this cross, you should appear on the other. So Cav Archers, ooh, finding the lumber camp there. And this is what we were talking about earlier with walls. When it's just a palisade, you get broken through and you need to be able to reinforcement. And Leary's going to be there just in time with a university. Not much HP on it, though. And especially with ballistics, it's going to be hard for Tato to... Or it's going to be hard to wall against, for Leary to wall against Tato, but he will delete that and do a house. And a couple of skirms mixed in there. Ballistics for both players, and now this is where Leary can really do some damage. And he'll try to maybe time two. You see he's using 2 groups, so that you can only dodge one, and you can't dodge both, and still get a shot off. So great micro there from Leary to split his crossbows into 2 groups, and then start picking off the Cav Archers, letting their HP get whittled away as they run. And Tato's gonna call the GG. Tato realizes he's only down by 3 vills. Well, he sees there's a castle, and he sees there are Genbos coming. So maybe that's why he's just afraid of the Civ matchup at that point. Well, he's 30 minutes, that helps make up for the Fortress game. Here's GG. And well, we saw this matchup earlier, right? Is Huns struggle against Italians in the late game. If you're not able to get a good lead early on, then there's not much you can do against Arb into Genbo, especially with the faster imp. And that castle up on the hill is basically stopped Tato from doing any damage. Nice walling from Leary to keep Tato out. Already has a huge score lead. And Tato can just feel the difference there. It's 49 to 23 KD, right? So Tato's been losing fights left and right, and he's just going to call it there. Not a big difference in vills, but huge difference in army counts. Yeah, you should be able to walk across map edges like in fact. Yeah, 4 lakes. This should only be 1 lake, right? All the bodies of water should connect. So 49 to 23 KD, and better eco for Leary. And now he's 1 win away. We're moving on to the semifinals. So that's 3-1 in favor of Leary. This is a best of 7, so Tato still could pull off something of a comeback. And oh gosh, we'll see if Tato picks Pacific Islands as his home map. Oh, very first picked Huns too. Italian's much lower picked, but yeah, interesting. He wouldn't go Italians for that map. Would that be doable with triggers? I think you can use teleport object triggers. You'd probably need a lot of them. But yeah, it would definitely be doable. I think you could do it at least. We could maybe make a scenario like that one day. That could be fun. Man, imagine maybe one of those 36 by 36 maps set up like that. G indeed. So let's see. Waiting for the next map. Oh, game 5 right away. They're growling at us with these raw files. Let's see what map do they pick, and it will be Pacific Islands. Oh boy. Never been a fan of this map. Leary. I'm going to put Leary in the blue, so we're not doing red versus purple. There we go. Now, so the map is Pacific Islands. Oh, what is this? Leary doesn't even have an island against the edge of the map. It's completely, you can sail around it. You can dock block there. Could you also dock block here? I think that's one tile away from a dock block. Imagine that if you could just dock block and take safe fish in the back. So many wacky things can happen with the islands. Pacific Islands is great. Oh, I hate this map. I can't stand it. There's some people with different map preferences. For me, this is just, yeah. I can't. I can't with it. Also, I really want to see the back dock and the block dock, the dock block in the back from Leary. There we go. That's the word I want. I'm an arena player, and Pacific Islands isn't quite like arena. I mean, I love migration. I mean, Tato back in the day, I played in RTS League with Tato. Was it RTS or RTL? Whatever the league was, I played with him. And we picked migration and islands as our home maps. And he taught us galley builds, and we always tried to play them. So I'm actually really good at the water maps ever since that day. I know how to play them much better than most people do. But Pacific Islands, as much as I love water maps, I love like Baltic or Mediterranean or Rooster. Stuff like islands, team islands. That's a great migration, a wonderful map. Pacific Islands though, I can't. What is first? Well, this is very different. It's more like migration, but like it's migration with like a passage down the middle. And I just feel like it kind of gets to too much where it's just like late game galley play. And because your home islands are so far apart, that actually takes away from the landing aspects because it's so far apart to land. There's not many fish either. So it also doesn't kind of feel like a water map in some respects. On YouTube, I can see both chats. On the stream, I only have the Twitch chat, but I have two windows open on my monitors. Map is kind of like Black Forest. You're gonna have to elaborate on that comment. I don't see how this map is like Black Forest at all. I'm curious. What is your mind telling us is like Black Forest? In this pool, Arena. By far, I love Arena. That's the landing in Warlords 4. Yeah, that also tricky, right? Because this is a transport ship map where you start the transport to go to the middle like this. We even have the initial dock from Leary being in the middle. I've not seen this before, but I like it. And just docking the middle right away, finding a good shore fish and deep fish. Why not get your first dock there? I like that idea. I like that. The other thing you can do is transport land on your opponent's island, and then try to hit them just as they're transitioning to feudal and moving all the villas away from the TC. And you grab their water buffaloes. YouTube can see both chats. You can see the YouTube chat on the player next to the YouTube screen. It should be on the right side of the screen somewhere. And the Twitch chat on the screen. Well, one day I will get the chats combined. Have both of them on the screen at once. For the combined experience. But for now, I guess YouTube is maybe the better spot because you can see both. You need to build a dock and many fishing ships. If that's the aspect of Black Forest you're looking at, I won't hold you back. But I guess this map has so few deep fish. Sometimes you don't even do that many fishing ships. So 8 vills on the transport, Louis taking advantage of that new patch with the higher capacity. Don't think I've ever seen this map. It's a fairly common one these days. It was added in the Raja's expansion. I think the original version of the map, though, there were fewer trees on the middle. And it kind of, the idea of the map was that it would force you to go to the mangrove shallows on the outside for your lumber camps. You can still see that in the late game, though, for the most part, people do lumber camps on the inside. Just so risky and fragile to put lumber camps on the shallows. Stream the YouTube stream? I don't think we can exceptionally do that. And siege across islands? That's true, you can get treb wards across islands for castles, that's pretty fun. There's Lyria up to feudal, double dock, galleys. From him, it's Dravidians, Armenians, water civs. No surprise there. Dravidians with the extra wood, Armenians late game with Cilician fleet. How does that do against Thurisidai? I don't know, maybe we'll find out this game. Maybe we could just find out. Let me double check. My phone tells me it's not raining outside, but I clearly hear the thunder and the lightning. Because if the rain stopped, I would like to reopen the window. Nope, it's raining for another 30 minutes or so. Do I love the Weather Channel app? No. Please send us our feedback. No, thank you. Don't spam me. That's my feedback. Just show me the weather. Ooh, galleys there for Tato. Nice job getting some hits on Lyri's scout. I'll take the HP down, and now Tato can chase and maybe finish it off. Lyri needs to keep running. So both players docking different islands in the middle. Of a blacksmith going up for Lyri. And taking the deer is Lyri with fletching on the way. Where do I come from? I'm from Jersey, East Coast, US. And there are some houses and walls going up for Lyri. Fletching on the way. Fletching just done. I'm not from the West Coast, I'm from the East Coast. Alright, I don't think I'd be able to stream as much from the West Coast with the time zone. The wall's going up there for Lyri. And, well, just galleys running around for Tato. And, oh, Lyri, he's getting in on the other side. Tato was sailing up and down the middle, but Lyri defended that and snuck 2 galleys around. He's going to kill the fishing ships, or destroy 2 of them at least. You'll have to get out by the time the galleys come back. We did get 2 of them. Nicely done. And Tato continued to transport to the middle, but now starting to fall behind in the fish numbers. Great job by Lyri. Well, to be fair, there aren't many deep fish left for Lyri anyway. A dock gets you like 2, maybe 3 at the most. Much westerner. And, ooh, Rhino doesn't kill the Vil. I would have liked to have seen some blood, but Lyri happy just to get the food. Town watch on the way For Tatos, he's just about to click up. So nice build order from him with the Armenians to go up. Has not been doing any land aggression, just wants to go up and boom. But that being said, Leary won't be that far away himself. His town watch finished. Leary just needs to drop from the Rhino and he's probably up. Selling stone, buying food. And... oh, that's Tato. Leary's just gonna go up naturally. There's Castle Age for Tato. And most dread is having to go for the Mangrove Wood. We have seen that. I think last, I think it was TTL, I saw Draken end up doing that in the late game, and it ended up winning him the game. He went for it earlier. A double bit axe, Castle Age on the way for Tato. See how quickly Leary can go up. He's short on food, but not too far behind yet. Just needs to maybe drop off and go up. And there's double bit axe. Leary at least did double bit axe and feudal. Oh, Slam Jam is live. Lovely. Time to slam now. You got a real jam going down. So Galley's here from Leary. Advantage in numbers. Let's try to snipe off as many as he can as they run away. And Leary only a minute behind Tato in terms of clicking up. Great micro from Leary. Looking off all the galleys. Only 2 left. Or after that shot, only 2 left. Nice job to split up the shot too. 1 galley left, and that's all he'll get. And now Tato not going to have a timing advantage at all on the water. So 55 seconds away is Leary from the next stage. And Tato doesn't quite have the wood to do more TCs right now. Leary buying stone, Tato buying food and selling stone. There's a galley sail down the middle. I'll see some fires sailing down in the opposite direction. And there is War Galley on the way for Leary. Galleys will sail over, try to find the fishing ships. War Galley upgrade, that'll be completed. Bowsaw Bodkin also done. Oh, and the fishing ship goes down. Davidians receive only buffs, no nerfs. What have they been nerfed at? I actually don't know. Were Byzantines ever nerfed? I don't think they were ever nerfed. Unless you count the Droman instead of Cannon Galleon as a nerf, but usually I think they're the buff. So Leary winning the water. Well, oh, Tato, what is that? Tato landed. I didn't even notice that. Tato landed. And he's doing a fortified church rush with the Armenians on Leary's island. So, TC up for Tato. He did his first fortified church in the middle. Also, the relics are completely spread out on random locations on this map. Okay. So Leary just going to abandon his home island and run to the middle then. So yeah, Leary Island, 2 churches on it. That was sneaky, I didn't even notice that. I was watching Leary win the water. So lots of villas forward, but it does maybe leave a sour taste in your mouth to have won the water only then to have been landed and not caught the transport ship with your water control. Do I think Catan's nerfs? Probably not. They'll probably need some more changes. One of those things that I think is just in general discouraging from buying DLCs on release is that they're going to go through so many balance changes. It's probably not worth it to buy the DLC right away. Kind of just wait until it's a more finished product. So dock's going down, and now war galleys just surrounding the home island of Tato. At the same time, fortified churches surrounding the home island of Illyri. I'm gonna go down to villagers. Fire will take out the war galley in the back. Atonement on the wife of Illyri. Tato's still trying to defend at home. Surrounded on all sides by Dravidian war galleys. Is it best of 7? Best of 7. Best of 7. So if Illyri wins, he is through. A couple of war guys working on the tower. People to ban a civ in ranked. I think the ranked system needs a lot more work than like a civ ban. I really miss the days when people just kind of played random civ on Voobly, and you can still kind of do that on DE with the preferred random button. I think it's I really don't like that one person is enough to force random in a 1v1. And I think if AoE 2 is getting to a point where you need to start picking and banning civs in ranked, then you've kind of moved too far away from the design ethos of AoE 2, which is kind of like you pick up and play a civ, and you learn the basics of playing the game, and then you can play with any civ. And if stuff gets like so specialized that you don't recognize it, then I think you have a problem with the civ design. Well, dock is about to go down, but one rush here, but atonement in. They're trying to convert each other. A million trireme, and then double delete there for Tato. They're definitely Ensemble Studios bugs that are still in the game that need to be fixed. 50-50 play the fave map? Yes! And you don't like ban the map and you both have it favorite? I love that idea. I've had so many experiences of I favorite Arena and the only way I play it is by banning Arabia. But then the player who's favored Arabia and banned Arena matches with me. And we should just not match together. Instead of us playing a game on migration. Apparently like 20 skirms with Catans with no berries on Socotra and was up like 3 minutes earlier. Yes. Every time you play ranked, you just end up against Catans. Yeah, I feel like that's, you know, maybe like asking for civ bans is maybe a way of covering up some other weaknesses in the queue system and civ system, and not really the actual solution for a problem like that. The Sanctity on the way for Illyri. Such a good score lead over Tato. Even though Tato has more res collected. Or a more slight lead for Illyri. Tato running around the outside with some fires. Well, so 2-1 relics. Illyri did grab a relic. We'll have another one down at the south he could grab if he wanted to. Has scouted it, so just needs to get his monk there. And there's Imperial Age for Tato. Okay, Imperial Age and careening. He's clicking up first. Of a University for Illyri. That might be his imp building. His ban Arabia. Well, Arabia goes out of sync in the current patch, so I can't blame you for banning it. Yeah, Tato up with the careening. That's the thing, right? Everyone should learn how to clown on Arena. It's good for their souls. So defensive battle Ellie's from Leary. He has to clean these fortified churches. And University up at home for Leary. Leary Market University. Can't be far from going up. Handcart on the way. Maybe you'll click imp after handcart. There's a village forward. Bunch of monks coming around. Two different styles of monks. Healing elephants and maybe taking some of the units that were inside that monastery. They pop out. And imp on the way also for Leary, but 2.5 minutes behind. But no immediate trub war though on the water. I do wonder how Armenians do with Cilician fleet against other types of ships. Why do they allow civ bans? Well, I think pro tournaments are very different than ranked games because a pro tournament is a sequence of games that you're playing over and over. And a ranked game is just like a one-off thing. And there's a difference between individual games and a series. Whenever someone goes, like even in the Rage Forest, if you're playing a ranked, or not a ranked game, but just a lobby game, it's always random civ there. So Ville's looking for a spot. I mean, if Leary wants a forward castle, that's going to be tricky because of the potential of Dromans. Where the Ville's going? Well, there's a castle there. They can't really do a castle if there's going to be any forces from Tato that could trap it down right away. Another castle going up on a hill for Leary. Transport comes back. And 10ville lead for Leary, big military lead for him too. There's chemistry and galleon for Tato. Castle, so away from the coast, away from the range of potential Dromans. Leary doing his castle. Leary up to imp. And the Treb will come forward and start tripping the dock. Shipwright on the way for Leary, so he's just going to be going heavy for water. Has 19 war galleys, he will turn into galleons, block printing on the way. Chemistry even before war galley. And well, he's going to have to run from that wood line. But he can go galleon, or chemistry before galleon. He can go galleon bracer, then fight this. Galleon bracer as Dravidians, I think he should be pretty darn well. Or pretty darn well situated to fight here. Especially if the elephants can absorb some galley fire. So just 3 houses left on this island. Nothing left from Tato's original landing. These houses are all that remains. Leary crew just come up and fight this. More monks on the way for conversions. With theocracy too. Better micro because only one monk has to regenerate then in a group conversion. That monk goes down. And conscription on the way from Tato. Sapphires are still out there. And, well, now, Leary kind of has the map under control, but what does he do? He really needs to research Galleon. There he goes, that's another minute away. Heavy demo from Tato. Well, see if he can do something creative there. We had a bit of a pause. So, score lead for Leary, but I think that's we more have an even game. More galleys still hoovering around. Galleon on the way for Leary. This is what I don't like about Pacific Islands. You get this type of game where it's just war galley. Now it's going to be Cilician fleet against Dravidians. Dravidians, they don't have a bonus for their galleys, right? It's not like Bengali ones that heal. Just the dock bonus. He's just gonna have to take good fights now. Everyone using the market. Man, maybe you have one big fight. Dry dock on the way for the faster moving ships. And the fires will likely go down as they try to close the distance. That's the difficulty about using the fire ship at this point. Especially when they're just fire ships and not fast fires. There's a guard tower for Tato. He's going to try to do guard towers maybe on the coast somewhere. One tower over there. And that's galleons. He needs to destroy the demos. Tato knows how to dance demos. Alright, cannon galleon, they're working on the dock, but I think this needs to be a galley fight first and foremost there. Here with the numbers advantage. Oh, it's the monks on the mainland, the monks! Oh, the monks, these are going to be so nice if they get conversions. Or even just distract the ships from the rest of the fight. They had to go and turn and get the monks. That's going to let Leary take such a good engagement here. Oh, that was perfect from Leary. The dock goes down, more heavy demos on the way. Tato definitely on the back foot now in terms of his military. I think it's fast fire on the way for Leary. Ooh, demo's going down. We've been casting almost 7 hours today. Ooh, dang. The house is getting taken out by the galleon fire there. He'll go down. And more docks in the middle from Leary. He's just looking to go full water control, not even really worrying about trapping anything on the island, or cannon galleoning anything on the island. Just worried about taking the water. A couple cannon galleons taking out guard towers on Tato's home island. And it feels like Leary's in a really good spot. Only difference would be if Cilician fleet matters. What's the special tech to? The Cilician fleet is demo ships plus 20% blast radius and galley range, and dromons plus 1 range. So galleys having 1 extra range is great, and then demos having bigger blast radius is huge. So there's heated shot. That'll be an extra attack on the towers against ships, but I don't think Leary's going to fight in range of a tower. And this is a fight that I feel like Leary should win. I don't even know how to cast this. He has the HP bar. His reinforcements for Tato are a bit closer. But this is something feels like Leary should have. He can get his own reinforcements forward too. More ships that need to be in the fight. And if everything's fighting, Leary definitely wins this fight. A couple of cannon galleons or ships distracted by houses inland. That's one of the things you gotta do in the naval battles. Make sure that you're always focusing the enemy ships, and that you're not getting distracted by rams or anything on the shore. A couple of last-ditch efforts for demos from Tato. Can't get them to connect. And he's going to go out with a bang at least, trying to do demos. Box formation there as he runs. Yeah, before the tech got nerfed, those demos were crazy. I don't know if you ever saw AoE 4 demos on release. Those demos were insane. Dromons go down, but still good numbers for Tato here. He still has 24 galleons. The cannon galleons slowly but surely making work of the docks. And the fire ships taking out, or the fast fire ships taking out a lot of these galleons here. So Leary's just going to regroup and then maybe make another push into this little alcove in the edge of the map where Tato is docked. This is the thing, this map, you might lose a lot, but it's not over. You can expand so far. Not as large as Fortress, but at least, there, the map. The map kind of lends itself that way. So it's still a defense here from Tato. Leary can't quite break this. Tato moving out to the mangroves for wood, though. Kind of indication he's running out of wood. Oh, we went for the demos with the cannon galleons. That was nice. And ships from Tato going down. So still at 1k score lead from Leary. And Trebs have landed on the island to try to besiege the castle, but 2 Treb defense from Leary. Enough so far. Genbo's doing some damage too. Nice hits there. Nice hits on the composite bowman there from the galleons, but one of my Trebs didn't make it. It's a low HP castle, they need some stone. Georgian's repair bonus in effect too. As long as Tato has this corner, he doesn't want to resign. Leary, he needs to pressure all those galleons. The aliens exchanging fire still. Oh, nice stack from Tato. Beautiful stack. Leary not getting as close of a stack. I think Leary still has significantly more numbers. Ooh, maybe not, actually. Maybe it's closer than I thought. So Tato moving out of the stack. Trying to step the cannon galleon, and he does. Oh, okay, there's a demo, Doesn't quite get it. Now some fast fires come over from the south. And they will try to try to catch some of these galleons as they run away. 23 of them, 13 in a fire, so not enough there. On the water, a lot of galleons up here taking out docks and taking out a wood line from Tato. Oh, poor villagers, they got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And on the right, they could even do the same thing if they were to scout it. Or if they see a transport there. First thing they probably want to do is right click the transport though. Yep, and there he goes, or one ship goes to explore that. A lot of cannon galleons now. It's 7 cannon galleons. Don't want to lose them, but that is a nice fleet there. Not all the ships attacking at once. O'Leary. Up, and there's a GG from Tato. He can't take it. He is losing on the water. He's completely lost the water. He's down by 20 vils. And just kind of inevitably, Leary's going to push this. So Leary does it 4-1. An amazing game of Fortress that Tato did win. But dominant performance from Leary. The type of gameplay we've come to expect from him over the years. And there is the GG. Whew, so finally, there's a marathon day. Casting for 7 hours. Ooh, that was exhausting. And we'll be back tomorrow with some Town Center Tango, I believe. It's 4-1 in favor of Leary. He will win Pacific Islands with the Dravidians. Dravidians, OP. That's what we've learned. Let me just check the schedule real quick for tomorrow. Town Center Tango 2, the finals at 18 GMT. That is, I believe, 2 p.m. for me. So 18 GMT in about 20 hours. We'll have the Town Center Tango finals. That's Barbatacos against Onamaru Esports. And Barbatacos, I think, is Dogal's team? Let me check Wikipedia. And so congrats again. That's Hera, Leary, Nikov, and Yo, the finalists. Viper not playing. So, bit of an opportunity there for Nikov that he took advantage of over Sato. Who is on Barbatacos for tomorrow? That is Dogal, Miguel, Kingstone. So, Dogal, Miguel, Kingstone versus Onamaru. Who I assume would be Leary, Andy? Whoever plays from Leary, Andy, Lewis, Fire, and Goku. But anyway, that is going to be it for me on YouTube. See you later on YouTube, and we'll raid someone on